Chapter 594. Ever since Su Yao could remember, he had lived with his sister. In the second year of his birth, his father fell to his death from the dam when he was digging a reservoir in town. Due to the background of the era, the matter was settled after paying a few food stamps as a token payment. His mother died when he was 4 years old. At the end of the 1970s, the 13-year-old girl and her 5-year-old brother struggled to make a living. From the age of 13, his sister had to work in the fields with the adults in town. She would send her brother to her uncle's house next door. After their parents passed away, the few relatives were not willing to help take care of the two burdens. Su Ru did not blame them. After all, it was not easy for any family. It was a terrible thing to have more mouths to feed. Only her uncle's family would occasionally help them. Actually, even though he was called a granduncle, it was only because they were related by blood many generations ago. Going back a few generations, most of the people with the surname Su in the Su clan could be considered relatives. Her uncle had a son and a daughter. The daughter was called Su Lan and the son was called Su Guang. Su Lan and Su Ru were about the same age, only 2 years apart. The two were very good playmates. However, fate made the two girls walk on different paths. The 11-year-old Su Lan was still in primary school, while the 13-year-old Su Ru was already chopping firewood in the mountains and farming in the fields. In a poor and backward town, there were many girls like her who worked in the fields. However, there were no girls like her who lived a hard life. The next year, Su Ru's body was very weak and she fell seriously ill. She almost did not make it. Some relatives who were indifferent to the siblings couldn't stand it anymore, and persuaded Su Ru to give her brother away. Boys were popular in any era. There would always be someone who wanted them. If they were alone, no matter how hard it was, they could live a peaceful life. However, Su Ru did not agree and scolded the relatives away. She said that she would not send her brother away even if she died. Otherwise, how could she face her parents in the underworld? It was said that the eldest sister was like a mother. It was not wrong at all. In this poor era, the siblings depended on each other. Knowledge could change fate and create wealth. Studying was the only way out. Su Ru dropped out of primary school after finishing primary school. It was normal in that era. His younger brother Su Yao was a good student and was very smart. In the 3-tile-roofed primary school in the town, no one could beat him. Therefore, she hoped that her younger brother would have a bright future and be able to change his fate. The greatest desire of a poor person was to change his fate. When Su Yao was 13 years old, he didn't have enough money to go to junior high school. It was Su Ru who borrowed money from the townspeople. That day it was drizzling. Su Ru was kneeling in front of her cousin's house. The door was tightly shut. No matter how hard she begged, she couldn't get the tuition fees. She kowtowed one after another. At that time, Su Yao stood beside her and saw that his sister's trousers were stained with rain and mud. He straightened his neck and said, "Sister, I don't want to study anymore. At most, I'll just farm." Too tired, really too tired. He didn't want to be his sister's burden and didn't want to continue studying. At that time, the college entrance examination system had just been restored, and the theory that studying was useless was popular everywhere. The dreadful theory of the uselessness of studying had been circulating for half a century. Su Yao didn't want to waste time in class. He wanted to be like Su Guang, slacking off. However, Su Guang skipped class to go out and play, while he wanted to help his sister farm. However, Su Ru slapped her brother and said sternly, "What future do you have if you don't study? How can you change your fate if you don't study? If you don't study, you'll be a peasant for the rest of your life." People with a bit of knowledge and culture had seen many peasants rise up and spread the word that studying was useless. It was ironic that an uneducated person would always remember that studying could change one's fate. That? How much do you still owe our own school fees? A gentle voice came from the rain. Su Lan was holding an umbrella and standing not far away. "I only have $1.50 here. The 50 cents is from my savings and the $1 is from Ah Guang." Su Lan said, "Any more and I really don't have it." Su Yao went to the best junior high school in the county. The tuition and miscellaneous fees added up to $8. Su Yao could imagine Su Guang's aggrieved and resentful face when his sister took away his savings. Su Yao did not take the money. Instead, he stared at Su Lan and said, "Little Lan, when are you leaving?" Su Lan walked closer. She held the umbrella with her right hand and knocked Su Yao's head with her left hand. She said angrily, "Call me Sister Lan, you little brat. I'm leaving tomorrow. My dad has been transferred to Shanghai. There's a house there. We'll go together," she said. Su Lan, who had just grown up, was delicate and beautiful. Her figure was slender and graceful, and her pair of black eyes were especially eye-catching. Su Yao said sadly, "He's not back yet?" "I don't know." Su Lan smiled. "Shanghai is too far away from Su Town. I don't know how many years it will take for him to come back." He was shorter than Su Lan by a head. When he looked away from her delicate face, he only felt empty in his heart. The young Su Yao had always liked Su Lan, who was much older than him. He liked to pretend to be deep in front of her and recite a few poems. His face was full of melancholy and vicissitudes of life like a poet. In fact, he was peeking at her reaction from the corner of his eyes, hoping to see admiration on her face. He pretended to be an adult and learned from his sister to call her Little Lan. He wanted to ignore the age gap between them. He wanted to tell himself that it was nothing. "I long to meet a girl who is as beautiful as a lilac, full of sorrow and resentment. She holds an oil paper umbrella alone, wandering in the lonely alley in the rain." Dai Wangshu's poem appeared in Su Yao's mind. Su Lan was the girl he longed for, the girl who was as beautiful as a lilac. But just like the lilac in the poem, she walked further and further away until all that was left was her back. On the day Su Lan left, Su Yao stood outside Su Town and watched her family take a tricycle to the county. He suddenly felt like smoking. After many years they didn't meet or contact each other. When they met again, the lilac was already married. Su Yao squatted in front of his sister's grave and smoked one cigarette after another. He talked about his past without any expression on his face. There was no emotion on his face. There was only regret, deep regret. Qinze thought to himself, "Damn, I didn't know you loved my mother so much. If my mother is lilac, then what are my sister and I? If my sister is a rose and I'm a green foxtail?" Uncle heard that someone coveted his sister, but he was still calm. Obviously, he already knew about it. "Uncle sure has a big heart. If anyone dares to covet my sister, I'll teach them a lesson." "What happened after that?" Qinze asked. "After that, my sister knelt in front of my aunt's house for an entire night and managed to scrape together the rest of the money. Then she fell seriously ill. As for me, I went to school as I wished. As my grades got better and better, I got into high school. My school fees became even more expensive. My sister thought that if she continued farming, she wouldn't be able to afford my education. She took me away from Su Town and went to the county to work. She swept the floor, washed the dishes, and did the laundry. She did everything. Until my third year in high school, she suddenly got pregnant and gave birth to you. I was born out of nowhere." Qinze asked. "Who did she come into contact with? What did she encounter?" Su Yao smiled bitterly. "How would I know? I only knew how to study. She only wanted me to study. For so many years she didn't get married. She didn't even have a partner. She raised me by farming and working. She had always been willing to sacrifice for me. She always wanted me to be successful. How could such a person suddenly get pregnant? Be more specific." Qinze frowned. He had a lot of questions in his heart. It was impossible for a woman to fall in love and have a child without any signs, unless she was raped. If that was the case, Auntie Su didn't have to hide it. Even if it was shameful because of the age, at least she wouldn't hide it from her only brother. Also, why was I given away? Well, considering the social background at that time, it's understandable for an illegitimate child to be given away. The old man wrote in his diary that in order to give birth to me, my mother fled back to Su Town to avoid the evil hands of the family planning department. Where did that me go? There's no need to doubt the authenticity of that me. He must exist. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't have written it in his diary. Su Yao's attitude towards him was also very strange. The self-blame, remorse, and guilt he showed were far beyond what an uncle should have. "He's not my uncle. Those who don't know him would think that he's my father." This can't be explained clearly. Even if Su Yao and Auntie Su relied on each other and had a deep relationship, At most he would hate that man. Maybe he would hate me too. There's one last question. Why did my mother stop him from seeing me? Was it because she didn't want to be disturbed in her quiet life? I'm not a child. I'm a thinking and rational adult. I won't break down easily because of this. I might even happily hold my sister's hand and walk into the Civil Affairs Bureau. There were too many things that Su Yao didn't say. Su Yao lit a cigarette and looked at his sister's tombstone. Actually, I have an idea in my heart. I have been thinking about it for so many years. I have always felt that I should have seen that man before. It was in the 90s. That year. Chapter 595. At the end of 1993, in an underdeveloped county town, Su Yao carried a cloth bag sewn by his sister and walked in a dirty alley. On both sides of the road were mottled old houses. The water pipes were rusty and there was a trash can in front of every house, emitting a faint stench. He and his sister lived in a small alley. The location was bad and the rent was not expensive. In this era, there were very few people who came to the city to work and rent a house. Su Yao came to the door of his house, took out the key and opened the door. It was a small house with only 30 square meters. The curtains were drawn to separate the two rooms, one for the sister and one for the brother. There was only one bed in his sister's room and her clothes were kept in a box. Su Yao's room had an extra desk and a lamp. When she bought the desk and lamp for him, his sister was distressed for a long time, but she still bought it. The meal was cooked in the corridor. There was a small stove, a pot, and coal to cook. It was simple and crude. The better families had already bought a gas stove, but Su Yao and his sister could not afford it. Usually at this time, his sister would be cooking in the corridor and Su Yao, who came home from school, would make some handicrafts. It was a private job that his sister took after work. She could earn a few yuan every day. Sister. Su Yao entered the house and shouted. His sister was not in the room. She might have found some work outside. She often did this. Every day, she would walk around the county town and take on all kinds of jobs. As long as she could earn money, she could also do what men could do. Su Yao put down his bag and saw a bag of unfinished handicrafts beside his sister's bed. She should have come back. Did she go out to buy groceries? He was in a good mood today because he got the first place in the school test results. The teachers liked this plainly dressed student very much. He was hardworking and serious. They said that he was a good seedling who could enter university. At that time the teachers were so simple and honest. They could not wait to pour out their hearts and lungs to their students. When they met a motivated student, they liked him more than their own son. At that time the female students were also very pure. They liked straight-A students and boys who were motivated. Even if Su Yao looked very ordinary, there were many girls who sent him love letters in private. It was different from the later love letters. The current love letter was very reserved and reserved. First, he wrote a modern poem about a famous person. At the end he added, "What do you think of this poem?" Then she would pass it to the boy she liked. If the boy was also interested in the girl, he would write back and secretly put it in her drawer the next day. After a while the story came out. At the age of 18, love was inexperienced and immature, but it was also beautiful. After this age, even if she fell in love again, she would not be able to find that kind of feeling. However, Su Yao did not care about the girl's hints and love letters. He was like a stone statue standing in the rain of flowers, watching the petals fall one by one. He was too lazy to reach out to catch one of the beautiful petals. He didn't have the capital to fall in love, nor was he interested in it. A village boy only knew how to bury his head in books and live up to his sister's expectations. Moreover, Ding Xianghua had drifted to Shanghai with the wind. She had originally wanted to enter Fudan University, but she had gotten married in her first year of high school. She married a bandit from Shanghai. Su Yao had not recovered for a long time. At one point he wanted to hit someone when he heard Shanghai. He was too silent, low-key and reserved. He had always suppressed his feelings of love in his heart. But what was the value of not saying it out loud? On the day of the wedding, Su Yao went and got the fare from his sister. It was very expensive, so expensive that he almost cried. At the wedding, his Ding Xianghua was very beautiful. No, that was no longer his Ding Xianghua. It was the flower of the man who was the teacher. Lil Lan was very happy to see him. She was happy from the bottom of her heart and gave Su Yao some comfort. The girl I like is more important to me than 1,000 gold coins. I'm glad that I'm not as light as a feather in her heart. The man looked at his newlywed wife with a smile. His wife introduced him. This is my younger brother from my hometown. Reality gave Su Yao a heavy blow. At that time he asked himself in his heart, so he's just a younger brother. His heart suddenly ached, but he still did not cry. But when he really cried, it was after the wedding banquet. That kid, Su Guang said. Is your sister's problem because of your sister? Su Yao cried and then he beat that kid until he cried too. Su Guang was born a little early. If it were now, he would definitely comfort Su Yao with another sentence such as, Rong, don't cry. Stand up and play. Su Yao sat on the bed, making handicrafts, and let his imagination run wild. His sister's hand was full of frostbite in winter and was dripping with blood. Unknowingly, it was almost dark, but his sister still hadn't returned. Su Yao decided to go downstairs to look for her. He closed the door and left the residential building. At the corner, he saw his sister talking to a man in the twilight. The two of them were holding hands, and he could vaguely see the man's face. It was a calm and serious young man. When he talked to his sister, his eyes were full of smiles. When Su Yao saw him, the young man also saw Su Yao. Perhaps he felt that the young man's gaze was too sharp, and he was stunned. His elder sister noticed his momentary daze and turned to look at him, following his gaze. His sister's expression changed slightly. She whispered a few words to the young man and turned to face Su Yao. Who is he? Su Yao asked. Friend. He helped me. Su Ru explained briefly and changed the topic. Sister came back late because of something. Arong, are you hungry? Su Yao looked at the young man's back as he walked further and further away, disappearing into the night. Since then, Su Yao never saw the young man again. His sister didn't seem any different. She worked as usual every day and endured hardships. In 1994, two things happened in this year, and each of them brought disaster to the small family. The first thing was that due to the bursting of the real estate bubble, it caused an extremely terrifying economic crisis. Those who hadn't experienced that era couldn't imagine how terrifying that economic crisis was. It was a direct economic collapse, far worse than any other economic crisis that came after. In fact, there was a collapse as early as 1990. In 1994, the two crises overlapped and strengthened each other. Bang! The collapse of the bubble forced many people to their deaths. Although this crisis was stabilized in a relatively short period of time, it caused a huge impact during this period. The small county didn't suffer much from the aftermath, but the lives of the citizens did become tight. As a result, Su Ru couldn't earn money and her life became difficult. The second thing was that Su Ru was pregnant. That day, Su Yao was still in school, immersed in a sea of questions, preparing for the college entrance examination. His sister asked someone to call the head teacher's office and said that she was sick and hospitalized. Su Yao rushed to the hospital and learned from the doctor that his sister was pregnant. It was a bolt from the blue. Don't work too hard. Your body is important. Go home and rest well. The doctor complained to Su Yao. You're her husband, right? Why don't you care about her at all? The doctor didn't lie. His sister, who recovered from the shock, interrupted in embarrassment. He's my brother. Su Yao developed early. While his peers were excited about the thicker hair in their pants, he already looked like an adult. At least he didn't look like a high school student. The doctor was also embarrassed and asked, Then he's your husband? There was silence. The brother and sister were silent. Back home, as if nothing had happened, his sister sat on the bed doing handicrafts while Su Yao sat at the table writing papers. Clack! The ballpoint pen slammed on the table. The sound wasn't loud, but Su Ru was shocked. Her hand trembled. Su Yao stood up with a gloomy face. He looked straight into his sister's eyes and asked, Who is that man? Su Ru didn't speak. Su Yao didn't speak either. His eyes gradually turned red. Arong, don't worry. Is it that man? Is it that man? Su Yao said loudly. His sister responded with silence. All of a sudden, it was as if a barrel of explosives had been ignited. You've been lying in the hospital for so long. He didn't come. Did you not contact him or did he refuse to come? Su Yao grabbed his sister's hand and walked out of the door. Go and call him. Call him now. I'm not going, his sister said. Su Yao was stunned and instantly exploded. He shouted, You're shameless. We're poor, but we can't lose our dignity. No matter how poor we are, we have to know how to love ourselves. If a woman doesn't even love herself, then she has nothing. What are you going to do now? Can you raise a child? When you were undoing your belt, did you think about what you're going to do in the future? Do you know that you're going to get married? Your life is ruined. In the dim room, the youth was hysterical. His face was red and his eyes were crazy. That day, he said many things that went too far. Every word was like a knife that stabbed into his sister's heart. Su Yao was mad. He hated that man, and hated his sister for not loving herself. His sister sat by the bed with her head lowered and tears streaming down her face. She was a woman after all, a weak woman. Life made her strong. In some aspects she was even more hard-working than men. But in front of her brother, she cried helplessly with her head lowered. Many years later, whenever he thought of this scene, Su Yao would tremble. His body and mind would ache from the inside out. I remember every word clearly. Every word is imprinted in my heart. I hate myself back then. I was too selfish. I never thought about her feelings. I never thought about how wrong she was, how helpless she was, how she longed for someone to help her. She was like a person who had sunk into a swamp, longing for someone to lend a helping hand. But I, her little brother, ruthlessly trampled her down. Su Yao cried bitterly. He lost his father when he was 2 and his mother when he was 4. His sister raised him painstakingly. She was a teenage girl, but the calluses on her hands made her look like a man who had worked hard for years. His sister worked hard to support him. His breakfast every day was porridge with 3 steamed buns. Why 3 steamed buns? That was for lunch. She had eaten steamed buns with salted vegetables for many years. When he was young, she refused to give him away. When he grew up, she was single and unmarried. She gave all her time and hope to her brother. But her brother did not understand her. Qinzhe looked at this man in silence. At this moment he stripped away all his outer layers. Success, seriousness, glory. He squatted in front of his sister's grave like a broken child, crying like a fool. Regret was regret because it was destined to be irreparable. You cried your heart out. You hated yourself back then and wished that time could turn back to make up for your mistakes. But life would never give you a second chance. So you tried your best to acknowledge me as your nephew. You wanted to make up for your mistakes. You wanted to appease the pain that was hidden in your heart day after day. And then, Qinzhe asked in a hoarse voice. Chapter 596. An indescribable atmosphere hung over everyone's head. Silence, depression, and sadness made people's hearts heavy. Su Guang understood Su Yao the most. He was also one of the participants in the incident. Su Ru's experience made him sigh. Su Yu looked at Qinzhe with pity. She always felt that her life was miserable enough. Her grandmother didn't love her, her uncle didn't love her, her mother didn't love her, and her father didn't love her. They each gave birth to a child to take her place. Su Yu felt that she was wandering in the shadows where the lights of the 2 families couldn't shine. She didn't fit in with the harmonious atmosphere of their family. It was said that parents were the closest people in the world. She also wanted to, but her parents didn't love her. Perhaps they even saw her as the failure of a failed marriage in her life. But compared to Qinzhe, she seemed to be very lucky. Although he had a happy family with a strict father, a gentle mother, and a flirtatious sister. However, he did not know his biological mother. It was only after her death that he found out the truth. And no one knew who his biological father was. Their experiences were so similar. Ace and I were a match made in heaven. Su Yu thought happily. The man didn't appear. He didn't appear from beginning to end. The sister's belly was getting bigger. Taking advantage of the summer vacation, the brother and sister returned to Shujiao town. In the 1990s, a woman who got pregnant out of wedlock in this remote and poor town would be criticized. For a time, rumors were everywhere. Some said that Su Ru was someone's mistress outside, so she had money to support her brother's education. Some said that Su Ru had a boyfriend outside, but was abandoned by him. Anyway, there were all kinds of rumors. Bad woman, casual, indecent. All kinds of labels were placed on her. It was summer vacation, and the sun was burning the earth. In a small shop in the town, a group of aunties were chatting and waving fans in their hands. Who's the bastard in Sue Lan's belly? She's about to give birth. There are so many wild men outside. If she doesn't say it herself, how do you know who it is? This child who lost his parents since he was young is so easy to fool. He's coaxed to bed with just a few words. Who wants her now? Did Arong get into university? Hey, when Sue Lan gives birth, how will she have the money to send him to university? The shopkeeper's face suddenly changed, and she winked at the aunties. At the door, outside the shadow of the eaves, Su Yao stood there expressionlessly, his hands clenched into fists. Arong, you're here to get your acceptance letter, right? You just arrived this morning. The lady boss squeezed out an awkward but polite smile. Su Yao took the acceptance letter and left. It was sealed in a yellow envelope. Ever since he returned from the summer vacation, he had heard too many rumors. Some were said behind his back and some were said to his face. He, who had never fought before, frequently fought with others during the summer vacation. Su Yao hated his sister. He hated her for not loving herself. He hated her for ruining his future. That kind of exasperation for not living up to expectations tormented him every day. He hated the man who didn't recognize him even more. Even though he didn't know who he was, his sister still refused to tell him. No wonder there were so many rumors in town. The old bus slowly drove over. It drove steadily on the newly paved road 2 years ago, and finally stopped at the bus stop. A young man and a young woman with a big belly got off the bus. They were Su Guang and Su Lan, who had left their hometown many years ago. Hi Arong. Su Guang waved with a smile. The aunties in the shop stuck their heads out and looked around. Su Yao looked at Su Lan deeply. After so many years he finally saw her again. The current Su Lan had lost the innocence of a young girl. She had become round and full. She had the grace of a young woman. Why are you in town? Didn't you and Sister Ru move to the county? Oh, my sister is pregnant. She came back to hide. Those sons of the family planning department are useless. They sent my sister to the hospital and want to have an abortion. Look at how big her belly is. Can she have an abortion? A bunch of inhumane animals. My brother-in-law didn't come, so I sent my sister back. Anyway, my dad said that it doesn't matter if I go to work or not. I just know how to slack off. It's better to come back with my sister. Su Guang was as lively as ever. He chattered non-stop along the way. Stop talking. Su Lan reprimanded her brother. Then she looked at Su Yao and asked gently, "What's wrong, Arong?" She was always so gentle and considerate. She could easily see the gloominess in his eyes. In an instant his eyes turned red. Su Yao said, "My sister is pregnant." Ooh. That night Su Lan and Su Ru talked until late into the night. 2 pregnant women, 2 best friends. They had been separated for many years. One was married and had a happy child. The other was pregnant out of wedlock and was criticized. Just like their childhood experiences, the difference was like heaven and earth. Su Ru looked at Su Lan. She was like a little girl selling matches looking at the warm stove and delicious Christmas dinner through the window. 2 worlds. Who's the father of the child? Under the dim light, lying on the same bed, Su Lan asked softly. Su Ru hesitated for a while and didn't say anything. Su Lan gently stroked her best friend's belly. It was bigger than hers, so the due date was definitely earlier. The child can be born without a father, but what about when he grows up? Other children have a father, but he doesn't. Su Lan said, "My Bao Bao likes her father a lot. She's always with her father. It's very tough for a child from a single-parent family. You've been there, so you should know." Seeing that she was still silent, Su Lan said earnestly, "Aren't you tired of carrying everything yourself? Even if he doesn't want you or the child, at least he can ask for compensation. Your life will be better." What about Arong? He was accepted by Zhejiang University. You've worked hard for so many years and finally saw hope. Are you going to give up halfway? You said that studying can change one's fate. You're just 1 step away. Are you not going to take it? Also, what about your future? You're not young anymore. How are you going to get married with a child? How is she going to get married? In this era, who would want a woman who had a child before getting married? Who would want her? After a long while, Suru said. He just left because he had something to do. Do you believe that? Sulan asked. There was silence again. Let's not talk about this. Suru forced a smile and said. Why are you pregnant again? They're so strict now. I heard that there were 5-month-old women in town who were caught and aborted. They almost lost both their lives. Sulan said helplessly. My one wants a son. His father wants it too. They feel that without a son, the Qin family's line will end. Don't think that he dotes on his daughter very much now. After knowing that I'm pregnant, he's so happy. He's usually an old-fashioned person, jumping around like a child. Su Lan's tone was reproachful and helpless, but her face was full of happiness. It pierced Su Ru's heart deeply. Actually, I can think of a way to pay for our own school fees. If it doesn't work, I'll ask my father for it. After all, Arong calls him granduncle. Su Lan sighed. But you... Actually, at that time, Su Lan and her family were at their worst. Old Master Su was a leader, but the leader's daughter had to give birth to an unwanted child. The reason why the Su family looked down on the Qin family was because the Qin family was shabby and poor. Don't. How rich can your husband be? The poorest are teachers, right? Suru said. I'll think of a way to pay for our own school fees. As his elder sister, it's my duty to take care of my younger brother. Xiaolan, this is my last dignity. Yes, this was her last dignity. Yes, an elder sister was like a mother. It was her duty. Hearing this, Qinzai's heart was filled with melancholy and sadness. Regardless of whether Auntie Su still had hope for that man, the outcome was still destined. That man did not come, and she had no choice but to separate from her biological son and marry someone else. Actually, her tragic life was destined from the beginning. In his mind, he could not help but think of the song he wrote for his sister. I once loved such a man. He said that I was the most beautiful woman in the world. I kept that innocence for him, closed the door to love others. It was also this man that I loved so deeply. He turned me into the stupidest woman in the world. Did you also love a man like this? Did you have hope for him? Did you have a vision for him? But you were turned into the stupidest woman. Auntie Su? Then who is the child my mother gave birth to? Qinzai asked. From the bottom of his heart, this matter had come to an end. He knew his background, and it was a burden that had been lifted. He had gotten what he wanted. He could not bear to look back on the past, so he let it go with the wind. But Qinzai could not hold back his curiosity and asked another question. Su Guang shook his body exaggeratedly, as if he had fallen over. According to them, I should have been born earlier than me. October was my birthday, but it was not really my birthday. Where did I go? Was I eaten by the people of Guangdong? Chapter 597. She didn't say. She seems to have expectations for that man, but she doesn't have confidence in herself. Don't blame your sister. She's been suffering. She hasn't had a good life since she was young. The next day, Su Yao came to find Su Lan. That was what she said. However, he couldn't completely understand his sister at that time. He hated her more. Hated her for not living up to his expectations. His sister's life was ruined. At noon, Song Zhongji knocked on the courtyard door with 2 fish. He stood in the courtyard and said to the pregnant Su Ru, Is Arong here? He asked me to catch the fish. He said it's for your health. Thank you. He went out with Guang. Su Ru said, What are you thanking me for? 5 cents. Song Zhongji grinned. Oh. Su Ru was stunned and nodded. I'll get you the money. No, it's not convenient for you. I'll ask Arong when he comes back. As he spoke, Song Zhongji scooped a basin of water and placed the half-dead fish inside. This man was idle and didn't like to work in the field. He was good at catching fish and birds. He was the only one who didn't criticize Su Ru. He was probably a bad person and didn't have the right to criticize her. Maybe he wasn't interested in gossiping. Or maybe he was a coward and was afraid that Su Yao would beat him. The day of labor came soon. Su Ru was Mr. Su. She didn't go to the county hospital. She didn't have the means to go to the hospital back then. In the countryside, she usually went to the village doctor. It was slightly better than the barefoot doctor. She had studied medicine for a few years, but her standard was definitely bad. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in the countryside but in the hospital. Shujia town was too poor to have a health center. There was a health center in the neighboring town. At noon, her water broke and she started to have labor pains. The child was born at 10 o'clock at night. It was a boy. Everything was settled. It was the first time in her life that she was a mother. Su-ru threw away all her worries and only the love of a mother was left. Su-yao felt that he should hate this child. But when he saw the baby sleeping in the swaddling clothes and couldn't open his eyes to see the world, he clenched his little fist and slept quietly. His heart suddenly softened. Due to malnutrition, the baby was only 2.4 kilograms at birth, which was medium small. The baby is so cute. Have you given him a name? Su-lan, who was pregnant, watched from the side with a smile on her face. Su-ru shook her head and helplessly said, Arong refused to help. He still has a thorn in his heart. Su-lan said angrily, Ignore him. I've prepared a few names. Do you want to choose one? What name? Qin Hao Qin Xiaofan. Just pick one and change it to Su, Su-lan said excitedly. Su Xiaofan doesn't sound good. How about Su Hao? Su-ru nodded and smiled. All right. By the way, I brought milk powder over. You can use it first. When I give birth to Bao Bao, I produce more milk, so you shouldn't be short of milk, Su-lan said. As Su-ru's bones were severely damaged and she was malnourished for a long time, she did not have much milk. Since it was related to her son's rations, she didn't refuse in the end. A very realistic and serious problem was placed in front of them. The brother and sister, who had depended on each other since they were young, still depended on each other for survival. Moreover, they had an additional life. Her sister, who had carried the burden of the family on her own, was weak after giving birth. It was difficult for her to continue living. Raising a child was not easy. According to later statistics, more than 40 million children died in the 90s. That night, Su-ru looked at her child and said nothing. The next morning, she called Su-yao to her room alone and asked him, Do you miss university? Su-yao was speechless. His gaze fell on the baby's face. The baby was sleeping, but suddenly his small body trembled. He whimpered a few times like a mosquito. Su-ru quickly comforted the child. Don't worry about him. Tell me, do you miss him? Su-ru said. Yes. Su-yao said. He wanted it. He wanted it more than ever. Studying can change one's fate. It can also restore one's dignity. He longed for success. He longed to escape poverty. He longed to regain his sister's lost dignity. Su-ru nodded. Few days passed like this. One night, Su-ru was suddenly woken up by urgent knocking on the door. The baby was crying loudly. Wrong, Sister Ru, Su-guang said with a sobbing voice. My sister fell down. He knocked on the door with all his might. Su-ru sat up in shock. Her sleepiness disappeared. Before she could call for help, Su-yao from the next room had already rushed into the courtyard. When she opened the door, Su-guang was standing there with a panicked expression. What happened? My sister slipped when she went to the toilet at night. She was covered in blood. Su-ru heard it and her face turned pale. She couldn't care less about comforting the child and shouted, Rong Rong. No one answered her. Su-yao had already rushed out of the house with Su-guang. The next day at 5 o'clock in the morning, Su-ru, who hadn't slept the whole night, finally waited for her brother to come back. We took her to the health center. Xiaolan was already unconscious and couldn't give birth naturally. They said there was no way. The fetus might be injured and asked us to send her to the hospital. The health center car took us to the county. The hospital gave her a cesarean section. The baby was alive when it came out, but it didn't survive for more than 2 hours. The doctors couldn't save it, they went. Su-yao's eyes were bloodshot. Where's Xiaolan? Su-ru cried. She hasn't woken up yet. Guang is in the hospital, squatting outside the ward and crying. Su-yao covered his face and said with a trembling voice, A good child, gone just like that. After a while, Su-ru said, Rong, let's go to the county now. It was 6 o'clock in the morning when they arrived at the hospital. There weren't many people in the hospital and the air was filled with the smell of disinfectant. 1 or 2 patients could be seen on the benches in the corridor with intravenous drips. The nurse on the night shift looked exhausted. In the small ward, Su-Ru saw Su-Lan. She had already woken up and was staring at the ceiling with her eyes wide open like a lifeless paper flower. Su Guang's eyes were red as he sat by the bed. Rong a Guang, go out for a while. I have something to say to Xiaolan, Su-Ru said as she held the child in her arms. After the two left, she sat by the bed and whispered, "The child is gone." This sentence seemed to awaken Su-Lan, who was on the verge of despair. Her face was expressionless as her eyelashes trembled. Then she started crying. She cried heartbroken like a mother who had lost her child. "There's nothing that can't be overcome," Su-Ru said. "After so many years, it's all because of this sentence that I can survive until now. Every time I feel despair, I will think of Rong and there will be hope in my heart. You still have Bao Bao. You can't break down." "A Guang said it's a son," Su-Lan said softly. There was a strange silence in her expression. "My first child was a girl. Although he didn't say anything, I knew he wanted a son. I thought that since I married into the Qin family, I should give birth to a child for him to carry on the family line. The child is gone, and the investigation is so strict now. My father doesn't want me to have another child. I quarreled with my parents. A person like him without this child, even if he wants a son, he won't let me have another child." A Guang said it's a son. He has always wanted a son. I can't lose this child, I can't lose his, sobbed my child. At first she could speak calmly, but gradually her emotions became agitated. Su-Lan's body twitched as she cried, and her words were incoherent. Su-Ru placed the baby in her arms beside her and said in a low voice, "From now on, he will be your son." Her voice was very soft, and the expression on her face was very complicated. Reluctance and pain intertwined. Su-Lan stopped crying and looked at her without saying a word. "He will be your son," Su-Ru repeated. "Are you comforting me?" "No, I'm serious," Su-Ru said. "Why?" Arong said he wants to go to university. I can't afford his education, let alone raise this child. Who can a woman with such a bad reputation like me marry? Su-Ru smiled sadly. The child and Arong are my burdens. I can't bear the fate of both of them at the same time. I have to give up one of them. Su-Ru's fingertips trembled as she stroked the child's cheek. "Perhaps in your eyes the birth of this child is a mistake. Then between the two I choose Arong. I will bear my mistakes. I will bear all the pain and regret in the future alone. At least I can still face my parents. You are right. The child can't live without a father. Little Lan, you can give him a better family and a better environment to grow up in. He can grow up without worries and won't have to worry about being called a bastard when he grows up. Your husband wants a son. You can imagine how sad he will be when he learns of this bad news. Are you also afraid that because of this matter, it will become a knot between you two?" Su-Ru's face was covered in tears. "Little Lan, just treat it as us saving each other." Su-Lan reached out wanting to touch the child, but the moment she touched him, she retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. She was stunned for a moment. "Sister Ru, from today onwards, this child is mine and has nothing to do with your family. I will raise him, give him the best environment, and raise him as my own son. You and Arong can't go back on your word in the future." "Okay," Su-Ru said. As soon as she said this word, her entire body collapsed. "What do you need me to do for you?" "When he grows up, bring him to Su Town to visit me every summer." "Okay." Outside the door, two youths stood there. "Why are you two standing at the door?" The doctor in a white coat walked to the door of the ward. The two youths were in tears, and the doctor wasn't surprised at all. He pushed the door open and glanced at the ward, holding a stack of reports in his hand. "You came last night, right?" "The doctor last night got off work, and I'm in charge of your ward. My condolences, I'll register you again. What's your name?" Su-Lan opened her mouth. Su-Ru said. "Su-Ru. Su-Ru, right?" The doctor wrote a few notes. "In a while, I'll get the nurse to take you for a checkup. After a miscarriage, you have to pay more attention to your body, or else you'll have a lingering illness." "Oh." Soon rumors began to spread throughout the Su town. Su-Ru's child died prematurely, and the bastard she was carrying outside had a short life. Su-Lan, who came to Su town to recuperate, Gave birth to a fat boy after a month of recuperation in the hospital. Later, Su-ru got married to the man who had never commented on her. A man who didn't do a proper job. A woman who got pregnant out of wedlock. A man who ate and was lazy. Wasn't it a good match? Many days ago, the day after Su-yao said that he wanted to go to university, Song Zhongji sent fish again. Arong asked you to send fish again? Su-ru said awkwardly. I'm sorry, we don't have much money at home. After sitting around and eating for so long, they really didn't have much money. It's free. We're from the same hometown. It's just 2 fish. Song Zhongji said. Aren't you pregnant? You have to nourish your body. After all, we've known each other since we were young. Su-ru was stunned and hesitated. Do you have a girlfriend now? Who's willing to marry me? Song Zhongji scratched his head. Then do you have money for a wife? Why did she ask this? It was a little strange. Song Zhongji said. Don't think that I like to gamble, but no matter if I win or lose, I'll save some money. As I save, I'll have money for a wife. Then are you willing to marry me? I won't raise someone else's son. Don't worry, I'll give the child away. Really? But you have to help me support our own studies. For Su-ru, instead of giving it to someone else, giving it to her best friend who grew up with her was the best ending. Song Zhongji was a man of his word. A weak man had his advantages. On the day Su-lan left, Su-yao stood outside the town and watched the bus leave. He, who had never smoked, squatted by the side of the road and smoked an entire pack of cigarettes. Later on, Su-yao went to college as he wished and became successful as he wished. But he couldn't pay back the debt he owed his sister in this lifetime. He regretted that morning countless times, regretting that he said, yes. In the years after that, he rarely stepped into Su town. He married a rich lady in one city and settled down in one city. Everyone in Su town said that this chicken flew to the branch and became a golden phoenix, forgetting his roots. In fact, he was afraid to face his sister. Every time he saw his sister's aging face, he would think of that unbearable past. On the day she passed away, she said a lot to me. She said that she didn't disappoint her parents and that I finally stood out. But I knew that what she wanted to say the most was A's. We worked hard to change our fate, but I couldn't change the past in my life. Su-yao sat in front of the grave. His expensive suit was covered in dust. After my sister died, my biggest wish in life wasn't to stand out, but to bring you here one day, point at this tombstone, and tell you that she was your biological mother. This was her biggest wish before she died. She didn't say it, but I knew. It was because of me that you and your son were separated for more than 20 years. It was all my fault. It was my responsibility. This was the biggest pain in his life. Therefore, he went crazy and wanted Qinze to acknowledge his ancestors, in order to make up for his past mistakes. He wanted to make his conscience feel better. But we promised Xiaolan that we wouldn't talk about this in our lives. As long as she doesn't agree, I won't tell her. Qinze said bitterly. That means my dad doesn't know about this. That's not important. Su-yao said. Ace, you can't tell your dad the truth. It might be your mom's fault for hiding it from him. But this kind of thing can only be kept a secret. The longer it goes, the more you can't tell him. Su Guang's voice was almost pleading. This was very important, very important. Qinze said in his heart. He had read the old man's diary and knew what was going on. But he hoped that the old man knew about this but kept it to himself and pretended that he had a son. Think about it. Any man would know that the son he raised for more than 20 years was not his. His mentality would explode. The situation would get out of control. What would happen to Mom? What would happen to me and my sister? I'm sorry, I don't know who your biological father is. Su-yao said dejectedly. It's okay. Just pretend that he's dead. Qinze's tone was calm. I only have one father. His name is Qin Jianzhang. And Zhilong. What does it have to do with me? Qinze interrupted him. I don't have any brothers, only my sister. I can accept what happened back then and face my biological mother calmly. I can also face you, my uncle, calmly, but that's all. I have my life, I have my family. There's no need to cut off contact. But I hope you won't take the initiative to disturb my life in the future. Especially in front of my mom. Su-yao nodded. After crying and untying the knot in his heart for many years, He felt much more relaxed. Can you call her mom? Su Yao looked forward to it. Qinzhe was stunned. He stared at the tombstone. He opened his mouth and spat out a very simple word. But he couldn't spit it out. The high-speed train to Shanghai. Su Yu snuggled in Qinzhe's arms. Women were always emotional. After shedding a few pounds of tears for the biological mother of her beloved, Su Yu became listless and didn't feel better for a while. Qinzhe was much calmer. Do you think it's too cold? Qinzhe's fingertips flowed through her hair. Su Yu wanted to shake her head, but finally nodded. Sadness doesn't have to be shown. The past is all in the past, and the people who leave will never come back. You can't change anything. Qinzhe sighed. If she was still alive, I would treat her better, but as they agreed, I will always have only one mother. Raising kindness is better than giving birth to kindness. Don't you want to know who your biological father is? Do you think I should go find him? Su Yu thought about it, shook her head and said, You shouldn't look for him, but you can't help but think about it. Think. Why do you want to think about it? He may still be in that small county, living a mediocre life for half of his life, or he may sigh that he had an illegitimate child. But what does it have to do with me? The world is so big I can't go find him. I said, let's just treat him as dead. Why do you want to find him? Do you want to cry and recognize him as your flesh and blood? I'm afraid that he will stick to me like a dogskin plaster. Anyway, he's a big boss with a net worth of billions. What if he makes my family restless? 2018 Midsummer in September. Qinzhe, who finally learned about his life, could finally face his life more calmly. Chapter 598. On the journey from Shujia town to Shanghai, the Harmony train passed through the tunnel, crossed the fields, undulating mountains in the sun and rippling ponds. Su Yu sometimes bowed her head to play with her mobile phone, and sometimes peeked at the silent Qinzhe. In silence he was expressionless, just staring at the scenery outside the window, wearing a mask and no sunglasses. This was a first-class seat, and there would be no people coming and going. At this moment, Qinzhe had an indescribable charm, especially the melancholy hidden in his eyes. In fact, he was still very sad. After all, that was his biological mother, a person who had worked hard to change her fate all her life. She had no hope, so she pinned all her hopes and beauty on her brother, and bore all the pain and regret alone. If you want to fly, I'll carry the pain. And Su Yaoji showed far more emotion than an uncle, because he could never care about the past. He felt that he caused the separation of his sister's mother and son, causing his sister to die of depression. The sister who raised him since he was a child, the sister who gave up half of her youth for him. He had been asking for it all his life, until he wanted to compensate, but it was too late. Life was like a play, it was not wrong at all. She leaned her head on Qinzhe's shoulder and closed her eyes. Tenderness and sadness surged in her heart, filling her chest. She hoped that this was a journey without an end. She hoped that in the future she could always lean on this shoulder. Husband, do you love me? Su Yu murmured. Oh, don't say such sad things. Qinzhe unscrewed the mineral water. Come on, good brother, deep feelings, drink it. Su Yu. She hit him angrily. Old husband and wife still so pretentious. Qinzhe said in a bad mood. When Su Yu heard it, she happily hugged his waist with shallow dimples. When Qinzhe noticed her, Su Yu had already fallen asleep. Her face was serene with a round nose, a ruddy mouth, and long eyelashes that were like the wings of a flying bird. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but she seemed to have become much prettier. Qinzhe always feels that no matter how beautiful things are, after looking at them for a long time, there will be aesthetic fatigue. He tries to recall the scene when he first met Su Yu. The deepest impression in his mind was not her beautiful face, but her tall figure. She was wearing a sexy OL suit, very cold and very goddess-like. Before he met her, she was like a cold daisy in the cold wind. She was beautiful, cold, and unapproachable. After getting to know her, she shed her disguise. She was a beautiful lily, blooming delicately in the rain and sunshine, nourished by the sun. Qinzhe carefully took out his mobile phone and tried not to wake her up. He opened the chat software and sent a message in the Salted Fish Harem group. So you and I are going back to Shanghai today. The things in Chongqing have been settled. Are the funds ready? At cross-dressing boss Qingqing Zijin Xiangxi Hongdo Wang Zijin. I'm ready to invest. Qin Baobao copied and pasted. I'm ready to invest. Nan Man Pei was a little late. He probably felt that it was not good to ignore Qin Zhe, so he copied and pasted. I'm ready to invest. Qin Zhe was overjoyed. Oh, there are suddenly 3 new shares. I'm caught off guard. Qin Baobao. Wang Zijin. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Nan Man Pei. Generally, it's best not to delve into things that you don't understand, especially when it comes from Qin Zhe's mouth. Wang Zijin. Seems to make sense. Qin Baobao. This black-hearted maggot is always saying some nonsense in front of me. I don't understand most of it. Wang Zijin. Nan Man Pei. Don't say it out loud. How am I supposed to respond to that? Nan Man Pei imagined the nonsense Qin Zhe said to his sister and shuddered. Also, it was extremely scary. Qin Zhe was thick-skinned. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. You're thinking too much. Qin Baobao. Then explain what you meant by that last sentence. Qin Zhe. New shares. Haven't you played with stocks before? I'm not afraid even if the crab comes, I'm not afraid. Qin Baobao was speechless and sent a series of flips table emojis. Qin Zhe. Sister Ziwei, wait for me to come back. You said you would cook noodles for me. I like noodles in soup, not hot noodles. Wang Zijin. She had the urge to go crazy. As an editor who had been on the internet for a while, she could actually understand instantly. That day, she had a private chat with her boyfriend and was a little naughty. In the group, her style of chatting had always been dignified and serious. Qin Zhe actually hinted in the group. Nan Man Pei definitely didn't understand. Speak human language. Do you need my help with the follow-up matters in Shen City? Qin Zhe. No, so you and I will take care of it. Sister Man Pei. Let's play the game of eagle and chicken another day. Nan Man Pei. Question mark. Wang Zijin. Ace, what's wrong with you today? She felt that he was a little unrestrained and wasn't in the right state. Was he provoked? Qin Baobao didn't say anything. She was confused and thought that her brother was just talking nonsense. Qin Zhe didn't answer her and put his phone in his pocket. He was very happy to be mischievous and had found the right state of life. Don't think about it. Let bygones be bygones. The affairs of the older generation have nothing to do with us. Don't be conflicted. Don't be depressed. Don't be sad. This moment his phone rang. The caller ID showed that it was Huang Yuting. Qin Zhe was helpless. He gently woke Suyu up and indicated that he needed to answer the call. He held his phone and put on his sunglasses. He got up and left his seat to open the toilet at the end of the car. Click. The lock popped back and Qin Zhe picked up the call. Old Huang, what's the matter? Huang Yuting laughed. Mr. Qin, there's something I want to tell you directly. After all, we're old friends. I've discussed it with my agent. I think we can release one song from the album in the second half of the year. I want to sing it now. I haven't had any works in the past few months, and the company's composer isn't very satisfied with the song. Huang Yuting chattered for a while. Among the artists that Qin Zhe had poached, Qian Shishir and Yi Lu had gone out to film. As for the singers, Huang Yuting and Su Jiao were busy with work and didn't have any new works for the time being. There were some rumors circulating on the internet that the two of them might have gone silent and jumped ship to Tianfang. In the end, they didn't have any works for half a year. If it weren't for the fact that they were directly advertised in variety shows, the audience would have forgotten about them. Huang Yuting had taught a newcomer in his previous company. That newcomer's catchphrase song became popular on the internet recently, and his fame increased greatly. On the other hand, his master hadn't made any progress and was a bit agitated. No problem. What kind of song do you want? Qin Zhe asked. I'm still worried about your work. Huang Yuting said modestly. Just a hit song will do. Get lost. I'm just kidding. Huang Yuting said. I just want to sing a song with feelings. A song with feelings. Qin Zhe thought for a moment. Then I have a lot of songs here. I just thought of one. It's said to be quite popular. Huh. It's said to be quite popular. What do you mean? Oh, I think it should be popular. Qin Zhe changed his words. It's said to be quite popular because the system told him so. It's the most popular online song of the year. Qinze had a lot of songs here. This kind of song was most suitable for the artists under him to sing. For his sister, he wanted to write some good songs with a little bit of meaning that could be passed down for many years. Do you have a demo? Huang Yuting suddenly became excited. Qinze's last song, Love Even If You Die, made him famous. Although it was a catchphrase song, it was more beneficial to increase his fame. In the past, his fans were all young people. Now, even those burly men could shout out his fame. Huang Yuting. Oh, I know him. Love Even If You Die was sung by him. He would sing it every time he went to KTV. There's no demo. I'll just sing it casually. Listen to it. If it's good, we'll settle on it. Qinze said. Okay. Huang Yuting listened attentively. Qinze sang. I've lost contact with prostitutes in Guangdong. Sometimes I miss the healthcare we did together. I hope this organ can connect us. I miss you. My Cantonese is not very good. What do you think? After singing, Qinze asked. What a sentimental song. It would definitely touch the heartstrings of countless people. Okay, this one. It's good, very good. Huang Yuting laughed excitedly. Well, okay. I'll hang up first. I'll go back to the company and write the song and send it to you. Qinze hung up the phone. He took a piss while he was at it. The clear water came out of the jade pillar. The rain sprinkled on the world. He was still a little sad. He couldn't completely let it go. Qinze sighed faintly. He needed to find something else to divert his attention. Otherwise, his OCD would drive him crazy. He would think every day. Every day, he would think about Auntie Sue who hugged him all those years ago. He would think about how she felt when she faced him. Another thing made his balls hurt. He had so many brothers and sisters. He and Sue would have a lot to talk about. Oh right, I still have a crazy film to shoot. Chapter 599. At Tianfeng Entertainment. Qin Baobao, who had just finished her workout, took a shower, dried her hair, and played some games as usual. Then she sat on the sofa in the office barefooted and practiced her vocal cords for a few minutes. She called her assistant from the office next door to make some tea while she picked up a book called How I Met You in My Most Beautiful Years, and started reading it. Women and men were different after all. Judging from the title of the book, romance novels were long and complicated, while hot-blooded novels were concise and clear. Qin Baobao's way of doing things could not be considered straightforward. She lacked Wang Zijin's opinions and was not as decisive as Nan Manpei's, nor was she as wise and resilient as Su Yu. Be it because of her family background or her outlook, she could not compare to them since she was a child. However, she was the only woman Qinze could not forget about for more than 10 years. Everyone wanted to fight the sobbing monster, but Qinze was the only one who loved it. Xiang Yi's assistant sat opposite Qin Baobao and drank tea. She still had something to do, but nothing was more important than drinking tea with her boss. She could even get some snacks from her boss. The necklace is beautiful. Did your boyfriend give it to you? Qin Baobao asked with a smile. Although her family wasn't as prestigious as her best friends, baby Qin had received a good education since she was a child. In her assistant's heart, she wasn't a boss who was difficult to get along with. Occasionally, she would even say a few witty words to tease her. Xiang Yi's assistant even made a barometer based on Qin Baobao's expression in the morning. For example, if Qin Baobao came to work sullenly, Qinze would definitely not be in Tianfeng today. It meant that it was a sunny day. If she came to the office in high spirits, Qinze would definitely be by her side, or he would come over later. It meant that it was a rainy day. Yes, she said. It's so good to have a boyfriend. Qin Baobao sighed. It's not convenient for you to have a boyfriend. Xiang Yi's assistant nodded and flattered her. But you have a younger brother. Many people are willing to exchange their boyfriends for your younger brother. Qin Baobao said in his heart, I don't want a pair of broken shoes that have been used by others. What about you? Are you willing to exchange your boyfriend for it? The assistant was stunned and shook his head. Boss Qin, you're joking. Is my younger brother not good enough? Good, very good. The assistant said against his will. Qinze was handsome, rich and talented, but he always put on a straight face and used emotional abuse on her. In the novel, this kind of man was a domineering CEO who deliberately treated the innocent and naive. In reality, she really wanted to hit him. The assistant often criticized Qinze silently to her friends, saying that she was under pressure in the company that did not match her beauty. Then you can be my younger brother's assistant, Qin Bao said. He could quit his job at any moment. Qin Bao wanted to laugh when she saw her assistant's disgusted expression. She knew that her brother didn't dislike the assistant, but he was using this method to vent his anger on her, silently resisting her. It was similar to the rebellious mentality of a teenager. What Qin Bao wanted to do was to touch his head and say, "Good boy, mama loves you." Cross it out. Describe it again. Sob, sob, sob. Can't you be satisfied with your sister's beauty? This was the right way for the siblings to open up. Finally remembering that she had something to deal with, Qin Bao sent her assistant away and reluctantly put down the book. She rubbed her eyes, put on her high heels, and planned to work hard at her desk. She couldn't be too lazy. After all, she was the CEO of a big company. In recent years, her brother had been climbing up the ranks like a rocket, and she couldn't keep up. They had said that they would be salted fish together, but suddenly he became a big shot. He started a company and made movies. Qin Bao's dream was to walk on the screen and become the national goddess. The reason was that every time she saw her beautiful face in the mirror, she felt a sense of loneliness. Good things couldn't be hidden, so she had to share them with the whole country. Qin Bao was very reluctant to become the big sister of an entertainment company when she was caught off guard. It was too tiring to be a boss. But what could she do? The most important person in her life suddenly jumped on the high-speed train and sped away. The only thing she could do was to ride a donkey and chase after him. Even if she couldn't catch up, at least she could shorten the distance between them. Otherwise, she would only be abandoned. I have a donkey, but I never ride it. The phone on the other side of the sofa rang, and the screen showed that the caller was Qinze. Qin Bao threw herself on the sofa and happily picked up the call, but her tone was fierce. You're finally back. You made Zijin and I eat noodles for 3 days. My mouth is so bland. It's my fault, my fault. Qinze said. I'm downstairs in the company. Do you want to go out and play? Where to play? Qin Bao's eyes lit up, and her long legs slapped the sofa happily. You'll know when you come down, Qinze said. Qin Bao immediately jumped up from the sofa and left the company happily. She didn't forget to put on a mask. At the parking lot downstairs, she saw her brother's car, which was worth 200,000 yuan. Because of the concealment, the car window didn't roll down. Qin Bao stood beside the car and knocked on the window. The car window slowly rolled down. As a sister, she shamelessly winked at her brother. Qinze got it and said, "Get in. You're the right person." After confirming with my eyes. It wasn't rush hour now, and the road was still smooth. Qinze followed the navigation and drove on the highway. His sister sat in the passenger seat, and the seat belt made a very naughty curve on her chest. A big-breasted brother was more pleasing to the eye than a small-breasted brother. Did you have fun in Shen City? His sister asked casually. What's there to be happy about? I'm so tired. I only cared about chatting with the other side and didn't have time to play in Shen City, Qinze said. For his sister's wit, he knew it in his heart. You came back 2 days later than expected. Where did you go? His sister asked again. They took a plane to Hangzhou Shaoshan Airport, and then from Shaoshan Airport to Shujia Town. They rested for a day. The next morning the car called by Su Yao arrived, and they went to Shujia Town to visit the grave together. I went to see Aunt Su, Qinze said. I originally said I would wait for her birthday, but then I was lazy and didn't go. His tone and expression were very calm and steady. So you also went? Well, I have nothing to do anyway. Oh. His sister looked at the highway outside and asked curiously, where are we going to play? I'll take you to a place you've never been to before. Qinze was enraptured. Qin Bao expressed that she was looking forward to it. By the way, do you want to participate in my next self-directed movie? Is there a kissing scene? No. Is there a bed scene? No. No, get out. Qinze was not reconciled. This is a movie for the purpose of word of mouth. If it can be popular, it will be very good for the reputation of the actors. Anyway, you are quite free recently. He was afraid that his first self-directed movie would be a flop, so he wanted to pull his sister together, so that he could attract a lot of attention. I'm not free. I'm busy at my desk all day. Or I run out to shoot commercials and commercial performances. I'm tired. Qin Baobao casually talked nonsense. Nonsense, Sister Ziwei told me that you have nothing to do at the company and at home. Qin Zai exposed his sister's lie. Qin Baobao gritted her teeth after being stabbed in the back by her best friend once again. Qin Zai expected better from her. You should be more careful. Now many people are eyeing you covetously, saying that they want to empty you. The car got off the highway, passed 2 traffic lights, and stopped in front of a building gate. Here we are, he said. Chapter 600. Shanghai No. 3 Mental Hospital. Qin Baobao looked up at the huge words on the hospital building. What's wrong with your brain? Why are you here? Mental hospital? Why are you here? You've never been here before? Qin Zai parked the car and took out his car keys to lock the door. Using the car as cover, he secretly slapped his sister's perky butt. Qin Baobao froze and looked at him in shock. This pervert is so daring. She looked around guiltily to see if there were any paparazzi hiding nearby. The traffic was busy, and the pedestrians were rushing. No one noticed them. Do you want to die? Qin Baobao glared at him. She was not angry or embarrassed when her brother took the initiative to tease her. Instead, she was secretly happy. Qin Zai smiled and looked up. My intelligence has limited my imagination, and I can't understand the feelings of patients with schizophrenia. So I need to find professionals to help. Other than trashy movies and fast food movies, all movies with a little depth need the help of professionals. For example, the director of a Grandmaster movie had been preparing for 10 years. During this period, he had visited many martial arts masters. Another example would be those detective movies with high ratings. These movies had a professional team behind them. Qin Baobao hugged her brother's arm and entered the hospital together. Compared to other hospitals, the mental hospital was more deserted. But it was only relative. There were still many people in the lobby, queuing to register and collect medication. The No. 3 Mental Hospital was a hospital that specialized in treating mental illnesses. It was different from other hospitals. If the psychiatrists in other hospitals encountered patients with serious illnesses, they would send them to a specialized mental hospital for a checkup. Of course, there were also patients with schizophrenia. This was the main purpose of Qin Zai's visit. Qin Zai led his sister to the 6th floor without any consultation. Then, he told the receptionist that he was looking for Director Li. You've already contacted them? Qin Baobao blinked her eyes and asked curiously. Of course. Why else would we rush in here? They don't have time to entertain us. Qin Zai said. I've asked someone to contact the hospital. When the hospital heard that I'm going to shoot a movie, they were very happy. After all, it's a form of publicity. Also, I've hired Director Li to be my consultant. He's an expert in schizophrenia and has a lot of experience. This time, I'll pay him a visit and have a chat with him so that I can get some inspiration. I thought you were really going to ask me out to play. The elder sister was disappointed. What am I? A vase that serves as a foil? Don't speak so bluntly. Qin Baobao pinched his waist but did not manage to pinch his soft flesh. She snorted and said, Your waist is getting harder and harder. It's not fun anymore. You haven't played it before. How do you know it's not fun? They bickered all the way to Director Li's office. The nurse leading the way said apologetically, Director Li is tutoring a patient and will be done soon. Please wait outside for a while. Qin Zai and his elder sister sat down on a bench outside the office. There was a woman beside them. She was dressed very brightly, but her complexion was not very good. She had heavy dark circles under her eyes. Do you have some kind of hobby? The woman asked Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao. Wearing sunglasses and a mask in a mental hospital was not normal. Everyone has some kind of mental illness. If we talk about it properly, it will improve. The doctor said that I have mild depression. I have to communicate more and travel more often. Otherwise, it will worsen. The woman was the first to confess. She tried to break down Qin Baobao's psychological barrier. Qin Baobao thought to herself, Crazy. I'm just an onlooker. I'm not sick. She wanted to ignore her, but her younger brother poked her waist. After many years of tacit understanding, Qin Baobao immediately understood her younger brother's intention. He wanted to collect material. Qin Bao Bao said in a low voice, "Yes, I'm too beautiful. If I don't wear a mask, those men will have bad intentions when they see me. I'll be on tenterhooks." Qin Zhe. The woman looked at her sympathetically. This should be a patient with extreme inferiority, which led to delusions. "What about him? Your husband?" the woman asked. "Yes, he accompanied me to see the doctor. The doctor said that I'm under too much psychological pressure." Qin Bao Bao said, "What about you? What's the reason?" The woman looked at Qin Zhe. He was a normal person. He was not on her side. Hence, she whispered to Qin Bao Bao. There was a saying, mental patients all think that they are not wrong. It was complete nonsense. In fact, most mental patients knew that they were sick. Only those with severe mental illnesses would lose their minds. "Do you think men are disgusting?" the woman suddenly said in a very low voice. This. Qin Bao Bao looked at her younger brother. He was not disgusting. He looked very attractive. "Oh, you have a husband," the woman continued. "My marriage with my husband is on the verge of collapse. But he loves me very much. I also think that it's good to live with him. I want to save this marriage, but I think men are disgusting." "Why is it like this? Is he not good to you?" Qin Bao Bao said in a sympathetic tone. The woman said slowly, "Before I married my husband, I had 3 boyfriends. The second one was especially big." Qin Bao Bao was confused at first. He did not understand what she meant by especially big. Just like Teddy, he wanted it every day. "Later we broke up. I dated another boyfriend. He was very handsome. He was a very warm man. But his size was not very optimistic. Once, when we quarreled, I told him my ex-boyfriend's size in a moment of excitement. I even made a comparison." Qin Bao Bao understood and thought to herself, "This is really heart-wrenching." After that, every time we did it in bed, he would always ask me, "Is my ex-boyfriend really that big? He's a little older than me. Compared to him, who makes you feel more comfortable?" The woman's face was lactic. "What do you think this is? Does he treat my AC as an arena?" Qin Bao Bao did not know how to answer such a sad question. The woman sighed. "The root of my illness was probably formed during that time. Not long after I broke up with him. I felt that men were disgusting and did not fall in love for a long time." Qin Bao Bao asked, "How long?" The woman replied, "About 3 months." Qin Bao Bao, "You must cherish your time. It's mainly because of my current husband. After he met me, he started pursuing me crazily. He was so good to me that I did not know how to reject him. So not long after we got married. But I realized that I had a psychological trauma about things in bed and was very resistant. On the night of our wedding, I lay on the bed and cooperated with him. After that, he wanted to do it, but I rejected him. Our married life was seriously disharmonious after marriage. Now that we quarrel every day, I'm gradually becoming depressed." Qin Bao Bao was puzzled. "Then are you depressed now? Or can't you do it with your husband?" The doctor said that it's just a psychological trauma. Time will erase it. Everyone has psychological trauma, right? But I must not be depressed, or it will be very dangerous. I still have a chance to save it, the woman said. Her condition was not serious, or she had just started showing signs of depression. Otherwise, she would not talk so much. It was also possible that she was forcing herself to chat, trying to make herself feel better. Qin Zhe said, "You don't mind if I say a few words, right?" The woman frowned and chose to nod. Qin Zhe said, "The reason why you are depressed now is because you feel sorry for your husband, or because you quarrel with him too often and are bored. Is it because you want to get rid of the psychological trauma of the arena? Or because you are slightly depressed? I realize that he is treating me worse and worse. He knows that I have a psychological trauma, but he still doesn't understand me," the woman said. "Then it must be the latter. Speaking of which, why would he take back his wife if he could not have sex with her? Wouldn't it be better to buy a silicone doll?" Qin Zhe thought for a moment and said, "I'm just saying. How about this? You treat your husband as a brother. If you can't stand it, go home and change the double bed to a bunk bed. He will sleep on the bottom and you will sleep on the top. He will be your brother sleeping on the top bunk bed. Since he is your brother, it's not unacceptable to have sex with him occasionally, right? After all, friends walk together for life." When the woman heard this, she felt that it made sense and fell into deep thought. The door to Director Li's office opened, and a man in a suit left. Qin Zhe immediately knocked on the door and entered with his sister. "Hello, Miss Qin." Director Li was about 60 years old. He had a head of white hair, wore glasses, and wore a white coat. He had already received a call from outside, saying that the person who had made an appointment today had arrived. Qin Zhe and his sister shook hands with him. Director Li personally made tea for the two of them and said with a smile, "Miss Qin, remember to give me your autograph later. My granddaughter likes you very much. Oh, my grandson also likes Miss Qin very much. He wants one too." The Miss Qin at the end was said to Qin Bao. "No problem." Qin Zhe took a sip of tea and said seriously, "Director Li, I would like to know more about mental illness. My script business has hit a bottleneck. Because my knowledge of this field is limited, it is a bit difficult for me to write." "How much do you know about mental illness?" Director Li asked. "Schizophrenia." "Oh, schizophrenia," Qin Zhe said. "Schizophrenia is a mental illness. It is a continuous, usually chronic, major mental illness. It is the most serious type of mental illness." Director Li smiled and said, "When it comes to writing a script, only this type of person can write a good script. When it comes to mental patients, many people will subconsciously think of words like delirious, scary, and not illegal to kill. Actually, everyone more or less has a small mental illness such as mania, anxiety, and mental weakness. Internet addiction is also a type of mental illness. Right, there are also those who say the first floor makes sense, and those who like to raise dogs in the comments section." Qin Zhe asked curiously, "What type of mental illness do the last two people belong to?" "Congenital brain disability," Director Li said. Qin Zhe nodded slightly. "As expected of an expert. Your description hit the nail on the head. I have learned something new. People like them usually behave like normal people, but once they are online they can't help but control their hands. Even if people often scold them, they know that this behavior will cause dissatisfaction. However, they never get tired of it because their brain's sensory ability has changed. In the field of mental illness it is called congenital brain disability but their inability to control their actions is like obsessive-compulsive disorder. Everyone has obsessive-compulsive disorder." Director Li pointed at the stack of books on the table. The books were neatly stacked, but there was one book that was more mischievous. It was crooked. After you sat down, you looked at it 3 times. Did you want to arrange it neatly like the other books? Director Li said, "I did this on purpose to see if the patient has obsessive-compulsive disorder. Qin Bao also has obsessive-compulsive disorder, but it is very mild. However, your condition is more serious than hers. She only looked at it once, but you looked at it 3 times. For adults, obsessive-compulsive disorder doesn't affect normal life, but for children, severe obsessive-compulsive disorder can cause ADHD." Qin Bao suddenly understood. Oh, he had ADHD when he was young. Qin Zhe kicked his sister and asked, "I want to know if it is possible to set the main character with dual personality." "You want to ask about the relationship between schizophrenia and dual personality, right?" Director Li asked. Qin Zhe nodded. "Yes, the details must be handled well, or else it would be a joke." Chapter 601. Of course it's different. First of all, you have to understand what dual personality disorder is and what schizophrenia is. Dual personality disorder is a type of multiple personality disorder. This disease has a very prestigious scientific name: dissociative identity disorder. Most of the triggers are from childhood abuse, especially sexual abuse, which causes another personality to appear in the body. It's equivalent to having multiple souls living in the body. Patients with multiple personality disorder don't know anything about the other personalities in their body. Director Li said with assurance, and patients with schizophrenia are a clinical syndrome composed of a group of symptoms. It's a multifactorial disease. Oh, I might be too complicated. To put it simply, schizophrenia is far more complicated than multiple personality disorder. Its symptoms are not simple confusion of mind. Clinical symptoms include perception disorders, thinking disorders, emotional disorders, consciousness and behavior disorders, cognitive dysfunction. Qin Zhe and his sister looked at each other in silence, both dumbfounded. To be honest, Qin Zhe had always thought that dual personality disorder was schizophrenia. Director Lee looked at their expressions and smiled. Then I'll put it more simply. Multiple personality disorder refers to the different characters in the body. Their personalities, names and genders may be different. The patient will switch between different personalities. This kind of patient is very rare. In ancient times, people called it ghost possession. Have you seen Brainstorm? The protagonist is a police officer, but he's also a criminal. He arrests criminals, upholds justice, and plans murders to commit the perfect crime. But the two personalities of the police and the criminal are not connected. They don't know each other's existence. Schizophrenia means that the patient has separated himself from the real world. He is still a persona, but this persona lives in a different world. He rambles nonsense, he is crazy, and he is completely cut off from the world of rationality. Qin Bao Bao suddenly understood. In other words, multiple personality disorder, in a sense, is actually no different from normal people. And schizophrenia is a lunatic. Director Lee pondered for a moment. It's one-sided, but it's not wrong. Qinzai said. Can I see a specific example with my own eyes? Director Lee smiled and nodded. Miss Qin came this time to understand the details. No matter how much I say, it'll be confusing to you. Come with me. This kind of professional mental hospital was large and had two types, open and closed. The former was for mild mental illnesses such as depression, mania, and so on. The latter was the type that couldn't be released. On the way, Qinzai held his sister's shoulder with one hand. He actually wanted to hug her waist, but they were in the hospital, so it was inconvenient. If he brazenly hugged his sister's waist, Director Lee might be kind enough to give him psychological counseling and tell him that it was wrong to have a sister complex, whether it was mentally or physically. To keep up with the times, he directly handed over an orthopedic specialist's business card and patted his shoulder. This is all I can help you with. The reason why he had to hold his sister's shoulder was because he was sending a message with his head lowered. His partner was Qian Shishir. The petite beauty discussed the script with him in high spirits and complained about the director's harshness. The single female artists in the company all liked to chat with him. Yilu, Su Jiao, Li Wei, they all messaged him for no reason. Qinzai wasn't impatient at all. He wasn't aloof either and tried his best to chat with the other party happily. Qin Bao looked at the naughty pictures Qian Shishir sent and frowned unhappily. We're doing business. What are you chatting about? There are always flirtatious sluts trying to seduce the pig that I raised painstakingly. His sister's jealous expression could tug at one's heartstrings. Qinzai comforted her. Don't be a coward. Right, I can't afford a Qin Bao. Ooh. Director Lee called over a doctor on duty and asked, Did you give any counseling to the patients in the ICU today? The doctor said, Teacher, not yet. According to the usual practice, it starts at 3 p.m. Director Lee said, Let's start earlier today. Then he said to Qinzai, Let's go to the treatment room. The so-called treatment room was a small room. The walls were painted blue and the furnishings were simple. There was a table and two chairs. The light above their heads was very gentle. Director Lee said that simple decorations could soothe the patient's emotions. There was psychological knowledge in it. Psychiatry and psychology were closely related. The doctor's surname was Du. He was Director Lee's student. At this time he took off his white coat and wore a short-sleeved shirt. The white coat would irritate the patients and make them resist or even overreact. He sat at the table and waited for patient number 3 to be sent over. There was a huge mirror on one side of the small room. It was actually a one-way glass. Qinzai, his sister, and Director Lee stood behind the glass and could watch the whole treatment process. Seeing the symptoms and treatment of schizophrenia patients with their own eyes would be helpful for Qinzai to write the script. Soon a patient was brought in by a nurse. It was a young man. He was no more than 25 years old. Except for his pale face, there was nothing wrong with him. Dr. Du said, Hello, friend. We meet again. The young man glanced at him and did not respond. He just sat there in a daze. Dr. Du tapped on the table gently. It implied a certain rhythm and gradually attracted the young man's attention. How's your health recently? The young man nodded. Dr. Du casually chatted with him. The young man did not seem to have any special symptoms so far. Dr. Du said, You have a girl you like? Yes, the young man said. My Wei Wei is the prettiest and the cutest, but I can't find her. Suddenly, he became agitated and stared at Dr. Du with pleading eyes. I can't find her. I can't find her. Can you help me find her? Dr. Du nodded. We have already informed the police. You just wait quietly. There will be results. Oh right, you can buy some flowers and give them to her when you see her. The young man nodded hard. Dr. Du probed. What do you think of chrysanthemums? The young man's face changed. His expression became frightened. He fidgeted and his body trembled slightly. Roses. I think roses are good. Dr. Du said. What do you think? The young man quieted down and nodded slightly. Behind the one-way glass, Director Lee said. You see, since he entered the room until now, he has been very anxious and does not like to communicate with people. This is a typical emotional disorder in schizophrenia. Qinze nodded hard. Did he suffer a setback in his relationship? Director Lee said. No, this person is a web writer. Because of the huge workload, he could not bear the burden. Because he could not bear the increasing pressure, he stopped updating. Qinze said. This will get him a razor blade. Director Lee said. His situation is worse than a razor blade. After he stopped updating, a few readers pretended to care about him and enlightened him. They came to the city where he lived to meet and chat with him. That day they drank. After drinking, he was taken to a hotel by a few readers and was subjected to inhumane torture. Then he had schizophrenia. From then on, he could no longer hear the word chrysanthemum. We once thought that this was the cause of schizophrenia. Later we found out that it was not. After he was hospitalized, he often said the same thing. I can't find her. I can't find her. The person he could not find was called Wei Wei. His girlfriend? No, that's the female protagonist in his book. He's actually mentally ill since a long time ago. He confuses the real world with the virtual world, imagining that he has a perfect girlfriend named Vivian. He has cut himself off from the rational world, and the things that the readers do are just the trigger for his illness. This is another kind of cognitive dysfunction in schizophrenia. What's his pen name? I think it's called. Director Lee thought for a moment. Newspaper seller? Qinze nodded. He had a better understanding of schizophrenia patients. The next patient was number 9. He was a middle-aged man. He was neither dull nor anxious. Instead, he talked with the doctor. Director Lee said. He was locked up for intentional injury. You see, he doesn't seem to have any problems, but in fact, his schizophrenia is the most serious. What do you mean? His wife had always been in love with her ex-boyfriend and had cheated on him many times. Later, her ex-boyfriend died unexpectedly and his wife was depressed. This man loved his wife so much that he imagined himself as her ex-boyfriend. After a long time, he started to believe that he was really her ex-boyfriend. The two identities caused his consciousness to be confused and he spoke incoherently. One moment he said he was her ex-boyfriend and the next he was sober. What he got was not his wife's love but her fear. During an argument, he accidentally pushed his wife down the stairs and she was seriously injured. So far, our treatment has not improved. Mental illness is very troublesome. It requires long-term psychological counseling and medication. Even so, many people can't break free for the rest of their lives. The symptoms are very similar to the previous online author. Love is a ray of light so green that it makes you despair. This was probably the most realistic portrayal of a middle-aged man. Qinze sighed. He moved on to the next patient. This time, the patient who came in was neither dull nor anxious. Instead, he was a little lively. He looked around with a smile on his face. When he sat down, Dr. Du said, "Hello." Looking at the high school-age patient, he immediately raised his eyebrows. How so? Dr. Liu obviously knew that he would say that. He said indifferently, "I'm very happy to meet you again, old friend." The high school-age patient asked, "How happy?" Dr. Liu was unmoved. "Can we talk?" The high school-age patient said, "Sure, WeChat is like QQ." Dr. Liu said, "Don't you want to recover? Don't you want to leave here? Don't you want to go to school and surf the internet like your peers? Don't you want to be reunited with your parents?" The high school-age patient said, "I want a baby, the warm kind." Behind the one-way glass, Qinze was speechless for a long time. He's asking for a beating. Qin Baobao muttered. Yes, half of the reason why he came here was because he was beaten up by his classmates. Chief Li sighed. This child has serious delusions. He wants to earn points every day and become the king of the world with poisonous chicken soup. Otherwise, the system will erase him. His so-called points are to scold his classmates, parents, and teachers every day. He is complacent and thinks that he is different from others. He is proud of it. In fact, his approach is just to isolate himself. In real life, such people are asking for a beating. They are not worth looking forward to or learning from. He is beaten up every day in school. His parents sent him here, hoping that he can return to normal. He said that he can communicate with the system. This is a classic perception disorder. Qin Zai's balls tightened, and his chrysanthemum turned cold. Am I also F** king schizophrenic? For this reason he opened the point store. Although others could not see it, he could see and feel its real existence. He was relieved. Let's change. Qin Zai did not want to continue with this case. He said, is there anything more serious? Yes. Chief Li contacted Dr. Du in the small room through the microphone. Bring patient 11. Patient 11 arrived in a short while. He was very thin, skinny, and his eyes were sunken. He was led by the caregiver, and he looked very nervous and anxious. Dr. Du said, what's your name? Patient 11 said, Lao Yang. What's your job? I am the emperor. Why don't you kneel? Patient 11 spat at Dr. Du and said angrily, kneel now, or I will drag you out of the Meridian Gate and behead you. Dr. Du waved his hand helplessly. The caregiver immediately went forward and carried him away. Let go of me, let go of me. Patient 11's shouts could be heard faintly. There are always unruly people who want to harm me. There are always unruly people who want to harm me. This is hopeless. Chief Li sighed. As a doctor, perhaps it is not suitable, but it is indeed hopeless. He already has very serious schizophrenia. He said that he is the emperor, but the lie detector could not detect it because he believes from the bottom of his heart that he is the emperor. Moreover, he is the emperor in distress whose country is in a precarious situation. He always feels that someone wants to harm him and usurp the throne. This is the thinking disorder in schizophrenia. In layman's terms, it is persecutory delusion. Chapter 602. Schizophrenia patients are really diverse. Qin Zai sighed. Multiple personality disorder was a person with one or more personalities. It was easy to define. Schizophrenia had a variety of clinical manifestations. Some patients showed completely different symptoms, but they were all schizophrenia. This was very helpful for Qin Zai to write the script. It expanded his thinking and allowed him to understand schizophrenia patients better. He even felt a little inspired. Seeing so many schizophrenia patients, could he use them as a model? At least he could learn from them. Forget about the web author. If he was used as a model, he might accidentally make it into a dreamy movie and it would not pass the censorship. Love as a ray of light could be used as a model. After all, the theme was love. Love was the favorite theme of filmmakers, and this kind of heart-wrenching love would add more points. As for the high school student, forget it. It was too unreal. There were always unruly people who wanted to harm the king. Forget it, it was hopeless. There was no way to make it exciting or innovative. If you had come earlier, I have a more troublesome but more interesting case to show you. Director Li said. Director Li, what is it? Qin Zai handed him a big chicken stick. Director Li took it and glanced at Qin Baobao. He probably felt that it was inconvenient with a lady beside him, but Qin Zai had already brought the Zippo lighter over. The two sat in the small room. Through the one-way glass on the left, Dr. Du was counseling a patient with depression. Smoke rose slowly and was sucked into the exhaust fan. When there was no one else, Qin Baobao would not let her brother smoke. When there was an outsider, she would be very virtuous and generous. She quietly listened to the conversation between her brother and Director Li. He was sent here about 2 years ago. He was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. He looked gentle and spoke very gently, but this person was abnormal because he kept saying that he was a university student and believed it without a doubt. Is this also a thinking disorder? Director Li took a deep breath and exhaled. He shook his head. This situation is more complicated. Schizophrenia patients may have thinking disorders or emotional disorders. They may also have both. I'm telling you this because I hope you can understand its inclusiveness. When creating a protagonist, don't cling to a single obstacle. Qinze nodded. How complicated is he? Director Li said. The situation is somewhat similar to that high school student. He imagined himself to be a university student and accidentally discovered the true appearance of the world. He is cultivating immortality in the city. Qin Beixian. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Please continue. Director Li nodded. He's not crazy. His usual behavior is no different from an ordinary person, but he goes to the university every day after work. Stop classes there, go to school, and pretend to be a university student. At first, his family thought that he wanted to learn something, so they didn't pay much attention to him. Until one day, he began to bring along a green onion. Every day he was inseparable, and claimed to be her demon pet. One night, she was actually awakened by his voice. Seeing him sitting by the bed and talking to the air, his wife felt her hair stand on end. The man discovered that his wife had woken up and said, "I'm talking to my light of virtue. Oh, you can't see him." His family had no choice but to send him to the local hospital for treatment. However, he managed to escape 3 times in a row, causing quite a commotion and appearing on the local news 3 times. He claimed that he was showing his divinity in front of the masses, and that he was giving a profound sage speech. Not long after, he was sent to our hospital. I analyzed it with a few students and found that his illness was very troublesome. He had entered a deep state of self-hypnosis. No, half of his body was in the real world, and the other half was in the cultivation world. In his brain, the two were perfectly combined into one. He said that he went on adventures every day, but in fact he was working. Because of his family, he didn't spend much time in the university. In his own words, because he was busy cultivating, he had very little time to go to the university. At first, we didn't know where to start because the patient was too stubborn. But as time went on, his symptoms became more and more serious. When he saw people, he would shout, "Feel the love of a mother," and then stare at you. If the caregiver forcibly restricted his freedom, he would shout, "Senior White, save me." And then, Qinze couldn't help but ask. For a patient with schizophrenia like him, the most important thing is to find a breakthrough. He said that he accidentally joined a cultivation chat group and embarked on a different path. But when we communicated with him, we couldn't find the chat group on his mobile phone. This was a flaw. We were very happy and were about to take measures, but later, he said that he didn't need the chat group on his mobile phone anymore. He had developed something called the virtuous network and he could chat with his golden core. This is the problem with this patient. He imagines a world like a game and he is a programmer, so he can fix the loopholes regularly. Later, we learned that he had been cultivating since. He said so himself. It had only been half a year since he started cultivating, but his achievements were something that others couldn't achieve in hundreds or even thousands of years. In fact, his schizophrenia appeared half a year ago. So, using this loophole, we did a deep hypnosis on him. Using his spear to attack his shield, together with medical treatment, we finally helped him return to normal. But he didn't seem to be happy. His whole person seemed to have collapsed. Now he is a little depressed, but overall he is normal. Qin Baobao scratched her head. Listening to it, I feel like I'm going to have schizophrenia. Director Li knocked on the table and agreed. That's true. Among us doctors, we also regularly counsel each other. Because human emotions are sometimes interconnected. Just like the man in the cultivation chat group, he was actually very happy. He was immersed in his own world. And there were different adventures every day. It was very interesting. But we shattered his world and pulled him back to reality. The reality was that he was aging day by day, and he had achieved nothing. The reality was that he was just a greasy middle-aged man. We could feel the sadness of that moment. Qin Baobao went to the toilet halfway. Qinze took the opportunity to say, "Director Li, I have a friend. Because of her family when she was young, she lacked love and a sense of security. So she likes others to criticize her and whip her. If you talk to her nicely, she won't care. If you say sweet words to her, she will be happy. But after that, she will feel empty and insecure. But once you are fierce to her, you will be very strong and throw all kinds of things to her. She will be very satisfied and happy. Director Li said. Your friend is a masochist, right? Qinze. You are quite up to date. Director Li. In that aspect? Qinze. Also. They were both adults. No, one was an adult and the other was an old man. Everyone understood. Director Li. It's hopeless. Qinze. It's just a joke. Director Li smiled and said, in a narrow sense, SM refers to sexual crab abuse. In a broad sense, SM is actually a psychological need. As you said, because of the lack of love and the indifference of her parents, she is extremely insecure. In her eyes, the lashing and criticism of others is a kind of importance. Don't you young people have a very good saying? Compared to him hating you, you are more afraid of him ignoring you. Is there still hope? Will it worsen? Actually, worsen was not bad. Then, the whip and candles would be useful. Why should we save her? You have obsessive-compulsive disorder. Have you thought of treating it? No one is really mentally healthy. More or less, they have some kind of mental illness. As long as it doesn't affect their normal lives, it's fine. In her situation, as long as you give her more care, she will naturally get better. I understand. Then is there any way to make it worsen? Director Li looked at him from the corner of her eyes. The air was silent for a few seconds. Qinze laughed dryly and said, I'm kidding. Ha 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 ha. Awkward. Leaving the hospital at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Qinze had gained a lot. He had a rough idea of how to create a protagonist. He and Director Li agreed to meet again in a week's time. They would also bring the script and ask Director Li to help fix the gaps in the professional knowledge. For this, Qinze had to pay a not cheap consulting fee. Chapter 603. Qinze drove his sister back. The afternoon sun was still very hot. His sister, who didn't eat well at noon, curled up in the passenger seat and ate a bag of Mimi shrimp sticks. Qinze's culinary skills were excellent, but with Qin Baobao's current status, the food was very exquisite. The takeout was directly ordered from a 5-star hotel. The chef was good, but she always felt that the food was missing a familiar taste. She was such a nostalgic person. For dinner, Wang Zijin and Qin Baobao cooked noodles at home. Wang Zijin complained that Qin Baobao's noodles were not mushy enough. Her stomach had always been bad. Qin Baobao complained that Wang Zijin's bottom was muddy and not chewy. They could have ordered takeout, but they refused to do so. They claimed that the noodles they made were delicious and pretended to enjoy it. Give me a few. Qinze said. I didn't eat lunch on the high-speed train. I'm hungry. Why don't you eat? The food must be delicious, his sister said softly. The lunchboxes on the high-speed train are too bad, and they're all frozen. It's not healthy. I'd rather eat instant noodles. Then eat instant noodles. Do I dare? Qinze said angrily. Who dares to eat instant noodles on the high-speed train? I can't afford to offend them. That's true. His sister handed her favorite snacks to him. When he was young, she liked to bully him, snatch his things and watch him cry. When she grew up, she liked to share good things with him. Humans were so strange. Unlucky woman, I'm driving. How can I eat? Feed me. Qinze looked ahead. Oh. Big sister fed him one by one, and soon a generation of prawn crackers was gone. She said happily, Big sister fed you until you were young, right? Yes, yes, yes. Your juice is delicious. It would be better if you could make milk tea for me. Qinze didn't care about his sister's teasing at all. Milk tea? Qin Baobao said. Sure. I'll make it for you when we get home tonight. Qinze finally turned his head and looked at her. To be precise, he looked at his sister's chest. This might have to wait until you're pregnant. Passing by the Shanghai City Tower, the tallest city in the country, Qin Baobao sighed with emotion. I've always wanted to take a look. He didn't have the chance in the past, but it was inconvenient now. Oh, I promised you before that I would go up and take a look. Qinze said. He suddenly had a strong urge to bring his sister up there to take a look. He remembered the first time he brought Sister Ziwei here. Afterwards, his sister looked jealous and disappointed. At that time he really didn't have time. He had a lot of time, but his sister didn't. Later on, he forgot about it. No, the paparazzi are very annoying, and I might be recognized if I'm not careful. Qin Baobao said with a straight face and fixed her eyes on the screen. There are no paparazzi. Qin Zhe said. I observed on the road. There are no cars following us. It was impossible for paparazzi to tail them 24/7. They were not CIA agents. Moreover, the siblings' private lives were too serious. There were very few paparazzi who persisted until now. At most, they would squat at the entrance of the neighborhood. Occasionally, they would come to the company, but they didn't see them today. This was because Qin Zhe and the bodyguard said that if they saw paparazzi taking photos secretly, they would beat them up until they called for their father. Then Qin Zhe would pretend to stop them and check on the paparazzi. If they didn't have any injuries, he would be very disappointed. If they were injured, he would be happy to pay for it. Many celebrities did the same. However, most celebrities didn't have personal bodyguards. Qin Zhe and his sister only had bodyguards at the company, but they didn't have any at home. They bought tickets and went upstairs. Standing on the observation deck, they were wearing masks and sunglasses. Even their mother might not recognize them. Baby Qin was still able to attract a lot of attention. Just looking at her pair of long legs was enough to make people fall in love with her. She also had a pair of cropped pants that outlined her buttocks. She had a full chest under her short sleeves and a small waist that could be held with one arm. A woman with a good figure could attract attention even if she didn't show her face. Many people like to climb up and look into the distance. However, in first-tier cities like Beijing and Shanghai, it was actually not recommended for people to climb up and look into the distance. Because in addition to looking at the scenery, there was also humility. Look, the owner of each house was richer than you. There were 1.4 billion people in China, and you were probably behind 1.3 billion. It hurt. The two siblings looked at the scenery and didn't dare to get too close. They were afraid of heights. A few days ago, Qin Zhe accompanied Siyu to play the jumping machine. He really felt that he was only one step away from death. The last time he was so excited was 24 years ago. He was almost caught by a group of brothers and sisters behind him. Qin Zhe looked at the scenery of the Bund, the curved Huangpu River, and the densely packed buildings. He sighed. Last year, when he came with Sister Ziwei, he was still a little salted fish. This year, when he came with his sister, he was already the king of salted fish. Now he was rich and counting money until his brain cramped. Next to him was his tall and charming sister. For a moment he was full of pride. Qin Zhe pointed at the scenery below and said, "What do you see? What a beautiful scenery." Wrong answer. Qin Zhe slapped his sister's butt. Answer again. Picturesque mountains and rivers. Qin Baobao rubbed her butt. Wrong answer. Qin Zhe slapped her again and said, "Wrong, it's my picturesque mountains and rivers." Qin Baobao. Okay, act tough, king, let's go downstairs for coffee. His sister rolled her charming little eyes. Unfortunately, Qin Zhe couldn't see through the sunglasses. Weren't my words cool? In the elevator downstairs, Qin Zhe asked his sister. Yes, very cool. His sister said perfunctorily. If you are the emperor, then what am I? She thought. They had a cup of coffee in the cafe downstairs and brought some desserts to fill their stomachs. When Qin Zhe and his sister returned home, it was almost dark. Sister Ziwei's call, help me answer it. On the way, he received a call from Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe handed his phone to his sister. Hello, Ace, are you home? I want to eat today. Before Wang Zijin could finish, she was interrupted by her best friend. He's not home. He's in Shun City. What the hell? Where did this flirtatious bitch come from? Why do you have my Ace's phone? Wang Zijin said sarcastically. You're asking for a beating. Qin Baobao raised her eyebrows. I'm scared to death. Qin Zhe shouted. Sister Ziwei, we're on our way home. Wang Zijin heard and replied. Then I'll get off work early too. Anyway, there's nothing going on in the company. Well, if you arrive first, let's meet at the entrance of the community. We'll go grocery shopping. Let's just meet at the store, Qin Zhe said. Therefore, when they were about to reach the community, Qin Zhe turned around and went to the supermarket. They waited there for Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin was different from her sister's casual dressing. She was wearing an office lady's suit. She had a beautiful oval face, long black hair, and a smile on her face. If she was wearing home clothes, she would be a smiling girl next door. I want to eat a big meal today. Wang Zijin stared at Qin Zhe and kicked her heels. She complained. Bao Bao, the shoes you bought for me are clinging to my feet. It's so uncomfortable. Nonsense, Qin Bao Bao said. This is a high-end luxury. It's only worn at important banquets, balls, and cocktail parties. Of course it's uncomfortable for you to wear it for the whole day. This was probably the difference between rich people and ordinary people. When ordinary people buy shoes, they first look at the style and then try it on to see if it's comfortable. Rich people don't do this. They only pay attention to high-end products that are worthy of their status. Whether it's comfortable or not is secondary. If the shoes are dirty, should they be washed? Just throw them away. Oh, rich people's shoes won't get dirty because they won't go to messy places. You should have said that these are prom shoes. Wang Zijin took the opportunity to hug Qin Zhe's arm. My feet hurt all day. Give me your arm. Qin Bao Bao said in a disdainful tone. Useless thing. Qin Zhe reacted abruptly. Damn, Sister Ziwei's tricks are as deep as the sea. What clinging to her feet, what discomfort, it's all fake. Not only can she hold his hand intimately, but also not let her best friend suspect. In contrast, his sister is a bit immature in this respect. She only bullied Suyu. Although Suyu likes to make trouble, her harem skills are actually not high. At most, she's a beginner master. His sister is an intermediate master, and Sister Ziwei is at least a senior master. Outside, with familiar people around, his sister would more or less restrain herself from hugging Qin Zhe's arm. Otherwise, with two great beauties on his left and right, even Hai Zhe King's thick skin would not be able to withstand the burning gazes of passers-by. Wang Zijin, who has always been a vegetarian, is picking meat dishes today as if she hasn't eaten meat for half a year. What's wrong, eating so much meat? Qin Zhe wondered. I want to eat it. Qin Bao Bao went to pick seafood, and Wang Zijin's tone changed from serious to coquettish. You ate too much noodles. Qin Zhe hit the nail on the head. Yes, yes. Not only did she eat too much, but she also cooked noodles with vegetables for 4 days. Her mouth is so bland. After shopping and returning home, the moment the burglar-proof door wrapped in a layer of sandalwood opened, the three of them covered their noses. What's this smell? Qin Bao Bao frowned. It seems like a gas leak. Wang Zijin said. You must have left the gas on when you cooked noodles last night. Bah, then we can't live to see the sun today. You got up in the morning to cook noodles. You didn't turn it off. Then it's definitely not a gas leak. It's something else. They are quarreling. Qin Zhe slowly took out a lighter and said quietly, Is it a gas leak? I'll try to make a fire. Slap. Slap. 2 small hands slapped the back of his hand at the same time, and the sisters shouted, Do you want to die? Blow it up. Qin Zhe said angrily, Then why are you still standing at the door? Turn off the gas. Fortunately, I'm back today. A few days later, do I have to attend your funeral? Chapter 604. It was indeed a gas leak. His sister had forgotten to turn it off when she was cooking noodles in the morning. She turned off the gas and came out of the kitchen. She was so guilty that she was afraid of being scolded by her brother. Qin Zhe opened the living room window and took a few breaths. Damn, it was leaking all day. What an unlucky woman. He took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Oh, I can't smoke now. So he put it in his ear and went back to the living room. He saw his sister standing beside the sofa like a child who had done something wrong. She was not wearing a skirt, or she might have twisted her skirt or something. Is the kitchen window open? Qin Zhe asked with narrowed eyes. His sister nodded immediately. Qin Zhe sighed. Fortunately, you didn't forget to turn it off at night. If you don't know how to cook, don't cook. Can't you order takeout? Why do you have to be so stubborn? Qin Bao Bao complained. It's all Wang Zijin's fault. She likes to compete with me. Sister is a little fairy. Of course, I can't admit defeat. Qin Zhe raised his hand. His sister was smart enough to admit defeat. I'm wrong. I'm useless. I have to admit it. Qin Zhe put his hand on her head and rubbed it. It's okay. If you don't know how to cook, you still have me. Anyway, there are so many women in Shanghai who don't know how to cook. They don't need you. Qin Bao Bao smiled and leaned over. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed his face gently. A's is still the best. Sister's kiss is a reward. Wang Zijin happened to see this scene at the end of the corridor from the living room to the bedroom. She stopped and stared silently for a moment. Then she turned around silently. The toilet window didn't seem to be open. The toilet should have a window. I'll go check. There was a touch of sadness in her eyes that she didn't notice. At night, Qinzhe cooked a big meal for his sisters. They didn't care much about their table manners and ate with flying chopsticks. Qin Baobao hadn't eaten chicken stewed with mushrooms for 4 days. She couldn't wait to hold it in her arms and not share it with the wolf in the house. In fact, she was the only one who liked chicken stewed with mushrooms. Wang Zijin had long been sick of it, even though Qinzhe's cooking was delicious. Eat slowly, Qinzhe said sarcastically. That's right, sister. Are you really not going to act with me? Qinzhe said. No, Qin Baobao said. I'm preparing to hold a concert in a while. Why didn't I know? Qinzhe was stunned. What do you know? I don't know what you're doing all day. Qin Baobao was full of resentment. Now that she was more and more familiar with the company's business, she didn't need her brother's help to hold a concert or something like that. Where's Sister Ziwei? Qinzhe asked again. It's okay. The company plans to imitate PUBG and make a mobile game, Wang Zijin said gloomily. Aren't many similar copycat mobile games banned? We're different, Wang Zijin said calmly. She did have the confidence to do so. Qin Baobao seized the opportunity to rebuke her best friend. What's the difference? Did you grow up eating shit? Wang Zijin snorted and saying that we're different is actually the same, because we're all wearing plain military uniforms. She had been rebuked by Qin Baobao like this before. Now she had already thought of a way to break it. Let's see how you're going to respond. Qin Baobao thought for a moment and wanted to say a few words, but the image of the national emblem suddenly appeared in her mind. Her state of mind was suppressed and she was suddenly speechless. After dinner, her sister and Wang Zijin sat quietly for 10 minutes, and then did a set of aerobics as an after-dinner exercise like on TV. After returning home, her sister changed into a short skirt. Her 2 white and firm legs blinded Qinzhe's dog eyes. The skirt itself was very short. Even if it was an after-dinner exercise, it would still float up. Qinzhe stared hard, trying to peek at the infinite scenery under the skirt. Unfortunately, she was wearing a pair of safety pants inside. Did she have to wear safety pants at home? Where's the trust between people? Who invented such an anti-human thing like safety pants? Wang Zijin was wearing fitted pajamas. Before she met Qin Baobao, she had unparalleled confidence in her figure and beauty. After meeting Qin Baobao, she was still confident in her beauty, but not so confident in her figure. Qinzhe had comforted her many times in private. Your figure is also very good. You exercise every day and your proportions are very nice. But in front of long legs and 36D, even a confident woman would find it hard to not mind at all. It was like a man who did it 7 times a night. He was 12 centimeters, but in front of 18 or even 20 centimeters big shots, he would inevitably feel guilty. Even if the big shots only did it once a night. Well, that was the truth anyway. After the aerobics exercise, her sister went to take a bath. She had a toilet in the master bedroom, but she liked to take a bath in the bathtub and didn't lock the door. Wang Zijin was sweating all over. She ran to the kitchen and took out the tea leaves and tea tray from the tea cabinet and made tea in the living room. Little A's, do you want some tea? I have tea guanyin. Wang Zijin took out a can of tea leaves as if she was presenting a treasure. Zhao Taizhu sent it to me. He got it from his father. Something that you can't buy even if you have money. Little sister, do you want some sex? I'm genetically modified. Qinzhe winked. It's been stored for 24 years. The taste is pure. You can't buy it even if you have money. Wang Zijin. A's was being naughty again. She tilted her head and tried very hard to think of how she should respond. According to her style, she would glare at him and hit him. That was all. If it was Qin Baobao, an image appeared in her mind. Sob, 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 I want to eat it so much. Then she would do a hand chop. Wang Zijin shuddered. She couldn't learn it. She couldn't learn it. Wang Zijin had always been suppressed by Qin Baobao, whether it was in terms of fighting or fighting for favor. Although she was scheming and had many tricks up her sleeve, For a woman with an impeccable appearance, she didn't need to be so scheming. As long as she learned how to act coquettishly and seductively, most men wouldn't be able to resist her. If Wang Zijin was an extraordinary master, then Qin Baobao would be the invincible Dongfang who didn't have any tricks up his sleeve. Ba duguchobai. Piercing the arrow, thousands of cries came to meet me. Scary. It took half an hour for her sister to take a bath and soak in it. When the sound of the hairdryer could be heard faintly, Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe finished a pot of tea and went to the bathroom twice. Wang Zijin went into the bathroom to take a bath. Qin Zhe also went into the bathroom. He went into the bathroom in her master bedroom. The door of the bathroom was unlocked. My sister didn't lock the door and I didn't lock the door either. She had just taken off her clothes and was wearing cute bear pajamas. She never had any sexy pajamas. Maybe it was because she never had a boyfriend. It was a little difficult to accept such shameful pajamas. So, women still need to develop. Look, Suyu is now starting to buy pajamas that meet the taste of adults. Ace, are you in my bathroom? Sister knocked on the door. Yeah. Qin Zhe answered and untied the diaochan around his waist. After 10 minutes, Qin Zhe went out wrapped in a bath towel. In the room, his sister was leaning against the bed. Her hair was loose, a white and sharp face was playing with her mobile phone. I'll come over tonight, sister said in a sneaky tone. But I have to write a script. Is writing a script more important than sister? Yes. A pillow flew over, and his sister said angrily, go away. 11:30 at night, Qin Zhe sat in front of the desk, the sound of typing on the keyboard. After having rich cases of schizophrenia, he was full of inspiration, but his writing speed was not fast because he still needed to think. Occasionally, he would look up some information on schizophrenia on the internet. He put himself in the perspective of those schizophrenia patients. How did the web writers go crazy? Why did the high school students love poisonous chicken soup? How desperate was the man in the green hat? How magnificent and unpredictable the world of cultivation awakened by the middle-aged uncle. He had seen the symptoms of those people and heard about their deeds. When he activated advanced acting proficiency, he easily put himself in the role. I have a green onion. I like to pinch the green onion sprouts. I am a man who wants to become the king of the world with poisonous chicken soup. I have all kinds of dirty words. There was a green light in front of him. That was the vast grassland. Also, the chrysanthemum is full of wounds. Your smile is yellow. His consciousness began to be confused. All kinds of thoughts floated, and countless images flashed by. The whole world became illusory, and his consciousness began to be separated from the rational world. He was like a person who fell into the deep sea, watching the sunlight reflected by the waves gradually disappear, sinking into the deep sea and darkness. Ace. Ace. The call came from the darkness, like a mother's gentle whisper. His confused consciousness slowly calmed down, and he opened his eyes. Chapter 605. The bright light from the ceiling made him squint and close his eyes. A few seconds later he opened them again. He found himself lying on a hospital bed, covered with a blue and white striped quilt. He was also wearing a hospital gown. Was this a hospital? Ace, you're finally awake. How do you feel? Qin Ma sat beside the bed and asked nervously. His sister and mother sat side by side, crying tears of joy. Ace, you're finally awake. Sister was so worried. Qin Zhe's brain went blank for a few seconds. Who am I? Why am I here? Damn, why am I hospitalized? He tried to get up, but found that his limbs were too weak to support him. Don't move, don't move. You just woke up. The doctor said you need to rest. Qin Ma wiped her tears. I'll call the doctor. Her sister cried as she ran out of the ward. While the mother and daughter were talking, Qin Zhe looked around. Yes, it was a ward. It was not big, only a dozen square meters. There was a sofa and a TV. It should be a private ward. But why am I in a ward? They say that fortune favors fools. Rephrasing it, they say that ordinary people have a stable life. I don't have any disasters or illnesses in my life. He looked at his hand again and was shocked. How was this a hand? It was a chicken claw. He was bony and his skin was wrapped around the bones. His bones were clear. At this time, his sister returned with the doctor in a white coat. The doctor checked Qin Zhe's eyelids and listened to his heartbeat. After a simple checkup, he said, "It's okay. He's awake. I'll help you line up. Later, the nurse will take you for a full checkup." The mother and daughter cried tears of joy. Qin took out her phone happily. "Hello, old Qin. Your son is awake. He's finally awake." "Mom, what happened to me?" Qin said in a terrified tone. "Do you still remember? That day when you left the internet cafe, you were stabbed by someone. It was only an external injury, but that group of bastards not only stabbed you, they even kicked and punched you. When you were sent to the hospital, you almost couldn't be saved. You almost fell into a permanent vegetative state." As Mother Qin spoke, her tears flowed out again. Qin's hair stood on end. He felt a chill rising from his tailbone and crackling to the top of his head. His scalp went numb. Last year, he had indeed been stabbed by someone and had been hospitalized for 7 days. That was the first time he had been hospitalized in his life. "Mom, how long have I been lying there? What time is it now?" Qin said, "You've been lying in bed for a whole year, Ace. Mom was so afraid that you wouldn't wake up." As she spoke, tears streamed down her mother's face. Her sister also cooperated with her sobbing. His sister was still as beautiful as ever. She had chestnut-colored curly hair, a fair and charming face, and a pair of seductive eyes that were filled with tears. However, Qin wasn't in the mood to appreciate his sister's beauty. His scalp was about to explode. "I became a vegetable and was hospitalized for a year? Then what about my experience in the past year? Was it a dream?" He clearly remembered that he was writing a script. Because he tried to put himself in the shoes of a schizophrenia patient, his brain was overwhelmed and his consciousness was in a mess. Although he woke up, he found himself lying in a hospital bed. His thoughts were clear and there was nothing wrong with them. But it was because of this that he was terrified. The clearer his thoughts were, the clearer his mind was. Putting himself in the shoes. Was everything now real? A great sense of fear enveloped him. Soon the old man arrived as well. His leather shoes made loud and clear notes on the smooth tiles. They hadn't seen each other for a few days. Oh no, a year. The old man had aged a lot. His hair was white and the crow's feet at the corner of his eyes were deeper. He stood by the bed. His eyes were wet. He gently touched Qin's greasy hair and choked. "It's good that you're awake. It's good that you're awake. It's my fault. If I didn't let you learn from Professor Li, you wouldn't have encountered such things. It's all my fault." The old man's face was full of regret. Qin felt an inexplicable sadness. This man must have really wanted a son back then. So he was strict with himself and hoped that his son would succeed. So his mother made up a big lie and raised him as a son. No, if all this is a dream, then what is my background? Qin looked at his sister. Mother Qin held her daughter's hand and said earnestly, "All right, now that your brother is awake, I'll arrange a blind date for you. You're already 26 years old today. If you don't get married soon, you'll be an old lady." Qin was speechless. "Mom, your son has just woken up and you want to marry my sister off? Are you still my mother?" His sister's bright eyes fell on him. She hesitated and sighed. "I know, Mom. Then you have to go on blind dates. Don't be perfunctory." "Well, if I see a suitable one, I will go with him. If he is good, I will marry him." Qin's heart sank. "I can't marry him." "Why?" his parents asked in unison. His sister's eyes also lit up. "I can't marry him too early. I have to wait until I get better," Qin said weakly. The light in his sister's eyes dimmed. "By the way, old Qin, let's go down and pay the bill. The nurse just reminded me this morning. It's time to pay the bill." Qin told Qin to rest well and left with the old man. The ward quieted down. Only Qin and his sister were left. Qin whispered, "Sister, are you really going on a blind date?" The beautiful sister nodded. "Yes, I am already so old. Even if I don't get married, I should get a boyfriend." "What about me?" Qin's voice was hollow. "You?" His sister looked at him strangely and smiled gently. "You are my brother-in-law." Qin stared at her and thought, "You are too good at pretending. It's as if we have never coveted each other. What happened to going to Europe to see the orthopedics doctor? You parachuted halfway and left me alone on the plane? Where is Sister Ziwei? Where is she?" Qin Bao Bao felt even more strange and said in a surprised tone, "Who is Sister Ziwei? Don't you only have me as your sister? She is your best friend." Qin Zhe was stunned and his heart beat wildly. He thought of a possibility. "My best friends don't call it tissue," Qin Bao Bao said angrily. His heart seemed to be dug out. It was so painful that he could hardly breathe. "Then, do you know Suyu? Who is Suyu?" His sister wondered. She frowned and touched her brother's forehead. "Is it because you have been unconscious for too long that your consciousness is confused? System, where are you?" Qin Zhixian called out to the system in his mind. Soon, he was flustered and exasperated. "System, come out! Come out! Come out!" His sister was shocked. "Ace, calm down, calm down." She held him tightly. Qin Zhe murmured, "Is it a dream? Is it my dream?" He smiled bitterly. There was no Wang Zijin, no Suyu, no system. What investment company? What entertainment company? What Teddy Sue? They were all just a dream he had when he was in a coma. A beautiful dream that he had fabricated. 2018 September Midsummer. He woke up from the dream. Chapter 606. The psychiatrist next door heard the news and came over. According to the family, the patient might have a serious mental illness. He was talking nonsense. He said that the world was fake, that he had a system, and that he was a fast shooter, a famous fast shooter. The psychiatrist was puzzled for a long time after hearing the situation. He guessed that it should be schizophrenia, but patients with schizophrenia usually imagine the opposite of reality. The more failures in reality, the more glorious and successful they would be in their imagination. Fast shooter. What was going on? What was a system? After rushing to the ward, he found that the patient's mood was actually quite stable. He leaned against the bed, his eyes dull. He motioned for the family to go out and give the patient private counseling. But then the patient suddenly looked up and said, "You're here. You're the psychiatrist, right?" The psychiatrist was stunned and nodded. "I had a strange dream. Let's call it a dream for now," the patient said. "In the dream, I was a big boss with a net worth of 10 billion. I owned 3 companies. Besides, I was also a god of stocks, a fast shooter, and even knew martial arts. All of this was because I got the system one day. A system that could change my fate." The psychiatrist thought, "Damn, this illness is not clear. According to your professional terminology, I have schizophrenia, a typical sensory disorder. Because I am dissatisfied with the real life, my mind is stimulated, and my imagination runs wild. I peel myself away from the rational world and start to believe in the things I imagine. This is the so-called schizophrenia." The patient's tone was clear and calm. The psychiatrist started to get serious. He found that he had encountered a very difficult and rare case. A patient who knew that he had schizophrenia. "If you don't mind, I'll ask you a few questions," the psychiatrist said. "Go ahead." Qin Zhe nodded. "Name, origin, school." Qin Zhe. Born in 1994. Local. Graduated from the University of Finance. "I didn't graduate, I was in a coma for a year." "What are you afraid of the most?" "Afraid of heights." "What do you like the most?" "Sister." The 2 sounds of came from the parents. The psychiatrist frowned. "Why are you still here? Didn't I ask you to leave?" The family left obediently. The psychiatrist said, "Ignore them, continue. Why do you like sister?" Qin Zhe glanced at him. "Yes." The psychiatrist. Was this really schizophrenia? Why did she look so normal and even a little naughty? But then the doctor changed his mind. The patient began to tell his story. He said that he was a loser and a salted fish. He was born in a well-off family and had no merits. He was very stable in all aspects, so stable that it made people despair. This was nothing. There were many mediocre people out there. But he had a very outstanding sister, so outstanding that it made people despair. She was pretty and smart. She was a top student praised by her teachers and classmates in school. At home, she was the apple of her parents' eye. The boy had once longed to be like her. He had always longed for this sister of his. But no matter how hard he tried, he was still unknown and mediocre, like a salted fish. The only person in the world who overestimated him, oh no, the thing was his bag. Until one day, an accident changed his life. giving him unlimited possibilities. His sister was no longer unreachable, and his life was no longer mediocre and hopeless. He had become a successful person in the eyes of many people. He was rich and handsome. His relatives and friends would give him a thumbs up whenever they mentioned him. No one would tease the tiger siblings anymore. There were many women who liked him, but he had only touched 2 leaves after passing through thousands of flowers. The psychiatrist thought to himself, "Damn, you really love this sister of yours." The doctor was silent for a long time before he confessed, "Your situation is different from many cases I've seen. Because you have a clear consciousness, you realize that you have schizophrenia. This is a good thing. It means that you can still be saved. How about this? I'll perform a deep hypnosis on you. Let's see the results." "Okay." Qinze nodded. The doctor took out his pocket watch and began to hypnotize Qinze. "Relax your consciousness. Lie on the bed. If you feel tired, you can sleep." Qinze closed his eyes and did not make a sound. His face was very peaceful, as if he was sleeping. The doctor actually lied. He was not trying to hypnotize him but to brainwash Qinze. After listening to his words, the doctor concluded that the source of all the problems was his sister. There was no system, beautiful CEO, or best friend. They were just part of an illusion. The core was still his sister. So he had to erase the sister from the patient's mind. Erase all the longing and yearning he had for his sister. This was the knot in his heart. "Okay, that's it. Relax." After the deep hypnosis, the doctor spoke slowly. "Actually, you're a single child." The doctor observed Qinze's expression. "Very good, very calm. Yes, you're a single child. Your parents have only had you from the beginning to the end. You may be ordinary, you may be mediocre, but you don't have a sister." The patient began to frown. "You don't have a sister. Forget her, get rid of her. Forget her. Get rid of her." But at this moment, the patient suddenly opened his eyes. He was like a furious demon or a beast forced to the edge of a cliff. "Shut up." With a roar, he reached out his skinny claws and grabbed the doctor's neck. "If you dare to get rid of her, I'll kill you. I can't live without her, I can't live without her. It's all fake, it's all fake. Then what about my year?" "Nothing." Qinze was discharged from the hospital and his spirit recovered a lot. He no longer fantasized that he was a big shot worth billions. He lived a peaceful life, went to school on time, listened carefully in class, and lived a peaceful life. In the days without Wang Zijin and Suyu, his sister began to seriously go on blind dates, saying that she would marry herself before the age of 30. He felt that his life would not be too exciting, but it would not be too bad either. After all, his father was a professor and his family had a big house of more than 100 square meters. After graduation, he joined the workforce, hoping to find a girlfriend before 25, then get married, quietly live through his youth and enter middle age, until one day on campus in the library a girl's phone rang. "Through the window, I know what's on your mind." Qinze was struck by lightning and questioned the girl. "Why is your ringtone a song I wrote?" The girl was confused. "Deepwell Ice, this is Jay Chou's song." Qinze was furious. "Fuck Jay Chou, how dare he steal my song, I'll kill him." As he spoke, he broke down. He turned around and ran out of the library. His back stumbled like a panicked dog. On the rooftop of the teaching building, almost all the rooftops of the school were locked. He searched for a long time and only this one was open. Maybe he forgot to close it by accident. Qinze stood on the edge of the rooftop. The sun was shining, looking down. At this moment, he remembered the fear of being dominated by acrophobia. He was a little hesitant about whether to die in a more handsome way. It would be better to jump. If he jumped, he would bid farewell to his mediocre life. He was still Hei's king, a fast shooter, a god of stocks, Suyu Zijin, and his sister. He didn't know when a group of people gathered below, watching there. Some people held up their phones to take photos and videos. Soon Qinze's class teacher ran up. "Qinze, take it easy, don't jump," the class teacher said anxiously. Qinze turned his head and looked at him silently. "Qinze, don't jump. Although you are a little stupid and your exam results are a little bad, don't give up treatment." Qinze silently retracted his gaze and suddenly found that his acrophobia was cured. This boring life, it was better to end it early. So he jumped. "Class teacher, thank you for your assistance." Chapter 607. Dong. the loud sound of his head hitting the ground and the pain woke Qinzhe up. He first covered his head and grimaced, then realized that he was lying on the ground with the window open. The wind blew in from the outside and lifted the curtains. There was a laptop on the desk and a half-written script. Outside the window, vehicles passed by. The wheels and the ground rubbed against each other. It was 2:30 in the morning. Qinzhe was lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, sweating profusely. He breathed out a sigh of relief. It was just a dream. Fortunately, it was just a dream. I'm still Hei's king, sister's little cutie, Suyu's pillar and sister Ziwei's boyfriend. This was definitely the most terrible nightmare in his life. It was 10,000 times more terrible than the dream of a cute little sister waving at him when he was a teenager. Suddenly he felt that life was so beautiful. The reason why he had such a terrible dream, was it because of the script? What he thought about during the day, he almost had schizophrenia. "Host, you're awake?" The system's voice sounded. In Qinzhe's ears, it was simply the sound of nature. The sound of nature was just like that, it was countless times more pleasant than Suyu's sound. "System, say a few more words for me." "Okay, host, you're awake." The system was very cooperative. Qinzhe burst into tears. "This is the first time I found your voice so pleasant, like a girl's first love. This metaphor doesn't make me happy. Besides, you don't have a first love." The system said. "Let me tell you, I had a dream, a terrible dream." Qinzhe sighed. "In the dream I had nothing, just a salted fish, not even qualified to be my sister's flute boy." "I know." The system said. "You know? I'm bound to your brain, of course I can receive your brainwaves." The system said. "Congratulations, you finally experienced the true feelings of a schizophrenia patient." "What do you mean?" "You almost had schizophrenia just now. To some extent, acting can be linked to hypnosis." The system said. **T. If I act as a dog, will I really be a dog?" Qinzhe retorted. "Some people pretend to be good people. After acting for more than 10 years, they really become good people. I once read a short story. In the past, there was a righteous and kind police officer. He sneaked into a gang as an undercover agent and tried his best to act as a heinous bastard. Many years later, he successfully completed his mission, but left the police force and became another gang leader. Because he doesn't know how to be a good cop or a good person anymore. He's rotten inside and out." The system said. Acting is actually a form of self-hypnosis and suggestion. Hypnotizing yourself into the role of the character in the script, and immersing yourself into the situation. The more profound the acting skills were, the more hypnotic it was. Activating acting proficiency, crazily hinting that you have schizophrenia, and then putting yourself in the shoes of those patients with schizophrenia. It's a crazy idea. Qinzhe was speechless and could only complain. "This is the mission with the lowest sexual value I've ever received. Now that I think about it, I still have lingering fears. I almost had a grand finale." "The fear comes from the bottom of your heart." The system said. "The reason why you had that dream, it's actually not a dream. You were awake from the beginning to the end, and you didn't lie on the table to sleep. It's just that your consciousness was messed up." "I didn't sleep?" "Yes, you sat on the table like a fool, talking to yourself, and occasionally doing body movements. Finally, you climbed onto the bed, stood by the bed, and jumped. It was wonderful, but I couldn't have a bucket of popcorn." "Oh right, the reason why you had that dream is actually the fear in your heart. You're afraid that my existence is just a dream of yours. After all, it's too unbelievable. You're afraid that when you wake up, you'll have nothing. This fear has been suppressed in your heart until today. Through this opportunity, it's infinitely expanded. If one day you really do have schizophrenia, don't doubt, the ending just now will be your ending in the future." Qinzhe was silent. "Don't be sad. It's normal for you to have such fear." The system said. "Remember the high school student who said he had a system and wanted to rely on poison chicken soup to become the king of the world? And the middle-aged man who fantasized about his urban cultivation? They accepted it and believed it without a doubt. In fact, they are the real schizophrenia." "I just want to know, will I really have schizophrenia?" Qinzhe asked. "This question is worth 500 points. Scram." "It doesn't matter if I scram or not. You continue to write the script. You don't have much time left." The system reminded. "I won't write this script again. Chinze smiled. I have a deeper understanding of schizophrenia. Can even be said that I've had schizophrenia once. The scene in the dream scared me. Why would I make up a fictitious protagonist, a story? I can adapt it based on a true story. In order to write a script, his body and mind were greatly damaged. Chinze closed the laptop, closed the windows, turned on the air conditioner and fell asleep. For the next 3 days, he did not accompany his sisters to the company, nor did he go to the company to find Suyu. He began to write the script in isolation. His inspiration was bursting, and he wrote very smoothly. On the morning of the 4th day, he finished writing the script and came out of isolation. Of course, it was to accompany his sisters to Tianfang Entertainment. Starting today, he would start preparing for the shooting of the new movie. Before that, he promised to write a new song for Huang Yuting, Guangdong Brothel until lost contact. But before he could write the lyrics and music score, Su Jiao walked in with her pair of tight legs and high heels and knocked on the CEO's office. As soon as she saw him, she put on a bitter face and pretended to be pitiful, saying, "Boss, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other." He didn't need to guess to know what she meant. Although it was just a casual mention over the phone, Huang Yuting's manager was very happy. This person was famous in the company for being a chatterbox and a big mouth. If it wasn't confidential, he wouldn't hide it. While he was chatting with Su Jiao's manager, CEO Qin is going to write a song for Yuting. I heard from Yuting that the quality of the song is very good. Oh right, does your Su Jiao have a new song? As a result, Su Jiao's manager felt it was unfair and ran over to Su Jiao to chat. CEO Qin has already written a song for Huang Yuting. I heard it's a hit song. Jiao Jiao, don't wait around. Hurry up and ask CEO Qin for it. Crying child gets milk. I want a hit song too. Though Qin, write one for me too. Su Jiao sat across from him on the sofa and shamelessly insisted. A woman's greatest weapon was to act coquettishly and shamelessly. Smart women should learn this trick. It didn't necessarily have to be used on their husbands or boyfriends. Occasionally, they could act coquettishly and shamelessly towards their close superiors and elders in the family. As long as it wasn't too much, it was very easy to get promises. Chinze had always been known for his friendliness. Other than his assistants, all the employees in the company said that he was very easy to get along with and was easier to get along with than Qin Baobao. Therefore, the A-list and B-list artists in the company rarely respected him as their boss. To put it simply, it was 30% respect and 70% intimacy. For old acquaintances like Huang Yuting and Qian Shishir, it was 20% respect and 80% intimacy. This kind of interpersonal relationship in the company had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that it wasn't easy for artists to change jobs, and the relationship between friends was always more reliable than the relationship between superiors and subordinates. The disadvantage was that you had to be impartial. You had to be more tactful and intelligent when dealing with matters and allocating resources. The business-like approach wasn't very effective. Where's the hit song from? Do you think it's a street vendor's product? Chinze said grumpily and casually threw a lollipop of his sister's. Then I want a song anyway. Su Jiao peeled off the lollipop and took a bite. He took it from his year-end album. I didn't give it to him for free. I know. Chinze couldn't think of a suitable song at the moment. He hadn't listened to a song in a long time, and he rarely listened to the female version. How about this? I'll give you two a song for free. But it's not one song for each of you. It's one song for both of you. Su Jiao's eyes lit up. Then I want to hear the quality of the song first. Look at what you're saying. Which of my songs isn't quality? Chapter 608. Yes, yes. Su Jiao kept pecking his head. Boss Qin's songs are all top-notch and can all be popular. It's my fault, I admit my mistake. Chinze closed his eyes in pleasure, enjoying the pleasure of being flattered. This gave him a sense of fulfillment and satisfaction. I'm still that fast shooter. Happiness. Humans were like this. In the past, when they carried the title of fast shooter, they couldn't wait to throw it away and kick it away. But when they lost it once, even a sniper would gladly endure it and be filled with happiness. Schizophrenia was really scary. The system was right. He was infinitely close to schizophrenia last night and had a clear mind, but it automatically blocked out a lot of key information such as his knowledge, his vision, and so on. These things had already become his own. But he didn't remember it all last night and was terrified. That wasn't a dream. It was the feeling of a schizophrenia patient after their consciousness was disrupted. If it was in a Xianxia world, I would probably die from an inner demon tribulation. Su Jiao blinked and didn't know how she got Co Qin's G-spot. Look at his satisfied face, he even squinted his eyes. Is Huang Yuting in the company? After reminiscing, Qin Zhe suppressed the satisfaction and happiness in his heart and recovered his composure. Yeah, he pushed away all the unimportant jobs in order to wait for you to come to the company. He's anxiously waiting. Now that you're here, he's probably looking forward to it in the office, Su Jiao said. Qin Zhe asked his sister's assistant to call Huang Yuting over. Huang Yuting was dressed in high-end casual clothes. Even if he didn't go on stage or perform, his hairstyle was still very handsome. The man was 30 years old and didn't have any wrinkles, but he had a more mature temperament. His figure was also very well maintained. He was the top handsome guy in his age group. Yo, why are you here? Huang Yuting sat beside Su Jiao and crossed his legs comfortably. He tossed a cigarette to Qin Zhe. When Qin Zhe put the cigarette in his mouth, he took out his lighter and leaned over to light the cigarette for the boss. Don't smoke in my office. Not far away, Qin Baobao, who was flipping through documents at her desk, frowned. Huang Yuting's hand paused in the middle of lighting the cigarette. He couldn't help but look at Qin Zhe. When men talk about things, smoking is to improve their relationship. What are women blabbering about? Unexpectedly, Qin Zhe quickly put the cigarette on the coffee table and was very obedient. He even coughed to cover it up. I don't smoke. My throat is uncomfortable. Huang Yuting. All right. Yuting Jiao asked me for a song, but I've been busy with the script recently, so I don't have the energy to compose a song. So I'll compromise and let you guys sing a duet. Qin Zhe asked. What do you think? Actually, that was not the case. One song only cost 30 points, and 2 songs cost 60 points. If they sang together, Qin Zhe could save 30 points. Wait. Su Jiao had a flash of inspiration. Boss Qin, you said you want to shoot a new movie? Yes. Then can I sing the theme song? Huang Yuting beat him to it. Hey, I asked first. Su Jiao glared at him. Are you sure you asked first? Huang Yuting glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. Su Jiao puffed up her cheeks and glared hard. Huang Yuting didn't budge and glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. She rolled her eyes and said sweetly, Boss Qin, ladies first, right? Let me sing the theme song. Then do you still want a duet? Su Jiao pursed her bright red lips and said weakly, Yes. Huang Yuting gave her a thumbs up. I'll spit on you with a mouthful of salt soda. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. I plan to use the song I sang before for the script's theme song. You must give me the rights to the cover song, Huang Yuting said. We'll talk about it later. I'll write the duet song first. You guys try to record a demo, Qin Zhe said. They prepared the staff and 2B pencils. Huang Yuting and Su Jiao watched in high spirits. The former had once watched Qin Zhe compose a song on the spot. His pen flew without any pause as he finished writing the lyrics. Huang Yuting liked to watch Qin Zhe's rough composing process. As a composer who often had trouble with lyrics, watching Qin Zhe compose on the spot was undoubtedly a blessing. It was Su Jiao's first time, and she was dumbfounded the whole time. She wasn't a singer-songwriter and had tried before, but she realized that she wasn't cut out for it. She had seen many excellent composers composing songs. They were like shitting, squeezing out a little bit and squeezing out a little bit. Very few people could pull out a whole string. Once they were disturbed, they would tighten their buttholes and break this *T. Then they would fly into a rage. Su Jiao had never seen someone pull out a whole string so smoothly like Qin Zhe. Moreover, his composing process was different from others. Normally, he would compose the song first, then fill in the lyrics. But Qin Zhe started from filling in the lyrics. If he had already written the song beforehand, how was that possible? A fast shooter always composes the lyrics and music on the spot. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of such a dazzling title? Su Jiao was shocked beyond words. While composing the song, Qin Zhe paused and raised his head to look at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Su Jiao and Huang Yuting looked at each other, thinking that he finally got stuck. In fact, Qin Zhe was looking at the interface of the point store. He remembered that there were several versions of this song. The song he clicked on now was another version, a failed version that was shackled by the dynamic soundtrack of online songs. It was clearly a song with a sad tone, but it had to be paired with a very dynamic tune. Didn't match at all. The other version's soundtrack was very good. It was mellow, melodious, and had a hint of sadness. Just like the song Perfume is Poisonous, that he once copied for his sister, there were also two versions of the soundtrack. One was the typical ping 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 ping, and the other was very good. It matched the song's theme very well, and the tune was soft and sad. His fingers moved and he switched songs. After finding the correct tune, he lowered his head again and started writing rapidly. I'm done. Take a look. Qinzhe pushed the song over. Huang Yuting and Su Jiao sat next to each other. They were very close and couldn't wait to see the song title. Let the whole world know I love you. A male and female duet. After going through the song and lyrics, Su Jiao said disappointedly, Xiao Qin, is it a saliva song? Huang Yuting said, to be precise, it's an online song. There were still differences between online songs and normal songs. From a professional point of view, the characteristics of online songs were, the vocal structure was fixed, the tune was fixed, and the lyrics were forced. 10 online songs that talked about the bitterness of love from depression to climax, the tune was similar. At the climax, there would always be a FGC harmony. In layman's terms, it was like the difference between online novels and traditional novels. Online novels were all the same. They just changed the background and characters. Traditional novels, on the other hand, had many types and expressed different ideas. Therefore, the latter could be passed down for decades or centuries, while the former could only be popular for a few years. But online songs are easy to get popular. They're catchy, and they're easier to be accepted by the public than songs with deeper meaning. For celebrities, it's easier for them to become famous, Qinzhe said. It was just like how there weren't many people who could calm down and read literary novels, but there were many people who liked to read online novels. You guys sing, Qinzhe said again. I no longer have the right to love you. We can't go back to the past. Goodbye, you're both strange and familiar. I cry because I'm happy. After singing the song once, they stumbled a little. Sing again, Qinzhe said. The second time they sang the song, it was much smoother. The catchy characteristics of online songs were reflected. When they sang the song for the third time, Su Jiao said, it's so magical. My head is full of this song now. Huang Yuting was pleasantly surprised. After singing for a while, your emotions will be stirred up. Feels not bad. Especially when you sing to the climax. Qinzhe, right? It's not a problem to let you guys be popular for a while. Huang Yuting and Su Jiao left happily. Qinzhe lay on the sofa and stretched. Beloved concubine, come over and massage my waist. Beloved concubine, you're so young but your waist is failing? Qinzhe. Young people need to take care of their health. They don't know how expensive their waists are when they're young, and they'll be haggard when they're old. Sister was in a good mood today and happily agreed to help her brother take care of his waist. She lay on the edge of the sofa and rubbed Qinzhe's waist with her two small hands. In the hot summer, she was only wearing a shirt with 2 buttons on the collar. If Qinzhe was lying down instead of lying on his stomach, he would be able to observe her breasts up close. The 2 white and round hemispheres were exposed. Sister, make a movie with me. Qinzhe repeated the same old tune. No, get lost. Qin Bao Bao spat. No, I changed the script. I feel like I can't do it without you. Oh, you can't do it without me, right? Now you know how important I am. Qin Bao Bao smiled with her eyes squinted. Qinzhe groaned twice. This job should be handed over to Suyu. After all, she was the one enjoying life, and she was also the one collecting public grain. Is there a kissing scene? It can be added. What about a bed scene? It can also be added. Then I'll think about it. Chapter 609. Late at night, in an inconspicuous restaurant. The location of the restaurant was not remote, but it was not very good. It was not even as good as the ordinary hotels in Shaxian. However, there were a lot of customers here. The store had countless loyal diners. Could you imagine that an inconspicuous store would have people lining up from morning to night? The popularity of the store was no less than that of a specialty food store with a good reputation in the CBD. But tonight, after the young store manager closed the store, He left 2 more hours for the crew and promised to play a cameo role that didn't need to talk. The camera slowly moved from the brightly lit neon building to this small shop on this street. After work, Qin Hao, who was 28 years old, asked his friend out for a drink. He ordered 2 bowls of noodle soup and a bottle of wine. Slightly tipsy, his friend burped and said, "Howsy? How was the job interview today?" Qin Hao took a sip of wine and shook his head. "I didn't go." His clothes were no more than 500 yuan, including a cheap suit, cheap leather shoes, a counterfeit Vacheron Constantin watch, and a LV men's leather bag. He was a loser who didn't have a good life in the big city. The only good thing about him was the ancestral small house of 50 square meters. His friend clicked his tongue and said in an exasperated tone, "It's not that I want to criticize you, but I've been looking for this job for a long time. You have connections. The job interview is just a process. You will definitely be hired. 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, with a monthly salary of 6,000 yuan. Where else can you find such a good job? Why don't you go? If not, why are you dressed like this? If you have a decent job earlier, will your girlfriend leave you? It's not that I don't like you, not because you have no money, but because I can't see the future with you. Are you heart-wrenching? To be honest, I can only help you occasionally. You have to rely on yourself in life." His friend kept nagging. His nagging brought out the character of Qin Hao, who was born in Shanghai. His parents were both dead, and he grew up with his adoptive parents. He was mediocre all his life. When he was 28 years old, he still achieved nothing. At this time, Qin Hao whispered, "She got married today." He said this in a very flat tone, but at this moment the whole restaurant seemed to be quiet. Silent diners and silent friends. It was very quiet and there was no expression on their faces, but the atmosphere became inexplicably heavy. This scene almost made the director forget to shout, "Cut." "Okay, we passed," the director announced. After that, he cautiously asked for Qinzai's opinion. "Boss Qin, what do you think?" Qinzai nodded and buried himself in the noodles. Although the price was outrageous, the taste was amazing. The crew members stood outside the shop talking and moving the equipment. The director did not need to do this. He sat beside Qinzai and said to the young shop owner, "Boss, give me a bowl of noodles and 2 tea eggs. The tea eggs in your shop are really expensive." The young boss said coldly, "We're sold out. You can leave after you're done. We're closed." Director: "Hey, is this the attitude of a businessman?" After Qinzai finished his noodles and wine, he smiled and said, "Boss, your cooking skills are better than mine. I'll bring my sister here to try some other day." The young boss: "Remember to get a number and line up." Qinzai asked again, "Why didn't you choose the CBD?" The young boss hesitated. "The conditions don't allow it." "Is it because you don't have money? I can invest." The young boss did not answer. Qinzai did not ask anymore. He was too lazy to be ignored. He took a few tissues and said to the director, "Start the next scene." "Are you ready?" "We'll start the next scene immediately," the director shouted. The director's surname was Zheng. He was a second-tier director in the company. Most of the time he was in charge of some MVs or commercials. Occasionally, when the company needed to promote a newcomer, he was in charge of some low-cost web dramas. Fortunately, MOU had gone overseas with the crew. It was a rare opportunity. He was chosen by the big boss and worked very hard. Qin Hao and his friend left the shop. He declined his friend's offer to drive him home and crossed the road alone. He did not know if it was because of the alcohol or because he was in a bad mood, but he was a little absent-minded until the sound of a horn woke him up. He looked up and could not open his eyes because of the strong light. A speeding car hit him and sent him flying. The scene changed. His friend, who had just opened the car door, turned his head in horror. "Cut!" the director shouted. This time, he did not ask for Qinzai's opinion. There were no technical difficulties, nor were there any tests of acting skills. On the other side, the staff came forward to help Qinzai remove the wire. That's all for today. By the way, is the shooting for Qin Baobao's wedding finished? Qinzai asked as he took a bottle of mineral water from the director. When the scene of crossing the road was released in the future, the female lead's wedding scene would be edited into it. The female lead was thinking about today's heart-wrenching scene and was hit by a car. "It's finished," the director said. In the shop, the young manager stood at the door and looked at the busy crew. He asked curiously, "Don't you pay attention to the rules? Why did you ask me to make an exception today?" "I feel like I met an old friend." "An old friend? I'm not sure. Maybe it's an illusion. The other party has a special hiding technique. I can't catch it." "Oh." The door closed and the lights were turned off. The shop was plunged into darkness. Qinze drank some wine and could not drive. The director personally drove him back. He was willing to be his lackey and serve him everywhere. The law of the workplace. Sucking up to the boss will always give you a better chance of promotion than working hard. So far, Director Zheng's performance was average, which satisfied Qinze. As long as he was not too useless, Qinze was still willing to train him. Perhaps it was because of the perpetual system, but Qinze was more casual when it came to using people. As a self-made entrepreneur, he was more rigorous in the use of talents. After many years, he would often be able to cultivate the skill of identifying people. But Qinze did not need that. His success and rise came from the system. As long as they were not useless, Qinze would use them and was willing to use them. In other words, even if all the directors and artists in the company all jumped ship, given some time, he could still build a new entertainment industry capital company. "I have countless good dramas and songs. I can do well wherever I go. I don't produce works. I'm just a porter between the two worlds. Chairman Qin, why don't you act in a TV drama?" On the way, Director Zheng tried to change the topic. "I don't have time," Qinze said. A TV drama would take a few months to half a year. He did not have the energy to do that. There were also those that could be done in a month, such as low-cost and fast-food dramas. Director Zheng laughed dryly. "Oh right, you've seen the script. What do you think?" "Good, very good. Tell me the truth." "It's very average." Suddenly, he felt a stab in his heart. Director Zheng said, "It's actually very high quality. But compared to Chairman Qin's previous scripts, it's a little worse." Qinze thought to himself, because this was my original work. "You didn't read the script carefully." Qinze said, "Go back and read it carefully. Once you understand the feelings and the tears at the end, you won't say that." Oh. Director Zheng felt that Chairman Qin was a little angry. But he really did not study the script carefully. The time he had the script was too short. He was busy working. "You've been in the company for 3 years," Qinze said. "Yes, it's all thanks to Chairman Qin. I was actually planning to quit at the end of last year and try my luck in Dingguan." Director Zheng said flatteringly. "But Chairman Qin, when you came, you immediately changed the company's fortunes." Qinze said, "Why don't you drift to the north? There are more opportunities there. Compared to that, Guangdong has been going downhill these few years. Prosperous and prostitutes are everywhere. That's why they can't prosper." Director Zheng nodded. He naturally did not understand the meaning of the latter half of the sentence. They did not speak for the rest of the journey. Qinze opened the chat app. He wanted to ask his sisters if they had dinner. The university group was bustling. He opened it silently, scrolled through the chat history and then exited. Nowadays, it was very difficult to joke with his old friends. In the past, they could still chat, talk about beautiful women and talk dirty. But now he couldn't do that. If he continued to be the same as before, posting some gifts that made people unable to keep up with his nutrition, or discussing girls with big buttocks and giggling a few times, his chat history might be posted online the next day. Shocking. Qinze is actually such a person. Shocking, Qinze actually likes he. Wait. His circle of friends was getting bigger and bigger. But the friends he made when he was down and out, those pure friendships were getting fewer and fewer. Only his sister was still the same. So he could only kiss her often to reminisce about the past. He was so lucky to have a capable sister. A message came over. It was from his cousin Jiang Cheng. "Cousin, it's my birthday today. Give me a red packet." Qinze replied. "Ask your sister for one." "I already asked," blind crying. His cousin sent a screenshot. It was a conversation between him and Qin Bao Bao. Jiang Cheng. "Cousin, it's my birthday. Red packet." Qin Bao Bao. "Wrong name. I'll give you another chance." Jiang Cheng. "Beautiful, invincible and adorable cousin. Please give younger brother a red packet." Qin Bao Bao. "Say it again." Also its cousin, not younger brother. Zhangcheng. Beautiful, invincible and adorable cousin. Please give younger brother a red packet. Qin Bao Bao. Say it 3 more times. Zhangcheng sent it 3 more times. Qin Bao Bao. Good boy. Touching head. Zhangcheng. Cousin, where's the red packet? Shy. Qin Bao Bao. No, get lost. Zhangcheng. Qinzhe couldn't help but laugh. So it was his cousin's birthday today. In the past, Qinzhe didn't care about his birthday. At that time he didn't have money. But it was different now. He was a big shot with a net worth of 10 billion yuan. Qinzhe sent a 5 yuan red packet generously. Chapter 610. Zhangcheng. You're really my brother, you're so stingy. Qinzhe. Nonsense, I'm not your real brother. So 5 yuan is already your greatest love. Zhangcheng. 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers are always love. Can't you give me more? Qinzhe. No, your sister is in charge of all my money. Zhangcheng. Funny, why is she in charge of your money? Cousin, can't you make up an excuse earlier? I'll believe you if you say it's in charge of your girlfriend. Qinzhe. You don't understand. Your sister's money is used for marriage first. It'll be useful in the future. Zhangcheng. What's the use? Qinzhe. That's why you don't have a sister. You won't understand even if I tell you. In the end, Qinzhe transferred him 500 yuan. Zhangcheng had just started high school not long ago. So it wasn't appropriate to give him too much money. Raising a poor boy and raising a rich girl was to raise a poor girl's temperament and mentality. He wouldn't be cheated with a lollipop. After all, in a morally bankrupt society, there were too many uncles who liked young children. Boys had to be raised poor because their material life was too rich. It was easy for them to become useless, not knowing how to improve and work hard. Take his sister as an example. She didn't have to worry about food and clothing since she was young. She had everything she wanted. Even if she wasn't rich, her life was very comfortable. That was why she didn't get cheated of her lollipops when she was young. In addition, Zhangcheng was already half useless. His aunt spoiled him too much, causing his cousin to have a rebellious personality. If he didn't spend his money on his girlfriend, he would spend it on games. Out of his cousin's love, Qinzhe wanted to help his aunt educate his son, but his sister said, "It's hopeless, give up." According to his sister, people who were already in high school would have a fixed personality and temper. Unless there was a big change, they could see the future. Qinzhe thought about it and felt that it made sense. After all, not everyone had a crush like him and gave him a system. This wasn't a Xianxia world where families would be destroyed at the slightest provocation. You wouldn't even have the chance to explode even if you wanted to. Unless it was like what those losers on the internet said. Men realize their poverty, but women don't realize their dirtiness. It sounded like a chinibyu. Abandoned by the female voice and then exploding. Although her cousin was not tall, rich and handsome, he was still a local. His family was well off and he was handsome. This trick would not work. Furthermore, this was the plot of the main character. His cousin's fate wasn't good enough. If he forced the plot, it would shorten his lifespan. Cousin is still the best. Cousin loves me. Zhangcheng said something mushy. Can red packets represent true love? Of course. Why would someone who doesn't love you give you a red packet? Qinzhe had an idea. He opened the album and found a set of pictures that he would download in the future. He had downloaded the picture of fancy red envelopes last year. He had wanted to use it, but after the new year, other than the red envelopes from his parents, he had not received a single cent. His sister asked him for it, Su asked him for it, Wang Zijin asked him for it, and the children of his relatives and friends asked him for it. Everyone tacitly asked for red packets from him. Qinzhe sent a message to his sister first. "Sister Bao, are you there?" "Yes." Qinzhe sent a picture over. It was a picture of a simple and honest koala bear with the caption, "Give me 10 yuan." His sister happily sent a red packet of 10 yuan. She didn't talk nonsense and didn't scram. Sure enough, he was her biological brother. Qinzhe sent another picture. It was still a simple and honest koala bear with the caption, "Give me 20 yuan." His sister still didn't talk nonsense and sent a red packet of 20 yuan. Qinzhe. Another 30 yuan. "Sister. What's wrong with you? Send another red packet of 30 yuan." Qinze. I'm poor. I don't have any money. I have to rely on my sister to help me. Give me another 40 yuan. A red packet of 40 yuan was received. Qinze. Sister is the best. I want another 50 yuan. A red packet of 50 yuan was received. Qinze smiled in relief. His sister had always fulfilled his every request. Even if she was whining and complaining, his sister would always fulfill his every request, including kissing him. Qin Bao Bao. Do you want more? Qinze. No happy emoji. Qin Bao Bao replied with an, oh. A few seconds later she said, it's time to top up your wife's money. 500,000 yuan. It's up to you whether you want to give it or not. Qinze. This was very Qin Bao Bao. 50 yuan for 500,000 yuan. It was a good deal. Qinze helplessly and reluctantly agreed to top up his sister's wife's money. When it came to wife's money, it had to be topped up. If it stopped working, his wife's card would be bought by someone else. Qinze sent the same message to Wang Zijin. Sister Ziwei, are you there? Wang Zijin replied instantly. Yes. She must be watching a movie or drama at this time, and she liked to watch it on her phone. Qinze sent a picture of a simple and honest koala bear. Give me 10 yuan. Wang Zijin sent it. Until he sent a set of pictures, Wang Zijin didn't say anything, didn't ask anything, and sent him 5 red packets. Qinze. Thank you, Sister Ziwei. Moi. Wang Zijin replied with the touching head emoji. Well, I'll continue to watch TV. Sister Ziwei was so good. She loved her brother and didn't bargain with him. Bah, she loved her boyfriend. He sent the same picture to Suyu. Give me 10 yuan. A few minutes later, Suyu sent a red packet of 10 yuan. Okay, honey. Qinze. Give me 20 yuan. Suyu. Okay, honey. Qinze. 30 more. Suyu transferred 5,000 yuan to him. Qinze. It doesn't need so much. Suyu. Then come over and let me sleep with you. I'll be your girlfriend. Suyu began to be naughty again. Qinze suddenly thought, would Sister Man spoil me so much? As soon as he thought of this, he couldn't control himself and couldn't help but send a picture to Nan Man Pei. He didn't reply until the car drove into the parking lot of Royal View Mansion. The director said he would take a taxi back and watch Qinze enter the elevator. In the elevator, Nan Man Pei's reply came late. I was busy just now. What's wrong with you? She sent a red packet to him. Qinze. Give me 20 yuan. Nan Man Pei sent another red packet. I'm busy. If you have something to say, just say it. Qinze. It's nothing. I just want to see if Sister Man spoils me. Another 30 yuan. There was no response. Qinze was a little disappointed, but soon another 30 yuan red packet was sent. Qinze climbed up the pole. Another 40. Another red packet. After sending a set of pictures, Qinze received 5 more red packets. Happy. Qinze. Sister Man really spoils me. Moi. Nan Man Pei. Master, it's me. It's me. Awkward. Nan Man Pei. It's not your aunt who spoils you, it's your lovely disciple. Qinze. Damn it. Qinze said angrily. Li Donglai? Where's your aunt? Nan Man Pei. Aunt said she didn't have time to deal with a psycho like you. She threw the phone to me. Was this the so-called feeling good about oneself? Nan Man Pei's psycho? Qinze was melancholy for a moment and typed. Forget what you said just now. We can still be master and disciple. Nan Man Pei. You want to be my uncle, don't you? Qinze scram. After you scram, delete the chat history. I can't afford to lose face. Nan Man Pei. Ziki was watching from the side. She looked at me with disdain and disdain. Do you want me to take a picture for you? Qinze. Chapter 6:11. Qin Hao woke up from his dream and opened his eyes. He was in a small dark room with a single bed. The curtains were drawn, and the sun shone through the gaps in the curtains. He stared at the bikini photos of the 90s Hong Kong actresses on the wall, as well as the popular cartoons. After a few seconds of confusion, he suddenly sat up from the bed. In the dark room, there was a quilt embroidered with mandarin ducks playing in the water. There was an old-fashioned desk opposite the bed, and he was wearing boxers. Qin Hao hadn't worn boxers for many years. Memories flooded his mind, and his face was full of disbelief. This is my home when I was in high school? He couldn't wait to open the window. The sun shone on him, and he squinted subconsciously. After adjusting to the strong light, he saw an old neighborhood. This was the neighborhood where Qin Hao lived in high school with his adoptive parents. After college, he moved away and hadn't come back for many years. There was a calendar hanging by the desk. It was March 2008. When he woke up, he had returned to 10 years later. The door of the room was pushed open. A young woman in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts was holding a cucumber with one hand on her waist. She said while eating, "Qin Hao, are you awake? Go out and buy groceries. It's already 10:30. The woman was very beautiful. She was tall and bright, with long legs and a slim waist. She had the signature foxy face and black phoenix eyes. Qin Hao ignored her and strode out of the room, bumping into her. The woman held the door frame and looked at his back. She said angrily, "What are you doing?" The camera kept following Qin Hao's figure. He left the residential building, left the neighborhood and ran to the street. There was a mobile phone store opposite the neighborhood, and it was broadcasting a Weibo, China, leading the life of 3 prostitutes. He opened his arms, took a deep breath, and enjoyed the air of 2008. Couldn't be wrong. 3G started in 2008. During that time, Qin Hao heard this advertisement every day when he went home. He had been longing for a smartphone for a long time. Unfortunately, his family wasn't rich enough to fulfill his dream when he was a student. In March 2008, the Beijing Olympic Games hadn't started yet. In March 2008, the fast shooter Qin Zhe had just entered junior high school. In March 2008, the World Financial Center hadn't been built yet. 2008, my world. Qin Hao raised his arms and shouted. The camera froze on his ecstatic face. After a few seconds, it slowly pulled up, and the whole old street was reflected in the camera. Ka! Director Zheng shouted as he sat on the elevator that was more than 10 meters high. The lift slowly landed on the ground. Director Zheng's face was full of smiles. CEO Qin, that was great. That scene just now was perfect. The director wasn't trying to flatter Qin Zhe. He was truly shocked by the scene. In the camera, Qin Zhe's expression changed little by little. His blank and shocked expression gradually faded away and was replaced by excitement, and sadness. As a professional director, that scene was worth reminiscing about for a long time. His sister walked over from the side. She had a cucumber in her mouth and another in her hand. She passed it to him. "Do you want some?" Qin Zhe took the cucumber and sized it up. He thought, "It's even longer than mine." The director asked the crew to move the equipment back to the neighborhood to prepare for the next scene. On the way back, Qin Baobao held her brother's arm and looked down at her phone. Only in this way could she ensure that she did not go astray. "What are you looking at?" Qin Zhe asked. "Li Yanhong sent a few good seedlings. They're all young and handsome." Qin Baobao showed the photos to Qin Zhe. They were indeed handsome. The masculine type, the feminine type, and the sissy type. Qin Zhe was jealous. "Handsome? Sister, what are you blind about?" Qin Baobao smiled. Yes. They're not as handsome as my A's." Qin Zhe was satisfied. "Sister, you really know how to talk. We're both tall and handsome. A perfect match." Qin Baobao blushed. She was shy and happy. "A perfect match." Qin Zhe shook his head. "No, just tall and handsome. I have big boobs and you're handsome." This story was about a loser in life. In a car accident he accidentally returned to 10 years ago. The male protagonist was abandoned in an orphanage by his biological parents. When he was 3 years old, he was adopted by his adoptive parents. He had a childhood sweetheart called Qin Si. She was the girl he had a crush on since puberty. His sister was very outstanding, but the male protagonist was very mediocre. The story was presented to the audience through 2 scenes. Scene 1, in university he was invisible. He sat quietly in the library and watched the couple sitting next to him snuggle up to each other. He smiled sweetly and quietly packed his bag and left. He walked past the basketball court and watched the boys running as if they were flying. The girls screamed as they sweated profusely. He walked past them silently. Scene 2. In the father scolding and grumbling, he was very disappointed in his adopted son. He was grumbling because of the loss of his business. In the 2008 economic crisis, the crisis did not erupt suddenly. Instead, it snowballed. In a year, his adoptive parents changed houses twice. From a high-end apartment to a normal neighborhood, life became more and more difficult. "Dad, this year's business will not be good. You probably can't increase your income, but you should be able to reduce your expenditure. Don't be in a hurry to change your fortune. We'll talk about it after this year. If you have the money, buy back the house. While you're at it, save up a few more houses." At the dinner table, Qin Hao suggested to his adoptive father, "Go to university. Well, I'll be thankful if you can find a good job after graduation." His adoptive father did not appreciate the suggestion. Instead, he reprimanded him. Sitting opposite him, his sister secretly stuck her tongue out at him. She was playful and cute. This scene was over. The filming went smoothly. Director Zheng passed him a glass of water. When he thought of Qin Zhe's appointment, his excitement and joy faded. He was more nervous and anxious. He called Mou and asked about the things to take note of when filming with Qin Zhe. Mou replied that he was obedient, sensible, and serious. He just needed to watch from the side. At that time, he was confused. Now he understood. Taking advantage of his free time, Director Zheng discussed the script with Qin Zhe. He felt that with his name on this movie, even if it was not as popular as Journey to the West, it should be able to achieve good results. "President Qin, I think I've failed. There's finally hope for me to succeed." He really wanted to go to Guangdong to develop his career. He had learned a lot of Guangdong dialect and would occasionally say a few sentences. Qin Zhe said, "Life is always full of ups and downs." Director Zheng was stunned and said against his will, that makes sense. Look, once this person became rich, the words that came out of his mouth became wise words. When he said these words when he had no money, he would probably be told to scram in return. Qin Zhe had been learning how to persuade horses recently. As a capitalist, it was better to have a fluent tongue than not to have one. He had studied a lot of persuasive speech videos. In conclusion, it sounded very reasonable, but when he thought about it later, it was all F***king nonsense. In the end, his adoptive father did not listen to Qin Hao's advice and put all his eggs in one basket. In the end, he lost everything and even borrowed money from loan sharks. Not long after, the loan sharks came knocking on his door. His adoptive parents were terrified. They hugged each other and trembled like quails. They tried to sound tough, but they were timid inside, telling him not to mess around. "If you don't pay back the money, I'll send you to the rooftop today." The loan sharks showed their ugly faces. Smack! A cucumber fell from the sky and smashed on the head of the small gang leader. His sister stood at the door of the boudoir with her hands on her waist like a majestic little tiger. "Yo, Mr. Qin, you have such a beautiful daughter?" The small gang leader's eyes shone. "You should have said so earlier. We can avoid the interest. As long as you accompany me and talk about my dreams." As he spoke, he forced himself on Qin Si. 100 years ago, loan sharks were rampant in Shanghai. In the famous financial center of the country, there were many people who relied on finance to make a living. Even in today's Shanghai, loan sharks were everywhere. They just changed their name to finance companies. As the protagonist of a rebirth, Qin Hao finally found a chance to show his power. He stood in front of his childhood sweetheart sister and said, "I'll pay back the money my father owes you. 2 million, can you afford it?" The small gang leader looked at him disdainfully. Qin Hao was terrified. He thought about how he was reborn and should act high and mighty. He said, "After a month, I'll pay you back with interest." The loan sharks agreed to give him a month. They threatened that if he didn't pay in half a month, not only would they take his sister's money, but they would also chop off Qin Hao's hand. The month after that was the starting point for the male protagonist, Qin Hao, to become rich. He borrowed all the savings from his sister and invested them in the stock market. He wandered around the entertainment company and promoted his songs. He wrote novels and submitted manuscripts. He began his journey of working hard. As someone who had been there before, he had a lot of ideas to make money. A month later, the loan sharks came again. They saw stacks of banknotes in the living room. The sitting posture of the whole family was very interesting. Qin Hao sat in the middle with a cigar in his mouth. His sister sat on his left while his mother sat on his right. His father lit the cigar for his son. This place would be accompanied by lively music in the future. The family crisis was resolved. Qin Hao's status in the family jumped. This film wasn't just about the struggles of a reborn person. It was mixed with a lot of funny material. Qin Zhe specially invited a famous crosstalk actor from Beijing to give him advice. It was relaxed, funny, humorous, and had a strong sense of the times. The above elements were the core of this film. Many people had fantasized about how they would change if they could go back to middle school or high school. At night, the sister brought chicken soup into the brother's room. "Little Hao, drink the soup." Qin Hao was drawing. "Wait for me to finish." "What are you drawing?" The sister picked up a pencil and poked him. Annoying. Qin Hao held the pencil. "My idiot." The sister said. "No, it's my idiot." In the scene, the childhood sweethearts hugged and kissed. Qin Baobao sat on Qin Zhe's lap. Qin Zhe's hand was on his sister's waist. "Cut!" Director Zheng shouted. "Chairman Qin, the next scene is the bed scene." "Okay." Qin Zhe and his sister separated and nodded. Director Zheng didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the two of them were a little unsatisfied. However, shouldn't we shoot some memories? Director Zheng asked. Before the bed scene, the male lead would recall the past of his previous life. He and his sister liked each other during puberty. They were careful to get close to each other, but they were afraid of crossing the line. After graduation, they stopped contacting each other and went their separate ways. His sister, who was his childhood sweetheart, found another boyfriend. One time, he went back to his adoptive parents' house and saw his sister getting out of her boyfriend's car and hugging downstairs. The filming method was to be done in the present. From time to time, the male lead's memories would be mixed in. The downfall of his previous life and the glory of his current life were a sharp contrast. Qin Zhe asked for his sister's opinion. Qin Baobao tilted her head and thought, "Let's shoot this bed scene. I feel it now." Qin Zhe. "What kind of feeling, sister?" "Okay, then let's start the next scene." The director nodded. Chapter 6:12. "I think it's more efficient to shoot in groups," Qin Zhe said. Director Zheng put on a serious expression and listened attentively. "How about this, you bring the stuntmen over to shoot the flashbacks, and the assistant director stays behind," Qin Zhe said. "Wait a moment. I'll make a call to see if Huang Yuting and Su Jiao are free right now." Most of the artists in the company with more potential, and those who were already famous had already gone out with the crew to shoot the real sex scene. Therefore, Qin Zhe pulled in Huang Yuting and Su Jiao, who were singers, to play extras and expand the cast. No matter how famous he and his sister were, it still seemed a little weak. His adoptive parents were also well-known veteran actors in the entertainment industry. They belonged to the older generation of actors that everyone knew but no one knew their names. Thus they split into two groups. The director brought a group of people outside to shoot the flashbacks. The location wasn't far, at a high-end apartment 5 kilometers away. In the room, the lighting technician adjusted the lights. Qin Zhe and his sister returned to their positions. His sister sat on his lap while the cameraman filmed from the side. The assistant director nervously said, "Ready, action." In the camera, the two kissed passionately. The soft and romantic lighting deliberately included that sketch in the camera, making this ambiguous scene more hilarious. Two lips parted, two flushed faces. The man's face was as red as Red Bull, excited and excited, while the woman's face was as red as shy. Qin Zhe carried his sister to his single bed. The cameraman ran to the head of the bed first and fixed the camera. In the camera, Qin Baobao's exquisite face entered the frame, and her long black hair spread out on the pillow. The camera slowly moved down, showing her sharp chin, slender neck, and well-proportioned collarbone. When it reached below the collarbone, the camera stopped. Then the back of Qin Zhe's head entered the frame. He buried his face in his sister's neck and kissed her, going from gentle to frantic. Qin Baobao closed her eyes, and her red lips parted slightly. This kissing scene on the bed lasted about 10 seconds. The cameraman moved the camera to the side of the bed. He held the camera with one hand and grabbed the prepared clothes with the other, throwing them on the floor. What a coquettish operation. After the cameraman was done, he slowly pulled the lens away and filmed the couple kissing passionately on the bed from a slightly further angle. Then he noticed a flaw in the shot. Qinzai's back was arched too high. In a normal position where the man was on top and the woman was on the bottom, the two of them should be close to each other. However, Qinzai's posture was a little exaggerated, so it was very out of character. The cameraman could understand. After all, the two of them were siblings, so when filming intimate scenes, they would subconsciously keep a distance. Cut! The assistant director shouted. On the bed, the siblings turned their heads simultaneously. Qin Baobao's hands were still wrapped around Qinzai's neck. Because of the passionate kiss, her lips were even brighter than usual. The assistant director coughed and dryly smiled. Chairman Qin, don't bend your back. You should lie down a little. This is too exaggerated. Qin Baobao tilted her head and looked at her brother's back. She said, don't half kneel on the bed. Lie down a little. Then never? Qin Baobao asked. Wait a minute. Qinzai shouted. He turned over and sat cross-legged on the bed. He did not lift the quilt, even though their clothes were intact, at most a little messy. I'm not in the right state. I can't find the feeling, Qinzai said. Rest for 10 minutes. Filming paused. The assistant director, cameraman, lighting technician, and other crew members left the room and went to the living room to smoke. There were very few crew members who did not smoke. When work was tiring, they often stayed up late. Sometimes for filming, it was not strange that they would drive overnight. They needed to smoke to refresh themselves. At the same time, smoking was the best way to get closer to the men. They gathered together to smoke and chat. At the very least, they could get to know each other. What's the matter? I feel quite in the right state. Qin Baobao pulled the quilt. Why are you wrapped in the quilt? Qinzai held it tightly and said in a low voice, Don't pull, don't pull. Qin Baobao was stunned, but she quickly reacted. Her eyes glanced at Qinzai's crotch. She quickly looked away and said, Shameless. Qinzai interpreted this as his sister's arrogance. It was funny. If he did not lust after his sister, should he lust after his brother? In fact, he had never lust after his sister in bed scenes before. At that time he still had some scruples in his heart and could still control his dick. After returning from Su Town, there were more heavy things in his heart, but at the same time, a knot in his heart was untied. No wonder you were bending over just now. She bit her lip and turned her face to the side. Her fair face slowly turned red. A knife hand came over and it hurt. Qin Baobao glared at him fiercely. Who's as full of dirty thoughts as you? Qinzai pressed his hands on his sister's legs. I don't believe it. Let me touch it. Qin Baobao raised her hand and punched Qinzai's head like a cat in a fight. Get lost. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Qinzai begged for mercy. His sister could not accept this kind of joke for the time being. After all, in her mind she was still his sister. Whether she was really angry or not, she had to be angry. Otherwise she would feel guilty. It was indeed a joke. It was just a short kiss. Qinzai estimated that she was at most getting into a good mood. It was still far from the flood. Therefore, most of the time it was the man who took the initiative between husband and wife. It's about time. Then shall we continue? Qin Baobao said softly. I'm not ready yet. What? Then I'll go to the toilet now. You look for tape, Qinzai said. Why do you need tape? Qin Baobao did not understand. You're too inexperienced in bed scenes. Many male actors will tie themselves up with tape when they shoot bed scenes. Tape there? Qin Baobao could not believe it. Doesn't it hurt when you take it off? It's tied up in a plump t-shirt, sister. Qinzai corrected. Oh, you can ask the crew. Lazy sister. Are you crazy? Qinzai was going crazy. He lowered his voice and said, What should I say? Hey, you guys, roll tape for me. Qin Baobao did not think about this at the moment. When she heard Qinzai's explanation, she felt guilty. She moved to the edge of the bed and put on her canvas shoes as slippers. She swayed her plump hips and walked 2 steps. Then she suddenly stopped. His sister rushed back and said angrily, How do you know how to use tape? I don't even know. How do you know? Other than me, who else have you filmed bed scenes with? That was why it was troublesome for a woman to be too smart. She might not have noticed the loopholes in your words at first, but she would definitely be able to figure it out later. Fortunately, Qin Zhe had a clear conscience. He said, Li Wei, when I was filming Shanghai Beach, I had a kissing scene with her. Then there was a bed scene for a few seconds. At that time, the director asked me if I should use tape. That's how I got the idea. Oh. His sister turned to leave. Her body stiffened. She silently turned back and looked at him condescendingly. So, you were lying to me when you said you used a body double? Qin Zhe. Damn, he spilled the beans. I'll deal with you tonight. His sister stretched out a slender finger and poked him on the forehead. She walked to the wall and tore off a corner of the poster. What are you doing? Stupid. His sister looked back and glared at him. I just went out and asked for tape. We're all professionals. We know it very well. She walked to the living room. She was a little annoyed by the strong smell of smoke and frowned. The assistant director observed her expression and immediately ran to open the window. He laughed dryly. I forgot to open the window. Qin Baobao nodded. Do you have tape? I accidentally tore off a corner of the poster. I'll paste it back. The assistant director said. Let me do it, let me do it. Qin Baobao said. President Qin is adjusting himself inside. Don't go in and disturb him. She took the tape back and closed the door. Then she threw it to Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe reached out and took off his pants. The summer pants were very thin. This was also the reason why he didn't want to go against his sister. If he accidentally let his sister know his size, both sides would be embarrassed. It's okay to go against her in private. But in front of so many people, Qin Zhe has a psychological barrier. Under the pants was a pair of black boxers. His sister bought it for him. Qin Zhe's Fat CI facial cleanser, serious facial cleanser, socks, ties, shirts, and suits were all handled by his sister. Wang Zijin would also buy it for him, and Suyu would also buy it for him. When Suyu bought clothes for him, Qin Zhe would say that he bought it himself. The tape was wrapped around the boxers and tied up in circles. Before, nothing could be seen. After the tape was tied up, the swelling between his legs became more obvious. It was like being stung by a wasp and a big bulge appeared. This way of describing not compromising and starting over was just like hiding a rubber ball. Qin Baobao couldn't help glancing at it. You have a needle eye. Qin Zhe joked. His sister blushed and spat. After that, he put on his pants. The bed scene was shot again. This time it was easy to pass. The next scene was tomorrow morning. There was a scene of catching adulterers in bed. Qin Zhe and his sister drove home first. When they got home, it was 9:30 in the evening. Wang Zijin ate the leftovers from lunch. The living room light was dark. At this time, she should have taken a bath and lay in bed to watch TV series or movies. She should go to bed at 10 o'clock. At 5:30 in the morning, she should get up and run with Qin Zhe. While his sister was taking a bath, Qin Zhe slipped into Wang Zijin's room. She really didn't sleep. She was sitting at the head of the bed with her mobile phone on her lower abdomen. There was a plate of cut dragon fruit on the bedside table with a toothpick inserted. Qin Zhe threw off his slippers and got into bed. Sister Ziwei, I'm coming. He stretched out a finger and gestured on her chest. Sunflower acupoint technique. Let's see if I can hit the bullseye. Wang Zijin ignored him. Qin Zhe was in a difficult position. He deliberately pointed at the wrong spot and pretended to be disappointed. Sigh, it seems that my experience is shallow. I still need to practice harder. Okay. Wang Zijin was relieved. Don't look at your phone. Let's make out. He straightened Wang Zijin's body and made her face him. Then I'll only give you 10 minutes. Wang Zijin chuckled. 10 minutes is not enough. Qin Zhe bargained. Half an hour. No, I want to sleep before 10 o'clock. Wang Zijin brushed her bangs and rested her head on his chest. They lay on the bed in this position and looked at the ceiling. Qin Zhe said, You don't love me at all. I love you quite a lot. I don't feel it. Is taking advantage of you love me? He squinted. Hey, when the boyfriend comes back, the unqualified girlfriend will wait for him to cook. The qualified girlfriend will wait for him after cooking, and the best girlfriend will hold the bowl in one hand and the bra in the other. She will ask, Hubby, do you want to eat first or drink milk first? Then I'm an unqualified girlfriend. Yes. Then you can change to another one. I can't change, little sister. Why? Once the goods come out of the closet, I won't be responsible. Sounds familiar. Bank. Yes, this is the style of the Red Party. It's your shameful fourth generation, so I can't return it. If you don't agree, then tell me about qualified and unqualified boyfriends. Unqualified boyfriends don't do any work and only sit and wait. Qualified boyfriends will help with the housework after earning money. The best boyfriend will ask, "Honey, do you want fresh milk?" Wang Zijin. Chapter 6:13. They had agreed to sleep at 10 o'clock, but they ended up chatting until 10:30. Qinzhe didn't take advantage of her. He just lay on the bed and chatted with her. He joked and occasionally made dirty jokes, which either made Wang Zijin laugh or made her speechless. It was best for men and women to complement each other. If they had similar personalities, it was easy for them to dislike each other. Excluding those scheming people, Wang Zijin was a relatively decent woman. She couldn't act coquettishly like Qin Baobao. She only acted like a little girl in front of Qinzhe occasionally. Qinzhe's flirtatious and flirty style just made up for her well-behaved style of life. People like her who came from a family were taught to be righteous and moderate since childhood. They always acted within the rules. This way no one could find fault with them. Unorthodox ways would only lead to a miserable and quick death in the official career. This was one of the reasons why she liked Qinzhe. When she was with him, she could always laugh happily and unrestrained. Occasionally, she could indulge herself, occasionally throw a tantrum, and occasionally break her image and act coquettishly. There was no pressure at all. This was something that Zhang Mingcheng couldn't give her. Zhang Mingcheng was too well behaved. He wasn't as sinister and cunning as his sister. The older generation thought that he could be cultivated. However, this was the flaw that Wang Zijin hated the most. When the two of them were together, other than treating each other with respect, what else did they do? She had a psychological shadow of a husband and wife who treated each other with respect. Wang Zijin herself was bound by rules and regulations. She didn't want the other half of her life to be such a person. Your sister is drying her hair. Go back. Wang Zijin pushed his waist. Good night. Qinzhe brushed her bangs aside and kissed her forehead gently. He closed the door and turned off the lights. Wang Zijin wrapped herself in a thin quilt, revealing her head. The corners of her mouth curled up. She felt so sweet just now. Her blue eyes were filled with joy and she was ready to fall asleep. Qinzhe paid for his sister's bath water. He gave himself a simple wash, dried his hair, and went back to his room to sleep. Southerners always bathed cleanly and cleanly. They bathed every day, so there wasn't much dirt on their bodies. When he was young, he saw on TV that bathhouses and scrubbing were very popular in the north. He had never understood why. When she asked her mother, Qin Ma said that she loved to be clean, unlike you, who didn't even scrub your little brother clean after taking a 5-minute shower. Qinzhe's habit of rubbing his little brother before taking a shower was cultivated at that time. Lying on the bed, he didn't sleep. He counted from 1 to 100. Just as he finished counting to 66, there was the sound of the doorknob being twisted. It was very soft, as if someone was doing something sneaky. With a knowing smile, Qinzhe said in his heart, "Sure enough, it's here. Little red guy, are you asleep yet?" The older sister tiptoed in and closed the door behind her. No. Qinzhe watched as she twisted her waist, trotted to the bed, and crawled under the covers. A delicate fragrance rushed into his nose. It was the fragrance of the shower gel, and perhaps the smell of shampoo. Mixed together, it was not unpleasant. Instead, it was very comfortable. He couldn't help but want to bury his head in his sister's big chest and take a deep breath. "I haven't chatted with you for a long time," the older sister said, trying to cover it up. "What are you chatting about? Let's sleep." Qinzhe moved to the side. Qin Baobao felt it and quietly moved into his arms. She said angrily, "Don't be so far away. It's cold." Cold? In the midsummer weather, people in Guangdong were so hot that they didn't want to live anymore. "I'm not cold. I'm quite hot," Qinzhe said. "It's just cold. Sister's energy is too strong. Your air conditioner is too low." The older sister hooked one of her legs around his waist and used her strength to prevent him from moving too far away. Through the thin pajamas, Qinzhe could almost feel the smoothness of his sister's thighs. In the past, when he was restless, he was restrained by his salted fish personality. Now that he was a salted fish out of control, he had fewer scruples. Moreover, at that time, Brother Eel did not know the taste of meat and was already very satisfied with the five-fingered girl. Now he couldn't. It was like a person who was used to riding the high-speed train. How could he be willing to take the green train? He thought to himself, what a sin. In the past, he was the one who flirted with his sister. Now it was his sister who flirted with him. His sister was still the illiterate sister from before, and he was already an experienced driver. Sister, let's sleep in plain clothes, Qinzhe said. Qin Baobao stared at him in the dark and giggled. Pretentious. Qinzhe was speechless. There's a bed scene tomorrow. Let's rehearse it first. Qin Baobao leaned close to him and pecked her soft lips. It's a bit boring at night. The dry wood was suddenly ignited. Qinzhe turned over and pressed her on top of his body just like during filming. They kissed passionately. After a long time their lips parted. His sister's chest rose and fell violently as she panted. She looked like she could not survive. Qinzhe's lips moved down to her chin, neck, collarbone and further down. It was blocked by a thin layer of pajamas. Hey sister, let's rehearse. You said it. Qinzhe's voice was full of hormones. Fortunately, his sister was wearing pajamas and not a nightgown. Otherwise, Qinzhe would touch her all the way. Qin Baobao's eyes widened. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck her mind. There was only one thought left. How dare he? In the past, they were very particular about propriety when they kissed. Qinzhe touched her but slightly through her pajamas. This was the limit of what Qin Baobao could tolerate. Since the last shower, Qinzhe had seen his sister's magnanimity up close for the second time. Every time he saw it, he had different feelings and exclamations. It looked like a mountain range from the side with different heights from the distance. He did not know the true face of Mount Lu, but he was in it. It made King sense. Qinzhe's head was pushed away fiercely. His sister hurriedly pulled down her pajamas. At this moment she should have given him a backhand slap. However, she did not. Perhaps it was because she could not bear to, or perhaps she did not hate him like this. Hence she merely glared at him. They looked at each other silently. In the silence, the bottom line between them was shallower and shallower. Today it was slightly broken. Qinzhe sighed. I'm sorry. There were many things that could not be done without fear just because they knew each other well. When they were not tearing off that thin layer, both of them wanted to break through and look forward to tearing it apart. However, when they really reached this step, they realized that it was not easy to tear off that thin layer in their hearts. After returning from Shujiao town, Qinzhe's knot in his heart was untied. He could face his sister more calmly now. However, his sister's shackles were not untied yet. She could not accept that kind of thing. Putting the truth aside, in terms of relationship, she was his sister. Qin Baobao gradually calmed her rapid breathing. The expression on her face was complicated. Shyness, nervousness, and fear. Biting her lips, she squeezed out a sentence weakly. I'm not sleeping at your place anymore. Her hands gripped her clothes tightly as she moved to the side of the bed. Putting on her shoes, she left with a slightly panicked back view. Chapter 6:14. Look at your cowardice. After his sister left, the system, which had been silent for a long time, mocked him. This is not called cowardice. This is called respecting women. Men and women are equal. A man who only cares about himself is a scumbag. I'm obviously not a scumbag. Qinzhe defended himself. Hee. The system replied. Your sister. It's all your fault. If you were a flirtatious system, I would be able to become Long Outyan, become a CEO, marry a beautiful and rich woman, and reach the peak of life. I would be able to *ck someone as fragile as my sister. Qinzhe pushed the blame. Aren't you a CEO now? Isn't Suyu a beautiful and rich woman? Haven't you reached the peak of life? Long Outyan's strength lies in his heart. Even if a salted fish has a system, he's still a salted fish. The system's words were sharp. Get lost, get lost. You lowlife. Qinzhe said angrily. Okay, I'll get lost. Along with the system's words, an electronic voice sounded in Qinzhe's mind. System uninstallation. 100%, 90%, 50%, 30%. Chinze was so scared that he peed his pants. How could the system be uninstalled? Hey, don't be like this. I was joking. I was wrong. I can't leave you just like how a woman can't leave her moisture. Chinze was shocked. Now you know how important I am. The system said proudly. The uninstallation sound stopped. You're getting more and more naughty. Chinze complained and heaved a sigh of relief. The system ignored him. The next day he only ran for an hour before going back. Wang Zijin was obviously not satisfied. She complained. Why didn't you last for long today? Chinze said. I have something to do later. I have to rush to the set. Then he bought breakfast and went home. His sister was not awake yet. Chinze called her but she ignored him. She twisted the door handle. Fine, the door was locked. Afraid that I would attack at night? Is there no basic trust between siblings? She's not awake yet? Wang Zijin grabbed a fried dough stick and pinched it like an orchid. Savory tofu pudding with fried dough sticks was her favorite. Chinze's tofu pudding was sweet, and it was also his favorite with fried dough sticks. There were two heresies in this world. The siscon and the savory tofu pudding. Chinze had tried to convince Wang Zijin that sweet tofu pudding was the way to go, and savory tofu pudding was shameful and unacceptable. However, Wang Zijin didn't think that there was anything wrong with her at all. She even accused him and her sister of being crazy. Deepwell Ice actually ate sweet tofu pudding. Was there something wrong with his brain? Therefore, every day when he bought tofu pudding or soy milk, he would specially say, 3 tofu pudding, soy milk, 2 sweet and 1 salty. Sweet tofu pudding was delicious, especially in the summer. When it was hot, sprinkle a spoonful of white sugar and add some almonds before chilling it in the fridge. The sweetness of the tofu pudding mixed with the aroma of the almonds. The tofu pudding was tender, smooth and sweet. It tasted better than any other dessert. I'll go get her. Wang Zijin put down her chopsticks. A moment later, there was a violent knock on the door in the corridor. Sleep your ass. Wake up. Sister was rudely woken up just like that. With dark circles under her eyes, she was listless. She couldn't sleep last night, and it was difficult for her to express her feelings in words. When she wasn't paying attention, the pink and tender grapes were eaten by her brother. She felt as if there was an electric current flowing through her body, and goosebumps rose all over her body. She was shy and frightened, nervous and guilty, and there was also a sense of guilt that couldn't be erased. Oh right, she even took a shower after returning to her room. She walked to the living room and looked at Chinze's back with a complicated expression. She quietly sat down in her seat and buried her head in breakfast. Wang Zijin frowned. She realized that things weren't that simple. The three of them had been together for a year, and were very familiar with each other's way of interacting. Qin Baobao was usually very lively when she was eating, but today she was too quiet. She carefully looked at Chinze, but didn't see anything strange on his face. He looked fearless and calm, as if he was the successor of communism. After breakfast, Chinze and his sisters left the house. They took the elevator to the underground parking lot, and waved goodbye to Sister Ziwei. Sister was holding her bag with both hands and was standing in a very ladylike manner. It was abnormal for her sister to be like this. It just showed that she was still nervous and conflicted about what happened last night. Chinze drove to the set. Sister, according to my estimation, the movie can be finished in a week at most, Chinze said. Oh, Qin Baobao replied. I'll make tofu pudding for you at noon. Put it in the fridge and you can eat it at night. Chinze said casually. Qin Baobao nodded and quietly observed him. He was very calm without the slightest awkwardness or guilt. As if eating grapes was a basic thing that he didn't need to worry about. Qin Baobao bit her lip, feeling wronged. She was in a mess, but her brother was still calm and collected. Baobao suddenly felt wronged. She was also a little disappointed, although neither of them would feel awkward with his attitude. Of course, her brother's state of mind was different from his sister's. Brother. I was one step away from having sex with her. Sister. I was one step away from falling into the abyss and couldn't survive. They arrived at the set at 8:30 in the morning. The crew was already there and waiting for them. Let's start. Let's try to do it in one take. In the room, Qinze quickly took off his short-sleeved shirt and pants, leaving only a pair of boxers, and got into bed. In the past, Qin Baobao would happily admire her brother's figure, just like a man appreciating a woman's figure. But today, she glanced at the center of the boxers, cross it out the center of the crotch. She immediately retracted her gaze, looking very uneasy. Boss Qin, go over there and change your clothes. Director Zheng asked the lighting engineer and cameraman to get into position and said to Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao needed to change into a wrap, the kind that exposed her shoulders. She couldn't lie in bed in a short-sleeved shirt. The male actor was much more casual and didn't need to go through so much trouble. He just needed to wear a pair of boxers. Let's get a stunt double, Qin Baobao said. Qinze was stunned. But we don't have a stunt double. Director Zheng was in a dilemma. There were no action scenes, no danger scenes, and no stunt doubles in this movie. The lighting engineer suggested, Director, let the female colleagues in the crew do it. I'll do it. Director, let me do it. Boss Qin, I'll be the stunt double. At the door, several female colleagues in the equipment team raised their hands. Qin Baobao. So many people? So many people want to take my place? Qin Baobao frowned and suddenly changed her mind. Forget it, I don't need a stunt double. The female colleagues hissed, their faces full of disappointment. The morning sun shone in through the window, and the room was quiet. A man and a woman snuggled together. The girl's hair was messy, and her head was buried in the man's neck. Her side profile was as beautiful as a painting. Their clothes were scattered under the bed. There was a knock on the door, and the man and woman woke up with a start. After a few knocks, the door opened, and the camera pointed at the door. The middle-aged woman stood at the door, dumbfounded. You, the middle-aged woman said in a trembling voice. The cameraman gave her a close-up. As expected of a veteran actor, he played the expression of, "Oh my God, my son and my daughter are in bed very well." Chapter 6:15. Just like that, this pair of childhood sweethearts developed feelings for each other, and the fact that they couldn't help but have sex with each other could no longer be concealed. How did I give birth to such a shameless daughter like you? His father flew into a rage in the living room like an enraged lion. Dad, it's my fault. Don't scold my sister, Qin Hao said loudly. Pa! His father slapped his face and became even angrier. How can you face me? How can you face your mother? How can you face our kindness of raising you? Qin Hao clenched his fists. My sister and I are truly in love. You still have the face to say that. She is your sister after all. How can I face you? How can she face you? The biggest mistake I made in my life was to adopt you. Get lost now. From now on, our family has nothing to do with you. If you dare to contact us in private again, I will break your legs. Ooh! The slap was real. He didn't use a dislocation technique or a stunt double. A bright red palm print appeared on Qinze's face. The veteran actor's acting skills were superb. He portrayed the image of an enraged father clearly and powerfully. It indeed made the eyes of the crew, including the director, light up. The camera focused on Qin Hao's face, and he first revealed a dazed expression. In this scene there would be a flashback. In his previous life, Qin Hao and Qin Si would also have feelings for each other, and they would also have sex, but their parents wouldn't allow them to be together. In the end they broke up. In his previous life, Qin Hao didn't have the courage to fight against his parents. He was too mediocre, too ordinary. Without the support of his adoptive parents, he couldn't even finish college. Memories flashed past. Qin Hao and Qin Si had no choice but to separate. From then on, they went their separate ways and walked on their own paths. They were like strangers. Many years later, he still lived a mediocre and helpless life in the big city. His sister met someone who truly loved her and got married. Until that car accident brought him back to 10 years later. Enough! In the silence he exploded with a roar. The whole family was shocked and looked at him in shock. Qin Hao clenched his fists tightly, his expression agitated. He swept all the things on the tea table to the ground and roared. Face, you always only care about your face. Have you ever considered us? In your previous life you broke us up because of your face. Now you still want to do this. They quarreled loudly, their faces flushed red. venting all the resentment in the heart of a loser. His acting skills were off the charts. At this point, the show was far more exciting than expected. The camera fell on Qin Baobao. Next, it was time to test her acting skills. They wanted to see if she could match up to the first two actors. If there was too much difference, they would have to stop. Director Zheng was a little conflicted. If he called for a stop, it would probably make Qin Baobao a little embarrassed. If he didn't call for a stop, it would give Qin Zhe the impression that he was doing things half-heartedly. At this time, Qin Baobao looked a little absent-minded. No one knew what he was thinking. Fine, he directly stopped the adjustment. Director Zheng sighed. Logically speaking, for this kind of drama, it would be best if they could finish it in one go while they still had the feeling. But at this time, Qin Baobao reacted quickly. She wiped away her tears and connected this small flaw. Then she stood up and said, "Dad, Xiao Hao and I are truly in love. Whether you agree or not, I will be with him." Meeting her father's angry and fierce gaze, she added, "I like him." She immediately established a firm and unyielding image of a girl. This was a contrast to Qin Si's character. Qin Si was a traditional girl who resigned herself to adversity. In the original script, she should be crying and begging at this moment and then be heartlessly rejected by her parents. But with this small change in character, Director Zheng felt that it was not bad. Cut. That's good, that's good. Director Zheng clapped. The atmosphere suddenly relaxed. The crew members who were holding their breaths and not making a sound began to talk and laugh. Director Qin's acting skills are amazing. The old actor who played the father gave a thumbs up. Not to mention the little fresh meats, there are very few young actors who can compare to Director Qin's acting skills. He's completely at the level of acting king. The old actor who played the mother chimed in. There was flattery, but there were also sincere praises. Qin Zhe was an expert in acting. His acting skills were definitely not comparable to ordinary king actors. Compared to those king actors, his acting skills had a wider range and he could adapt to different roles. Moreover, this film was written based on his own state of mind. Only he could understand the feeling in it. In the afternoon, he gave the crew half a day off and asked the director to bring everyone out for a big meal. He drove his sister home to make tofu pudding. "Do you want almonds or walnuts?" "I want both walnuts and almonds," his sister replied. Qin Zhe glanced at her. His sister was finally not as pretentious as she was in the morning. When he hugged her to sleep on the bed just now, her heart was beating wildly. Qin Zhe could feel it. But after the last scene, the knot in her heart was suddenly untied. The rest of the filming was much easier. It was easier because the requirements for acting skills were not as high. In terms of workload, it was heavier than before. In the following days, Qin Hao continued to cross industries and used the knowledge from his previous life to rise in various industries. He became a successful person like Duan Ma. The entertainment industry was full of praise and the social response was excellent. His adoptive parents had no choice but to accept this fact. However, good things come with setbacks. His and his sister's relationship was exposed on the internet. Paparazzi secretly took photos. Media interviews. His adoptive parents were harassed by the media and scolded on the internet. His sister had a breakdown because of this. Under the pressure of public opinion, Qin Hao and his sister gradually drifted apart. He lived in a villa, owned a luxurious house and lived a good life. But he was not happy. After a few years, he suddenly heard the news that his sister was getting married. Qin Hao woke up. He had lost his love in his previous life. In this life he finally came back. He could not let the tragedy happen again. So he drove away from home to stop his sister from getting married. He drove in a hurry and was racing against time. Usually, when one was driving emotionally, they would get into a car accident. Qin Hao was no exception. He collided with a van. The broken car rolled to the side of the road. The person in the car was bleeding and unconscious. The music floated. Tired, trying to stay awake as usual, also thinking of you as usual. Afraid that I will fall asleep in peace, my heart will not listen to me in my dreams and will stop. The scene changed. A blurry white light appeared first, and then the scenery slowly became clear. On the hospital bed, there was a seriously injured person in a coma. Outside the ward, the family and the doctor were anxiously communicating. The music stopped here. The doctor shook his head. He's awake. Go in and see him for the last time. The adoptive parents were struck by lightning. His sister rushed into the ward, followed by her newlywed husband. In the ward on the bed, Qin Hao opened his eyes. He tried hard to open his eyes and looked at Qin Si. It was as if he wanted to imprint this face in the depths of his mind. In silence, the siblings looked at each other. The music floated again. Listen, breathing is like waves. The more beautiful it is, the more uneasy it makes me. What else can I cherish? If I can't even control my own pulse. Qin Hao raised his hand, wanting to hold on to something, but he was too weak. He couldn't change anything. He could only smile at Qin Si and close his eyes. His life gradually faded. The heartbeat meter suddenly straightened. If I become a memory, withdraws from this life, leaving you crying in shock. My cold body can't hug you. Qin Si stood by the bed, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face. In the company's screening room, after the sister saw the ending, her eyes turned red. She kicked her brother beside her. Then in the end, was there a rebirth? The movie had been edited. Qin Si personally supervised and participated. The sister's expression was similar to that of most of the female colleagues. She also asked the question that many people in the crew had. They had participated in the entire filming process. Some of them had read the script while others had not. Those who had not read the script had originally thought that this was going to be a relaxing and happy comedy. However, in the end they suddenly burst into tears. After the editing, when they watched it, the ending made them feel suffocated. Those who had read the script were clear about the ending. However, when they watched the edited movie, they suddenly realized that they had neglected a question when they read the script. Was there a rebirth? This was an oversight when reading the script. Both lives ended because of a car accident. Then, was the entire movie an encounter after the rebirth? Or was it a dream of the protagonist when he was hospitalized? The former was a little comforting, but the latter was a heart-wrenching. It's not important whether it's a rebirth or not, Qin Si said. Anyway, in both lives he didn't catch the person he liked. Whether it's a rebirth or not, let the audience guess to add a little depth. You're so annoying. Qin Baobao kicked him hard. She was unwilling to give up. She waved her hand and slashed wildly. She glared at him and said, "Don't ask me to shoot such movies in the future. I was very annoyed the last time. Why are you so bad?" The last time was referring to the movie where the lovers became siblings. She didn't have any negative feelings for the similarly tragic A Journey to the West. However, when the relationship involved siblings, it was a tragedy. Her mentality exploded. "Then I'll ask you to shoot it next time?" Qin Si joked. "Get lost." His sister roared and pinched his arm. "Don't shoot such movies in the future." "Then what do you think of the reputation of my movie?" "It's a bad movie." "Don't joke. I'm serious." "It's a bad movie," his sister said angrily. "Is it a bad movie? Is it a bad movie?" Qin Si's finger poked her waist. Qin Baobao immediately collapsed in his arms. She wriggled and begged for mercy. "Don't poke me. You're so annoying. It's barely a bad movie." "It's so forced." "Then I'll continue." "No. Anyway, I feel so bad that I want to cry. The ending is also very deep. Is it okay?" "Good girl." Finally, another mission was completed. Qin Si was relieved. The next step was to send it for review and then arrange for the release of the movie. The box office was not important. If the reputation was good, the mission would be completed. Qin Si's heart was calm. Because of the rampant bad movies in the domestic market, as long as the logic of his movie was not wrong, the plot was not bad, the ending was deep and thought-provoking, and he and his sister were popular, the overall rating would not be low. Chapter 6:16. Change all of them. "Uncle, I'm telling you, if you let me know that you received gifts from those guys and left them in the factory, I'll take you down immediately. As for the hiring of personnel, let Su Yao's people take care of it. Get it done by the middle of this month, and don't miss any patents." In the commercial car leaving the airport, Qin Si and Uncle Su Guang talked on the phone. "Actually, with your uncle watching over there, we can worry less." "Oh, I'm not talking about this unreliable uncle," Su said. She curled up in his arms like a little bird, with shallow bags under her eyes. According to the usual practice, they fought for 3,000 rounds last night, and Suyu was killed without accident. But the battlefield was so small that she didn't even have the qualification to escape. When she woke up this morning, she felt that her body was hollowed out, and her waist was particularly sore. Suyu gradually began to be unable to bear him. Fortunately, the box of 6 flavor Remania pills was not thrown away. It was originally bought for Qinzhe, but it seemed that she had to take it herself. From a physiological point of view, everyone had 2 kidneys. There was no reason that the protruding one would lose, and the concave one would not lose. From an agricultural point of view, there were cows that died of exhaustion, but there were also fields that were plowed and overcultivated, and the quality of the soil would decline. This the farmer uncle knew best. Your waist hurts? I'll rub it for you. Qinzhe pulled Suyu up, put her on his lap, and gently rubbed the acupuncture points on both sides of Suyu's waist. It hurts. Be gentle, be gentle. That's the strength. Ah, it's so comfortable. Suyu lay in his arms, her chin on his shoulder, squinting, her face full of enjoyment. She always knew that Qinzhe's mouth skills were very good, but she didn't expect his finger skills to be even better. He was better than the masseuses in the club. Suyu and Nan Manpei would go to the health club to do facial masks, oil and beauty treatments when they were free. In comparison, the female prostitutes' hands were too soft, and Qinzhe's were more powerful and even. Ace, go home and help me with the oil, Suyu said coquettishly. It was hard for outsiders to imagine that such a cold woman like her would have such a coquettish side. I'm your man, not your boy toy. Qinzhe refused. If it was Wang Zijin, you would definitely accept it. You don't love me at all. Suyu often compared Wang Zijin with herself. She knew that Qinzhe would immediately agree because of his guilt towards her. This trick had been tried and tested. It's because I dote on you that I won't push oil for you, Qinzhe said. Liar. I'm not lying. According to the plot development in the book, any massage and oil massage will eventually evolve into inhumane sex. Your waist is sore, so I won't torture you. Qinzhe sniffed the perfume on her body. It doesn't make sense. Suyu muttered. What? Didn't you say that there are only tired cows and no plowed fields? Suyu felt wronged. My waist? It wasn't an illusion. She found that Qinzhe was getting more and more valiant in that aspect. In the past, Suyu used to collect public grain, but now that the harvest was getting better and better, there was so much public grain that she couldn't eat. Qinzhe always removed her as a teddy, but he was clearly a teddy. Maybe it's because I'm more salted. Qinzhe explained. Salted? What do you mean? Salted fish can't be soft, Qinzhe said in his heart. Let's sing a song to ease the atmosphere. Suyu reached out to take out her mobile phone from her bag, opened the music app and played it. I once wanted to let the whole world know that I love you, but in the end we couldn't be together. But I met the right you at the wrong time. Maybe everything is fate. A male and female chorus sounded. Qinzhe was stunned. Wasn't this the song he wrote for Huang Yuting and Su Jiao? This is the song I wrote, right? Yes, it's very nice. Suyu rewarded him with a kiss. My husband is amazing. It's just an online song. But it's very popular. Mobile Douyin is full of videos of this song's accompaniment. It's so popular. Fashion is actually using mobile Douyin. I just watch it occasionally to relieve stress. After Suyu finished speaking, she closed her eyes and enjoyed Qinzhe's massage. Her mouth was moaning. The phone rang. It was Nan Manpei calling. Suyu answered the phone. Man, sister man, do you have time tonight? Come out for tea, Nan Manpei said. Bathing, sauna, oil massage, beauty treatment and tea. Before she got together with Qinzhe, this was the unshakable activity of Suyu and Nan Manpei every weekend. It was commonly known as a woman's big sword. Then later, is that okay? Suyu's face was full of enjoyment. What are you doing? Nan Manpei heard her voice and felt that something was wrong. I'm not doing what Who are you with? Qinzhe. After a moment of silence, Nan Manpei said, Goodbye. Hang up. Suyu threw the phone and half squinted. Rub my shoulders too. It's so comfortable that I want to sleep. Qinzhe. Is it really good to be so naughty to sister man? Suyu. It's okay, I can only show off in front of Sister Man. Suyu was like a lazy cat, lying on his shoulder squinting, and was about to sleep when she was disturbed by the ringtone of the phone. This time it was Qinzhe's phone. Caller Maggot Bao Bao. My sister's phone. Qinzhe patted her perky buttocks and motioned her not to make strange sounds. Suyu opened her eyes, pricked up her ears and eavesdropped. Where are you back? I'm waiting for the flight. I'll be back in the afternoon. Oh, I have something to tell you. Qin Bao Bao seemed to have something to do and didn't talk to him. Just now the company received an invitation. The TV station next door invited you to record a program and be a guest. What program? It seems to be Super Brain. It's not appropriate. With my IQ it's too much of a bully. What are you thinking? Being a guest teacher is equivalent to being a judge. Besides, with your brain, can you compare with those high IQ talents? The sister sneered. Qinzhe calculated that the movie was finished, and there was no need for him in Shenzhen. The real Huang Zhuan was shooting in other places and didn't need his help. It seemed that there was really nothing to do in the near future. Okay, pick it up for me when? Qinzhe said. Next week. Got it. Hanging up the phone. Suyu curiously said, I've seen that program, it's very interesting. Qinzhe said, it's all the effects of the program. It's fake. I've been on a lot of variety shows and they all have scripts. Suyu analyzed. It's a provincial TV station anyway. Pure entertainment variety shows are okay. This kind of program with a little depth can't be scripted. Otherwise, people would have laughed their teeth off. I've watched a few episodes before and admired the contestants' speed calculation ability. Ordinary people feel incredible and even suspect that it's a script, but in fact speed calculation ability can be practiced. You're a science student. You know this and there's not so much requirement for IQ. At my peak, if I practice speed calculation for a few years, I can do it. Suyu is a genius. What she said makes sense. In fact, this program is not about IQ but about the brain. The gap between the two is very big. IQ is too one-sided. Many of the programs on it are more about memory, spatial imagination, speed calculation ability, etc. For example, playing Rubik's Cube in fact relies on practice but it has little to do with IQ. Suyu bragged. Sister is old, and the program group didn't invite me, otherwise the contestants would have nothing to do. I can beat them. Qinzhe smiled and said, bragging. Suyu giggled. I'm not bragging. Qinzhe said, if you don't believe it, I'll ask you a question. Suyu became interested. Say it. Qinzhe said, Hor Shengyu Wai Sheng Liang? Suyu? Ah. She opened her small mouth and looked confused. Qinzhe said, you can't answer it. Suyu. Since Shengyu Wai Sheng Liang. This is not a question, this is an exclamation, okay? She pouted. You're cheating. If you don't know, then don't know. Qinzhe snorted. You're a PhD student. You've read too much. Your brain can't turn. You're too inflexible. The driver took them to Suyu's hardcover apartment. Qinzhe put on a mask and sunglasses, Suyu took him, and the two walked to the nearby vegetable and fruit supermarket. Qinzhe took a basket and Suyu took his arm. After buying the vegetables, Suyu said coquettishly that she wanted to push the oil first and didn't want to eat. She had essential oils at home and would give them to him. She took off her clothes without saying a word. She took off her coat but didn't take off her underwear, deliberately leaving it for Qinzhe to take off. It was so exciting. She lay on the bed, her black hair spread on the white pillow. Qinzhe unbuttoned the B-cup, and the buckle slipped down along her smooth and tender skin. Her snow-white back, the vertebrae from her hips to the back of her neck, walked in a sexy arc. She had a good figure, well proportioned, but it felt bony. Qinzhe found that he had neglected it before. He only cared about being a man on top of her, and rarely tried to be a man behind her. He poured the oil, pushed her back, and let the thick liquid spread all over her back. He had taken the Chinese medicine proficiency skill book, and the acupoint technique was more powerful than most men. Suyu was served by his hands and gasped comfortably. Chapter 6:17. I've thought about it for a long time. Suyu sighed and felt comfortable all over. What are you thinking about? Qinzhe asked without stopping. Since you was born, why was Liang born? How do you answer? Suyu wondered. Is there an answer? In her opinion, it was a very ordinary sigh. What kind of question is this? I refuse to answer, Qinze said. Why? No reason. Qinze bowed his head and massaged carefully and patiently. A regular answer, of course, it's because Liang gave birth to Liang. Casual answer, hey. Qinze ignored her, and Suyu was silent. It was mainly because she was too comfortable. Last night she tossed too late. Her waist hurt and she lacked sleep. When Qinze asked her if she was hungry, she was already asleep. Her face was quiet, like a newborn child, innocent and innocent. Probably every beautiful woman sleeping quietly looked like this. And his sister was the same. When she closed her eyes, her temperament changed greatly. Sister Ziwei's oval face was even cuter. People couldn't help but want to pinch it, but they were afraid of waking her up. He didn't know what she looked like when the baby fat on her face was still there. Qinze helped Suyu cover the quilt, and wanted to wake her up, and let her sleep in a different position. She was not big, and if she was squashed, after thinking about it, he didn't disturb her. He closed the door and left the room, put on an apron, washed vegetables and cooked. There were a few times when he rested here. He found it troublesome and wore a pair of boxers to cook. Suyu said that he looked very sexy in boxers and apron, which made her fall in love with him. But Qinze imagined the picture of himself stroking his hair coquettishly, and he never did it again. When shopping in the supermarket, Suyu unreasonably bought a bunch of vegetables, so much that the refrigerator couldn't fit them. Qinze didn't often come here to cook. She didn't know if she was seeking psychological comfort, or simply enjoying the joy of shopping with him. 2 meat, 2 vegetables, and a soup. The soup was stewed pork ribs with wax gourd. There was celery in the vegetables, which Qinze didn't touch. For men it was like killing their children. But Suyu loved it. Outside the small window on the left, the sun was shining brightly. The constant noise of cars in the big city was annoying. Qinze missed the sound of cicadas when he was young in Shujiao town. At least it was lively. He recalled the conversation he had with Su Yao when they parted ways at the airport. Actually, I've been looking for him, Su Yao said. Why are you looking for him? Are you trying to make trouble for yourself? Find him. Sink him into the sea. Qinze looked at him and didn't say anything. He was thinking, why are you telling me all this? Are you going to get rid of my biological father with me? I'm not Yang Guang. Or to give me a heads up in case something like this happens in the future. A's, watch carefully. Today, your uncle will show you his skills and turn your old man into a box. No, a box that sinks into the sea. That's your business. It has nothing to do with me. If you find her, and I mean if, don't rat me out. Otherwise, my mother will be dead. He was now a big shot with a net worth of tens of billions. If that useless son of his knew about his existence, he would be finished. He would definitely pester him endlessly. The whole world would know about it. He felt that something was wrong. I know. I won't tell anyone, Su Yao said. I don't want his life. I just want him to experience the taste of despair. Have you found her? No. There are so many people. I haven't found her. If you're looking for her, remember to send me a video when you sink her into the sea. Okay. Before boarding, Su Yao said. Oh right, your cousin's name is Suan. I'll send you a photo to confirm it. Qinze stir-fried the shredded meat and thought, so? Are you trying to remind me of something? Or do you want me to acknowledge my cousin whom I've never met? Don't joke around. I don't even want to acknowledge you as my uncle. Last year when he first met Su Yao, Qinze thought that he was his sister's biological father. Later, when he read the old man's diary, his guess was like this. I'm Auntie Su's son. The man suspected of being my mother's adulterer turned out to be my biological father. He and Auntie Su had a son together and left him to my parents. At that time he thought, that's right. With your mediocre face you must have the same genes. Then he sighed in anger. Dad, come, your son will personally take off your crown. He was sincerely happy to be your son. Later, in the information that Sister Man gave him, the mediocre Su Yao was actually Auntie Su's younger brother. At that time, Qinze's heart was traumatized beyond words. He imagined many kinds of immoral love that the secular world could not tolerate. But there was a trace of doubt in his heart. and he felt that something was wrong. After Su Jiazhen confessed, he found out the truth. There were so many twists and turns. The truth was far more complicated than he imagined. The spring of 1995 was a pain that could not be erased for Auntie Su, Mom, and Su Yao. Forget about his uncle. At most, he would be sad for his nephew who died prematurely. At the same time, Qinzhe also understood what was wrong. It was said that close relatives were either geniuses or idiots. Are you kidding me? With my IQ, am I qualified? If I were a genius, I wouldn't have lived in my sister's shadow for more than 20 years. I wouldn't have endured the humiliation of the old man's magic weapon for more than 20 years. Think too much. Qinzhe made lunch and returned to the room to wake up Suyu, but she had already woken up. Leaning on the bed, holding the clothes of her small chest in her arms, and the other hand holding the mobile phone to send a message. This erotic scene caused Qinzhe's chicken to move. The blanket was very thin, and it highlighted her graceful figure. It happened to cover her lower abdomen, and there was a kind of temptation to stop talking. There was also the small bra in her arms, which was half covering and half hiding her body. It was clearly a very proper bra, but it suddenly became indecent. Do you want to eat? Qinzhe sat down on the bed and reached out to play with her breast. Or do you want to do it first? Tofu was much purer than Laogan-ma. But Laogan-ma hid it deeply, and people who failed Chinese couldn't understand it. Can I do it while eating? Suyu said lazily. That's too exciting. My heart can't bear it. She answered like this, which meant that she agreed. Qinzhe happily took off his clothes. Do you have a salted fish No. 2 work cap? I asked you to buy it last time. Did you buy it? Who wants that kind of thing? My stomach is not up to expectations. Do you think it's because I stayed with Sister Man for a long time that she was infected? Don't think about it. This kind of thing is not contagious. If you want to experience pregnancy, I can help you contact the next door. Wait a minute. Suyu pushed him away, lifted the quilt and got out of bed. Her upper body was naked, and her lower body was covered with white lace, which was not big but had a good shape. She twisted her small waist and ran out of the room, rummaged in the living room, and came back with a box of medicine. Suyu waved her small hand in front of him, proud and playful. I have equipment. Qinzhe saw the words on the box clearly. Luidihuang pills. She poured water, ate 2 pills, swallowed them, went to bed and hummed. After eating it, I can be a serf and become a master. Qinzhe hugged Suyu's leg and sprinted wildly, like the white-robed young General Zhao Zilong in the past. He went in and out of the enemy 7 times and killed the enemy. After that, Suyu lay on the bed like a salted fish with a face full of doubt. I may have bought fake medicine. Qinzhe. Do you have any misunderstanding about Luidihuang pills? This thing is not a small blue pill, okay? Suyu was hurt again and recuperated in place. Qinzhe went into the bathroom to take a shower. She listened to the faint sound of water in the direction of the bathroom, took a few breaths, turned on the mobile phone first, gave a bad review, and then saw Nanman Pay's message. Suyu, take out my dividends in the company account. I need abundant funds in a while. Nanman Pay's part of the dividends was at least 500 million yuan. She had not taken the money invested by Baozi, and gave it to her best friend as liquid funds. As for Tianfeng's money, it was taken away regularly every month. According to Suyu, good friends should unite and not give Qinbao any advantage. Suyu yawned and replied listlessly, I know, Sister Man, I won't drink tea tonight. Nanman Pay. What's the matter? Suyu. Hey, he was too intense just now. His back is sore and he wants to rest. Nanman Pay. Withdraw it, idiot, it was sent to the wrong place. Chapter 618. Sent to the wrong place? What does it mean? Suyu stared at it, her whole body trembled and her mind was sober. Group business card. Life is endless. No, Sister Man. That is to say, the two of them were not chatting privately but chatting in the group. There were 4 people in the group except for the 2 of them, one was Wang Zijin and one was Qin Bao. Well, 2 weak women. At this moment, Suyu showed the peak hand speed that she had never reached when playing games. 2 seconds later, the system prompt. I am Little Birdie withdrew a message. System prompt. Acacia Redbean withdrew a message. Last message. What's the matter? Suyu turned over and sat up, a little emotional. and sent a private message to Nan Man Pei with lingering fear. It was close. Nan Man Pei was calmer. Well, pay attention next time. Suyu. Bao Bao was scared to death. Nan Man Pei. Yes, if it was slow, Qin Bao would have been scared to death. Suyu. They should not have seen it, right? Nan Man Pei. Who knows? Suyu. They definitely didn't see it. It's not rest time now. They don't have time to stare at the mobile phone all the time, and it's only for 2 seconds. They definitely didn't see it. Nan Man Pei was disappointed. Look at you, so what if they saw it? You have done so much for him and you have to endure that he has a girlfriend. He is happy and we have to clean up his mess. Angry emoji. Suyu. Yes, what am I afraid of? I should go directly to the door and beat the mistress. Wang Zijin is the mistress. Cheering for yourself emoji. Nan Man Pei. Okay, you send it again in the group. So you didn't reply for a long time and after a while. I don't dare. Nan Man Pei. Useless thing. You can't bear to leave him? Suyu. No, my reaction just now was not that I was afraid of him. I was afraid that Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin would come to the door and beat me. Then take off my clothes and take nude photos. Nan Man Pei was speechless. Suyu. Am I too scared, sister man? Cry? What was there to be afraid of? Even 10 Wang Zijin could beat her in terms of scheming and scheming. Using force and violence, he knocked down 10 Qin Baos with one punch. Nan Man Pei was in a difficult position. He thought for a while and comforted her dryly. This is called enduring humiliation for the greater good. Suyu. Yes, endure the humiliation. After I poach Qin Zhe over, I'll humiliate Wang Zijin with him. If Qin Bao Bao dares to get in the way, I'll have Qin Zhe beat her up too. Motivated expression. Nan Man Pei sighed. This girl was hopeless. Qin Zhe took a shower and put on his clothes. He saw Suyu sitting cross-legged on the bed, looking angry and gnashing her teeth. If you lose, you lose. The concave can't beat the convex because the latter has a weapon. The former can only accept it passively, just like a perm can't beat a tattoo. It's not that, Suyu said bitterly. Hurry up and take a shower, then come out to eat. Qin Zhe didn't ask much and went back to the living room to sit down. I've got the rice for you. Take a shower and come out. Don't take too long. You just took a shower in the morning. I'll eat first. I'm starving. He habitually took out his mobile phone and opened the chat software. He happened to see Suyu and Nan Man Pei's message retracted. He turned his head and asked, Suyu, what did you send? Suyu walked into the bathroom with a well-shaped chest, stopped at the door and stammered, No, nothing. Qin Zhe didn't know that he had just stepped into the gates of hell. This time the shower was finally fast. In a few minutes she came out after a cold shower. She was wearing thin pajamas and her hair was wet. She didn't dry it and just wiped it. Take a picture for me first. Suyu sat at the table, set up the mobile phone perspective, and took 3 consecutive pictures. Asa's dishes are delicious. It's a waste not to take a picture as a souvenir. Qin Zhe didn't think too much and put down his chopsticks very cooperatively. Suyu. Okay, let's eat. The two of them bowed their heads to eat while playing with their mobile phones. Qin Zhe browsed Weibo to see everyone's expectations for the new film. Qin Zhe and his sister had a dispute about the name of the movie. According to Qin Zhe's idea, the name of the movie was A Dream of Nank. His sister said in this case the ending still had the thought-provoking effect. It clearly told the audience that this was a dream. It should be called Waking Up from a Dream. Qin Zhe said, Fuck off. Is there a difference in the name? It was better to call it The Wealth of Rebirth. His sister said, It's rustic, call it 10 Years Against the Current. Qin Zhe said, It's a mess. Then the brother and sister compromised and decided on the name of the movie, My 2008. After the movie conference, the internet was full of news about his and his sister's new film for several days. Recently the popularity has dropped, but there were still people coming to his Weibo every day to express their expectations. After a few glances at the political news, there were no policies and events worth paying attention to after the 2 meetings. Qin Zhe turned off his mobile phone and concentrated on eating. Ding! The phone rang. Ding! The phone rang again. It was so annoying that they didn't even stop eating. Chinze grabbed the mobile phone, lit up the screen and opened the chat software. His sister and Wang Zijin each sent a message. Where are you? Who are you with? After reading the message with Chinze's high IQ, he immediately smelled the signs of something wrong. There was too much tacit understanding. And why did they ask this? Therefore, Chinze didn't rush to answer, but frowned and pondered. What's wrong? Suyu asked. My sister and sister Ziwei sent me a message. What message? Suyu looked anxious. Let me see. Chinze handed the phone to her. Suyu glanced at it and was relieved that they asked this question, indicating that they didn't see the message in the group, or the message couldn't be so peaceful. As for why they sent this message, she raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a little fox snicker. Did you do something? Chinze's eyes were like torches. Let me see the phone. No. Suyu hid the phone behind her, like a little girl hiding candy. Chinze grabbed her hand directly, unlocked the phone with his thumb, opened the chat software, and checked her chat history. There was no strange message sent to his sister and Wang Zijin. No. Chinze reacted abruptly, clicked on the circle of friends and his eyes went black. Circle of friends. Rest at home, cook a hearty lunch to reward yourself, and know how to be grateful in life. Grateful your sister. There were a lot of replies, most of them were from the company's middle and senior executives. They praised Suyu for being clever and skillful, being able to work in the hall and cook in the kitchen. Only the two guys sent 2 hiss. Fortunately, no one knew that it was Qin Baobao's WeChat number. Chinze answered truthfully. I went back to Shanghai at Suyu's house and cooked a meal. 2 identical messages were sent to his sister and Wang Zijin. As old rivals who have been fighting for a whole year, they know each other well. Whether Suyu can cook or not, they both know in their hearts. Moreover, at this time Chinze and Suyu should be on the flight back to Shanghai. Chinze said angrily. Are you crazy? Why did you send this? Suyu was particularly tough today and said with a stiff neck. I just want to tell myself, don't be afraid, just do it. What's wrong with you? Who said you were a coward? You make trouble all day long, and I think it's my fault that you've restrained yourself. You're just too energetic. Come on, let's go back and fight for 300 rounds. Chinze dragged Suyu to the room. No, I'm not going. Suyu struggled, entangled him like an octopus, refused to go and cried. I'm not afraid at all. If I don't let them know how powerful I am, what if they steal my child in the future? I don't have schizophrenia, but you have schizophrenia first. Chinze sighed and rewarded her. After all, he didn't have the heart to glare at her, sat back at the table, and patiently replied to his sister's messages. We just came back not long ago, because Suyu was airsick and vomited for a long time, so I made a meal to reward her. The exact same message was sent twice. Qin Baobao. He. Wang Zijin. He. The strange thing was that his sister didn't call to question, and Wang Zijin didn't send any sharp words. It seemed that things were over. Chinze suddenly felt relieved. It seemed that his character was still very strong in front of his sisters, and he was not weak at all. I don't want to go back to the company later. Let's go shopping. Suyu chewed slowly and swallowed the rice, looked up and said expectantly. Well, yes. Chinze nodded. He wore sunglasses, a mask and a baseball cap. No one had ever recognized him when he went out in this outfit. Good equipment as strong as my character. Besides, even if his relationship with Suyu can't be hidden, if it can't be hidden, then it can't be hidden. As a man, shouldn't he hold up the sky? He must be responsible. After dinner, at 2:30 in the afternoon, he accompanied Suyu to walk on the pedestrian street for 2 hours. Chinze, who was physically strong, was sweating. Suyu was also sweating, her hair was sticking to her face, and her face was flushed, but she was full of energy, and the more she walked, the more energetic she became. Didn't you say your waist hurt? Didn't you say you were tired? Chinze drove and complained. I'm half dead. Tired but happy. Suyu lay in the passenger seat and the seat slid to the lowest. After sending Suyu home, Chinze went upstairs with a big bag of trophies. He took a shower first and took a taxi home. On the way, he went to the supermarket to buy a bunch of delicious ingredients. It was just 6 o'clock in the evening when he got home. His sisters should not be home yet, so he made a delicious meal to block their mouths. Unexpectedly, Wang Zijin and her sister came back early. The two women leaned on the sofa with their legs crossed. When they heard the sound of the door opening, their ears pricked up, but they pretended to watch TV expressionlessly. As soon as he entered the door, Qinzhe saw a dangerous breath from the shiatsu board in front of the sofa. I'm back. Qinzhe pretended not to see the shiatsu board. I went to cook for you. I bought a lot of food, huh? Come here. Wang Zijin said. Kneel. Qin Baobao said. Are you crazy? Why should I kneel when you tell me to? Do I have no dignity? Qinzhe obediently went to the sofa, knelt on the shiatsu board and said, I'll play games with you. Wang Zijin was expressionless. Play with us or play with Suyu? Qin Baobao's face raised a charming smile, delicate and soft. Little brother has finally grown up and knows how to play with girls. I'm very happy. If you didn't squeeze out the words from your mouth, I would have believed you. Qinzhe, no, Suyu is busy. As the boss, I want to reward her. Wang Zijin's face darkened. Didn't you tell your sister that you would arrive in the afternoon? Why did you lie? Qinzhe quibbled. After 12 o'clock, it will be afternoon. Qin Baobao pretended to be suddenly enlightened, blinked her beautiful eyes and said sweetly, so that's how it is. Sister misunderstood. Sister is wrong. Ace just kneel. Wang Zijin, you don't have to cook dinner. We'll eat by ourselves. Then there was a cold war that lasted for a quarter of an hour. Qin Baobao leaned to the left, and Wang Zijin leaned to the right, playing with their phones. Halfway through, Wang Zijin put down her phone and went to the toilet. Qin Baobao glanced at the corridor and heard the sound of the toilet closing. Her whole body suddenly changed, and the charming and generous sister image disappeared. A tigress pounced on salted fish, hanging on his body, two long legs clamping his waist and strangling his neck. She said fiercely, What happened between you and Suyu? Did you shake the morale of the army? Qinzhe took a deep breath and felt that his kneecaps were about to be pierced by the shiatsu board. The revolution has not been successful, and the morale of the army is not shaken. Qin Baobao didn't believe it. She bared her teeth and said fiercely, If you didn't shake, why are you so close to her? Don't talk about rewards. If she wanted to reward her, couldn't she treat her to a meal in the hotel? If it was a pure superior-subordinate relationship, would she need to cook at someone else's house? Qinzhe, it's not a pure superior-subordinate relationship. Huh. At least we're friends. Sister is always a paper tiger. After venting, Qinzhe only took a pee to coax her, although she was a little surprised. When Wang Zijin went out, the scene in the living room was restored. The cold and beautiful sister crossed her legs and looked disdainfully at the brother kneeling on the shiatsu board. At 6:30, Qin Baobao, who was hungry, poked Qinzhe's head with her slender fingers. Next time you dare to lie to sister, be careful of your skin. Kneel properly. I'm going downstairs. When she entered the kitchen, Wang Zijin's aura changed. She was no longer an ally who was angry with her best friend, but a pitiful woman suspected of having an affair with her boyfriend. Ace, is it because I didn't do well in the past that you're sick of me? What are you talking about? My feelings for Sister Ziwei are deeper than the peach blossom pool. Then have you ever thought of hunting outside? Absolutely not. It's good enough to rub against her. Why would I want to hunt? Wang Zijin's slender hand picked up his ear. She didn't use any strength and just gently lifted him up. She said gently, You have to know that you have a girlfriend. Do you understand? Salted fish trembled. Then can I get up? Qinzhe asked in anticipation. If your sister agrees, I'll agree. Wang Zijin pushed the responsibility to him. Sister happened to come out. Zijin, come and wash the vegetables. So annoying. I don't want to wash them. Qinzhe immediately said, I'll wash them. I'll wash them. Wang Zijin said, Have you forgiven him? Qin Baobao looked at her and felt that she couldn't back down in front of her best friend. She snorted. I haven't. Wang Zijin said in a huff, Then I haven't either. Qinzhe. Chapter 619. I heard that you knelt on the shiatsu board for an hour last night? My knees are broken. Who told you that? Your black-hearted sister. She deliberately told me to warn me. Where's Sister Ziwei? She said that we should have a meal together another day. She even asked me if Aze's dishes were delicious. She tried to sound me out. This kind of person who has been in a state-owned enterprise and system is very cunning. One of your friends made me very unhappy last night. Leave them if you're unhappy. Honey, I have a warm little nest here. I guarantee that you'll be well served. How's your kidney? Sir, my kidney is made of iron. It can withstand your rain and wind. Your tone is becoming more and more like Qin Bao Bao. Is this how Qin Bao Bao talks to you? This damn pervert. Tone, I'm talking about tone. Has the show started recording? It's starting soon. I'm at the TV station. Oh, then I'll go deal with some things. The chat ended. Qin Zhe turned off the phone screen, sat in the spacious lounge, and drank a mouthful of water. The door opened and a middle-aged man with gray hair came in. He was the host of the show. Qin Zhe was familiar with him, but she couldn't remember his name. Miss Qin, the show will start recording in 15 minutes. I'll tell you some things to pay attention to. The man sat down beside Qin Zhe. You've seen our show, right? Yes, I've seen it. In fact, he hadn't seen it. He had only heard of it. After receiving this job, he crammed the show once and had a general understanding of the gameplay of Super Brain. The contestants who could be on the show seemed to be geniuses. The top scorer in science and the champion of the mathematical Olympiad were all ordinary in the show. Or in other words, the foundation. The contestants played some difficult games to determine the outcome. They covered spatial imagination, mental arithmetic, logical reasoning, and so on. In short, people with bad brains couldn't play here. You're the key guest of this episode. You'll be allowed to interact more with the contestants. Have you read the script? Yes, I know what to play. The host nodded with a smile and said in a gentle tone, You can do whatever you want when the time comes. You don't have to be too serious and don't think too much about the results. Qin Zhe. We can't win, right? This was not mentioned in the script. The so-called script was a general description of the questions and rules of the program. Because it was not an entertainment program, there were not so many rules and regulations. Qin Zhe's understanding was that the host wanted the contestants to take it easy and not steal their limelight. The host was stunned and looked at him blankly. Win. Qin Zhe. I understand. We can't steal the limelight from the contestants. No. The host waved his hand. You don't have to deliberately go easy on the contestants. Just do your best. After all, the contestants are more powerful. He didn't say it out loud, but he held back his laughter. What are you trying to do? You're an entrepreneur and a composer. And those contestants are all highly intelligent contestants. Most importantly, they're at their peak. Do you think you can win just because you say so? Even if it's some small game, the contestants can completely crush ordinary people. The contestants invited by the program team were all very young. The peak of a person's mental flexibility was before the age of 20. This was similar to the contestants in the field of Go and esports. After they reached adulthood and entered society, they would be far away from school. Their memory would deteriorate and they would forget formulas. It was normal for them to not be as good as the students in school. It was like a top student who could get full marks in mathematics. A few years later, if he were to do the same paper, it would be considered good if he could pass. The host looked at his watch and said, There's not much time left. Let's start. At the recording studio, the lights were in place. The cameras were in place. Under the lights, 3 figures walked out from backstage. The camera captured their figures. Hello everyone. I'm the host Chun Yuha. The host said. On my left is the familiar teacher Ning Yucheng. The applause was warm. On my left is teacher Zhang Li. Clap, clap, clap. The host said, Our slogan is Let Wisdom Soar. Let Truth Last Forever. The 5th season of Super Brain is starting. Taking advantage of this warm atmosphere, I'd like to invite a heavyweight guest. He's the most popular composer among male and female singers in recent years. He's the most worshipped prophet among shareholders. At the same time, he's rising rapidly in the film and television industry. He's both talented and good-looking. He's the role model of the post-90s generation, the #1 on the Forbes youth list in China. The audience burst into loud shouts. Qin Zhe. The audience reacted. The most popular composer, the stock market prophet, both talented and good-looking, the #1 on the Forbes youth list in China. Wasn't he talking about Qin Zhe? The host spread his hands. Since you've all said it, let's invite him out directly. That's right, it's Qinze. Let's invite him out. The stage lights changed. Qinze walked up from backstage. In an instant there were screams. The audience was boiling, especially the female audience. They used their hands as loudspeakers and screamed desperately. Standing on the stage, facing the cheers, Qinze's psychological shadow of being punished by his sister to kneel on the washboard dissipated a lot. He regained some confidence. Hey, Ice King is the right way to start my life. I'm very happy to be on this stage. I'm very happy to be able to get close to and communicate with the genius contestants. Qinze held the microphone. I'm also very happy to meet everyone. Applause. Miss Qin, you must be joking. In terms of IQ, I'm afraid no one here can compare to you, Zhongli joked. Another guest, Ning Yucheng, said, I don't know about the contestants, but among the three of us, Miss Qin is definitely the number one. This is the first episode of the 5th season. The program team invited the geniuses from all over the country to gather here. In the following season, they will compete to determine the strongest super brain. Let's watch a short video. The host turned around and motioned everyone to look at the big screen behind him. The short video was about 15 minutes long. It briefly introduced 100 outstanding contestants. The youngest was in primary school, the oldest was in college, and the oldest was not more than 25 years old. Each of them had achieved something that their peers could only dream of in a certain field. Some had won the National Mathematical Olympiad Championship, some were from famous foreign universities, and some were the youngest master's students from famous universities. Every time a person was introduced, there would be exclamations from the audience. In the past, I didn't have much feelings about the so-called geniuses. Now that I've seen so many elite geniuses at such a young age, the IQ gap between people is too big, Zhongli said with emotion. When I was their age, I was still being beaten by my teacher. But Miss Qin should have a feeling of empathy, Ning Yucheng said. Empathy? Qinze was stunned. You're also a genius. You're the IQ of the entertainment industry. No. When I was their age, I was beaten by my father every day, Qinze said modestly. I was very mediocre in school. This group of guys was too amazing. Famous universities were the foundation. Only with scholarships from famous universities and outstanding people were qualified to be invited by the program team. When Qinze was admitted to the University of Finance and Economics, he had to work hard and use all his strength. He could not wait to jump into his mother's arms and drink a few mouthfuls of milk so that he could use all his strength. In the end, he was still the last in the University of Finance and Economics. He had to rely on his grandfather's connections to be admitted first. You're being modest. Ning Yucheng seemed to admire Qinze and smiled. If you were 5 years younger, you would definitely beat all of these contestants. Am I very old now? Qinze asked. There was laughter. Indeed. When I was in college, I almost didn't get admitted to the University of Finance and Economics. My father opened the back door for me so that I was qualified to enter the University of Finance and Economics, Qinze confessed. The audience was in a heated discussion. Qinze is joking, right? No, I remember there was a post about him before. Before he graduated from college, he was indeed very mediocre. Of course, although Qinze is amazing, he became famous in the entertainment industry because of his talent in singing. He is not the same type as these contestants. The contestants are all intelligent. They are all straight A students. You guys are praising Qinze too much. These are the top straight A students in the country. Qinze definitely can't beat them. As for the University of Finance and Economics professor opening the back door, no one cared. With Qinze's current status, he was qualified to be a lecturer at Peking University and Tsinghua University. He was famous for being the god of stocks and fast shooter. In the past, he had relied on his father to open the back door for him to enter the University of Finance and Economics. A few years later, he might become a popular topic of discussion among the teachers and students of the University of Finance and Economics, just like how Edison was a retard when he was young. All the contestants were gathered in the hall next door. This was the second recording site. Through 3 main cameras and 5 or 6 cameramen's shoulder cameras, the video was transmitted to the first recording site. Qinze was taken to the second recording site with the host. I'm very happy to see everyone in high spirits. Later you will need to rank through a small game. This process will definitely not be boring, because the program team invited Qinzhe to rank with you, the host said loudly. Below the stage, a cluster of eyes fell on Qinzhe's face. Just now, the host told me backstage not to go easy and to show my true strength. Qinzhe glanced at the crowd. Do you have the confidence to beat me? The contestants with outstanding IQ laughed one after another. The audience in the first recording site also laughed when they saw the situation on the big screen. Everyone was looking forward to seeing how Qinzhe, who had always been known as super talented and smart, would rank in this group of geniuses. Chapter 620. After Qinzhe finished speaking, he realized that the geniuses were either smiling, silent, or mocking him. The older ones were still all right and laughed off his words. However, those between the ages of 15 and 18 had their hands in their pockets and their faces were cold. They looked more like Chinibu. They were all arrogant, especially when the host introduced their experiences. Their arrogant look made them look like they were mentally retarded. However, they did have the qualifications. Wasn't it natural for the top students to look down on the bottom students? The bottom students only deserved to tremble under the rule of the top students. Looking at the top students talking and laughing with the girls in the class, they fantasized about when they could show off like the top students. As a senior bottom student, Qinzhe understood this feeling best. You tried your best to memorize words and practice questions, but the other party only needed to complete the tasks assigned by the teacher and beat you in minutes. They could get into Fudan University like it was a game. Iconic character. Crying monster. Ha ha ha. Qinzhe is so funny. I didn't expect him to be so humorous. I wonder what he is like in real life. I'm looking forward to the ranking game starting soon. What's Qinzhe's ranking? It'll be amazing if he can be in the top 50. Stop fooling around. Top 50? Thank God if he can be in the top 80. These guys, look at the introduction just now. They are all top students. Compared to the contestants who were more reserved in front of the camera, the audience at the first recording was very relaxed and whispered to each other. The so-called ranking round was also an elimination round. There were 4 rounds in total, and each round would eliminate some of the top students. The first place of each round could directly advance to the finals of the Super Brain. We have prepared seats for everyone. Everyone received a number card when they came in. The number card on the table corresponds to the number card on your chest. Now please take your seat. The ranking round will begin soon. With the host's announcement, the contestants took their seats. There was a tablet on each contestant's table. The ranking game was a puzzle. The 2 guests were also actively livening up the atmosphere. Ning Yucheng smiled and said, "Why don't we guess what Qinzhe's ranking is?" Luli said seriously, "This is not easy. There are 100 people. Why don't we guess the range?" Ning Yucheng said, "What do you think?" Luli said, "I guess he's between 60 and 70. Ning Yucheng shook his head. "I'm guessing he's between 40 and 50. Where did you get your confidence from?" Luli asked. Ning Yucheng, "First of all, he's a science student. His logical ability is definitely not bad. Second, don't underestimate him. He's the god of stocks who earns hundreds of millions a month. If his brain isn't good enough, he wouldn't be able to do it." Luli disagreed. "This is different. Puzzles test one's brain power. We should be at our peak in middle school and high school. After university, we won't be able to perform well. Let's wait and see." All right. At this time on the big screen, all the contestants had taken their seats, and a messy puzzle appeared on the tablet. 6 by 6, a total of 36 pieces. According to the program team, the reason why they chose puzzles was because the difficulty of each puzzle was very balanced. It tested the overall ability of the contestants. This way, they could prevent certain contestants from being at a disadvantage because they were biased. Competition rules. The first 80 contestants to complete the puzzle will enter the next round. The last 20 contestants will be eliminated. Ning Yucheng said, "Puzzles are a test of the player's overall ability. It requires a high degree of coordination between the eyes, the brain, and the hands. I'm more familiar with puzzles." Luli, how long will it take for them to pass? The program team doesn't seem to have set a time limit. Ning Yucheng said, "For a puzzle enthusiast like me, It's a good result if I can finish it within 5 minutes. For us contestants, I personally think we should finish it within 3 minutes. As for normal people, they would probably need to borrow another 500 years from the heavens. Luli immediately said, Qinzai's song, haha. I'm one of those normal people who needs to borrow for 500 years. There was a small camera on each contestant's table. Qinzai didn't have one, but he had a professional cameraman filming. All the contestants sat in their seats, and he sat next to the host. Qinzai's gaze swept across the contestants who were waiting for him, and he said in his heart, System. Ding. Crazy Poser Demon 115 completed the puzzle in the fastest speed possible and obtained first place. 30 points will be awarded for success, and the corresponding points will be deducted for failure. The system's voice sounded. Facing the camera and facing the 100 top students below, Qinzai, who was a bad student, naturally had the desire to show off in front of the masses. The comeback of a bad student. A reversal of fortune. This was much more interesting than filming a movie or holding a concert. The biggest wish of a bad student was to beat up the top students and let them have a taste of fear. Hey wait, why is Crazy Poser Demon not showing off in front of the masses? Qinzai complained. You have completed the series of missions of showing off in front of the masses. When you were still a salted fish, your poser was not poser, but showing off in front of the masses. When you become a famous big shot, if you still want to show off in front of the masses, then you are really poser, so this series of missions is called Crazy Poser Demon. There's nothing wrong with it, right? The system responded. Qinzai covered his face. There's nothing wrong with it, but I think you can give it a more elegant name, for example, Crazy Poser Demon. The host saw him covering his face with a helpless expression, and he held back his laughter. Miss Qin, do you find it a little difficult? Qinzai smiled and nodded. It is a little difficult, I'm a little nervous. The host teased. You don't need to be nervous, the ones who should be nervous are the contestants below. In his opinion, it was true that he found it difficult, but it was impossible for him to be nervous. With Qinzai's status, he was destined to have a broad vision. He could not be nervous because of something like this, but he could use it as an excuse to pave the way for his poor results. Qinzai said, I need some help. He did not play with puzzles. This was not only a test of comprehensive ability, but also a test of hand familiarity. The system said, you can spend 3 points to hire me to help you calculate the simplest and fastest puzzle process. Qinzai was surprised. That's practical? The system said proudly. You forgot my real name again, it's just a puzzle, it's just a thought. Qinzai said, I'll take the points. A countdown appeared on the screen. When the number turned to 0, hundreds of contestants lowered their heads in unison, and the sound of the puzzle pieces moving became one. At this time, the host was no longer paying attention to Qinzai. He stood in front of the stage and looked at the contestants who were working on the puzzles seriously. The hundreds of audience members in the audience seats saw the scene through the big screen, and they were undoubtedly shocked. The top students lowered their heads, their hands moving quickly on the tablet. The clicking sounds were endless. When ordinary people played with puzzles, the correct process was think, think again, move again. However, the top students were not like that. Their hands moved quickly, that not only represented their hand speed but also their amazing calculation ability. When ordinary people saw this scene, they naturally understood the difference between them and the top students. They're very nervous, some of them are sweating. Ning Yuqing said. Every second counts. A second late could mean a difference of a few ranks. Luli said. Hey, why isn't Qinzai's scene? The camera on the big screen obviously could not be aimed at Qinzai. The contestants were the main characters, so the audience could not see Qinzai's situation. His scenes would be edited into the show later. Ning Yuqing explained, then changed the topic. These contestants are very good. Some of them finished 1/3 of the puzzle in 30 seconds. Luli's expression was exaggerated. What's wrong with their brains? At this moment, through the screen, the audience noticed that the contestants in the front row, more than 20 people, all raised their heads and looked at the stage in shock. It seemed that something had successfully attracted their attention, making them put down the puzzles in their hands. This phenomenon spread quickly, and the clicking sound suddenly disappeared. The contestants in the back row who were immersed in the puzzles looked up blankly. Facing this situation, the host was a little confused. He slowly turned his head and looked at Qinzai behind him with a dazed expression. The situation did not last long, and the director of the show directly called for a stop. The contestants' stagnation directly disrupted the rhythm of the competition, and they definitely could not continue. This kind of race against time, if it continued, it would be unfair to most of the contestants. The director's face was full of anger. An accident happened out of nowhere. He first announced a pause with a hand gesture, and the host immediately said, "The competition is paused, the competition is paused." The contestants stopped, looked around blankly, and talked. The director walked over from behind, his face full of anger. He looked at Qinzhe and endured it. He could not afford to offend him, so he angrily asked the host, "What's going on? What's going on? Why did it suddenly stop?" The audience's faces were full of confusion, and they discussed fervently, eager to know what had happened. Recording accident? Chapter 621. The host looked at Qinzhe blankly, then looked at the director with an awkward expression. He said he completed it. Just now, Qinzhe said loudly that he had completed it and pressed the confirm button. At this time, the ranking on the big screen was Qinzhe. The contestants in the front row heard it and were in disbelief, so they looked up at the big screen and were stunned. About half a minute, or to be precise 28 seconds, when the contestants had only completed 1/3 of the puzzle, someone ended it early. Impossible! The director did not believe it and strode to Qinzhe's table. The puzzle was indeed completed, but the director did not believe that Qinzhe completed it with his own ability. He frowned, turned to the host and whispered, "Is it a ready-made puzzle?" The host's mouth twitched. "It's really done." The director pushed the stunned cameraman away and checked the video. After a moment, his expression was the same as the cameraman's. He and the host looked at each other silently and swallowed. Qinzhe smiled and said, "The puzzle is quite simple, and I'm in good condition. I just accidentally put it together." The host said to do your best. Director, explain to the contestants and then re-record. The host smiled bitterly. Just do your best. This was what he said to Qinzhe backstage. At that time he felt that whether Qinzhe did his best or not, his existence was just to make the game more interesting. But not only did he take first place, he also crushed the IQ of the top students. Now the whole segment was ruined. He had to explain to the contestants. The scene was a little chaotic. The contestants were confused, angry, and dissatisfied. Some were dissatisfied with Qinzhe's interruption, and some were suspicious of Qinzhe's deal with the program team. Since he was a guest, cheating was a joke and did not have to be taken seriously. But to shout it out and disrupt the rhythm of the competition, it was easy to anger the crowd. Top students were proud. There were fans of Qinzhe in the audience, but there were no brainless fans. The director recovered from the shock and could not help but look at Qinzhe. He knew in his heart that he did it on purpose. This was a recording, not a live broadcast, so it was fine to cut off the interruption and start over. This was Qinzhe's discretion. Sure. Our production team will lick his ass. The director exchanged a few words with the host before returning to his seat. The host said, "Just now something surprising happened. Our guest teacher was the first to complete the puzzle." Of course he couldn't say that it was an accident. Instead he said that it was a surprising thing. An uproar broke out. The audience's voices were louder and more chaotic, and their reactions were even more intense. "You mean Qinzhe is done? How is that possible? How long has it been? Is he stronger than these geniuses? I don't believe it. It must be fake." Luli widened her eyes and asked Ning Yuqing, who was sitting beside her, "Qinzhe completed the puzzle? 30 seconds? Ning Yuqing. The production crew must be joking. 30 seconds. Let's not talk about the calculation. Just based on hand speed, it would be very difficult to do." On the screen, the host said, "To ensure the fairness of the competition, let's watch the video." The screen switched and a tablet appeared on the screen. It was a complicated 6x6 puzzle. Its image was disrupted. A lion could be vaguely seen standing proudly on the grassland. There were trees, grass, animals, and a blue sky. There were many sceneries, which meant that the difficulty of the puzzle was not low. The next moment, a pair of hands appeared. They danced on the screen at an extremely fast speed. The hand speed of the contestants was nothing in front of him. They were completely inferior by several levels. His 10 fingers danced in the air, so fast that only afterimages could be seen. The originally messy and disorderly images were rapidly returning to their original state. Every second they were changing and returning to their original state. During this period there were no mistakes and no lag. It was as if it was a machine that had already been programmed. The whole process only took a short 28 seconds. Silence. Shock. The audience felt that their intelligence had been insulted. They stared at the screen with their mouths wide open. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them. They couldn't believe what had happened in 28 seconds. The video ended. The proud geniuses were silent. Until the host's voice. This is the process of Miss Chen's puzzle. He didn't fast forward. He only used a short 28 seconds. The first recording of the show was suddenly in an uproar. Oh my god, this is impossible. F***ck, the most shocking puzzle I've ever seen in my life. It was so fast that my fingers couldn't see it clearly. It's too amazing, but I still can't believe it. How did he do it? A fast shooter is really fast at everything. It's all after the 90s. I finally know the gap between him and me. Haha, look at those contestants. Who is the main character and who is the supporting character? It's so embarrassing. I've said it before. No matter how good the contestants are, they're just straight A students. Look at Chen Zhe's achievements. It's obvious who's better and who's worse. Come on, you just said that Chen Zhe can't beat this group of straight A students. Luli said. If it weren't for the stopwatch on the side, I would have suspected that the program crew was fast-forwarding. Ning Yuqing was full of admiration. This video, it's no problem to get a Guinness Book of Records. Luli did not believe it. Really? Ning Yuqing said. Of course it's true. 28 seconds. Most of the time was spent moving the puzzle. In other words, the time he used to think didn't exceed 5 seconds. To be more precise, when he saw the puzzle, he had already calculated the entire puzzle process in his mind. His brain power is too abnormal. Ning Yuqing gestured with his hands and feet. He was very excited. The show paused. After the video ended, it did not start immediately. The host and director had a short discussion. Should we cut this part? The host asked. What he meant was that it was definitely better to cut it. Chen Zhe was too outstanding, even more outstanding than Mao Zedong. Although they were shocked and full of admiration, the main characters of the show were these contestants. Chen Zhe's existence was like a sun hanging above the contestants' heads. And the contestants did not have the ability to fly into the sky and stand side by side with the sun. Everyone was overshadowed. This was nothing. They had invited the science champion of XX province, the youngest master's degree from XX overseas university, and a super genius who had won countless awards. In the end, they were all defeated by Chen Zhe. This would make the audience doubt the standard of their show, and suspect that they had invited a bunch of fake contestants to make up the numbers. To be safe, it was better to cut it. The director did not think so. He pondered for a few seconds and said, if we don't cut it, it will indeed affect the contestants' aura. The host nodded. The director said again, but we invited Chen Zhe because of his fame and appeal. If the title of this episode is 100 Genius Contestants Can't Defeat Chen Zhe, wouldn't it be very exciting? Wouldn't the audience immediately click on it? This is the first episode. What we need is popularity. Chen Zhe is now one of the most popular public figures. With this title, the popularity will be enough. The host said, the problem with the contestant's image, the director said. Later on, you have to focus on praising Chen Zhe. His achievements and resume have always been full of fantasy. It's not something that these contestants with good results and good brains can compare to. If you praise him, the gap between the two of them will immediately be highlighted. The audience will only think that Chen Zhe is too amazing, and will not question the contestants. Whether it was a variety show or a movie, the director was the most important, especially in a department like a television station. The host returned to the stage and the show started recording again. The puzzle pieces were randomly messed up, and the positions were different from the previous time. This way, the contestants would not be familiar with the way. The results of the competition were quickly released. In this round, the fastest contestant took 1 minute and 15 seconds, the slowest took 2 minutes and 34 seconds, and the remaining 20 contestants were directly eliminated. The host said, after the unexpected situation in the previous round, Our contestants have finally completed the ranking for this round. The first place contestant will directly advance to the top 30. His time was 1 minute and 15 seconds, and he achieved a very good result. However, the gap between him and Miss Chin is quite big, so don't be surprised. I remember when Miss Chin was trading stocks, she went from nothing to 100 million in just a month. Besides, he has all kinds of halos, and each of them is far beyond the reach of others. The results he achieved before are also reasonable. The genius contestants secretly frowned. Listening to the host's flattery of Chin Zhe, they felt that they were being looked down upon. Although Chin Zhe was indeed very good, the arrogant genius contestants did not admit that they had lost to him. Puzzles were just a small game, and it did not represent the level of intelligence. They all had their own strong areas. 28 seconds. Just thinking about it makes me shudder. The host stopped and asked the first place contestant, Chun Haonan, you are first place. You feel the same, right? Chun Haonan replied, I don't shudder. The host suddenly felt a little awkward. Seeing this, Chin Zhe laughed and said, a man with ambition who can stand up without fear is a good man. The awkward atmosphere was easily resolved. Chapter 622. The next segment tested the contestants' spatial imagination. This time Chin Zhe did not go down. The host would not let him go down either. The show of power had to be done appropriately. If it was done too frequently, it would become a show of power. He outshone everyone. The other contestants' radiance was overshadowed by him. What was there to record? It had to be said that the genius contestants were indeed smart. Faced with difficult questions, they handled them with ease. Some people had water in their brains, some had sh*t in their brains, and some had wisdom in their brains. After recording the show, the host struck up a conversation with Chin Zhe backstage and asked him if he had time for the next episode. Chin Zhe thought about it. True Pornography had taken more than 2 months to film. It would take another month to finish filming. The new movie would be released in 4 months, so there was no need to worry for the time being. There was nothing for him to worry about in the company. But for Dongfeng, there might be more work to do in the near future. I might not have time for the next episode, but I should be free at the end of the month, Chin Zhe said. All right, we'll contact you then, the host said disappointedly. It was impossible to invite a celebrity like Chin Zhe to be a permanent guest. He was earning large sums of money every minute. They had previously agreed to do only 1 episode. The director saw that the results of this episode were good, so he asked the host to sound him out. If there was a chance, he would come out to discuss it. If there was no chance, then forget it. He could only wait until the end of the month to invite Chin Zhe again. Then let's go out. The fans have been waiting for a long time. The host gestured for them to leave. The two of them walked out side by side. In order to give back to the audience, the program team specially invited Chin Zhe to interact with the audience. Specifically, they would sit down to chat and answer some questions from the fans. Then when the audience left, they could queue up at the entrance to get a signed photo of Chin Zhe. Chin Zhe had been signing autographs backstage just now. He had never practiced the signature of a celebrity. Back then, it was popular for celebrities to sign autographs. They even got people to design them. The name of the autograph looked like scribbles. If you didn't look at the photo, you wouldn't know who it was. Now that it wasn't popular anymore, if he still signed autographs like that, it would only attract criticism from the fans. At the recording studio, a portion of the audience had left, but most of them chose to stay behind. The cameras were not turned on. They had agreed that this was a private exchange, so they could not record it. The moment Chin Zhe came out, the scene entered a small climax, with endless cheers and screams. Many girls in the back row even stood up excitedly and waved their hands vigorously. Then they were forcefully pulled down by their companions or boyfriends. Why are you calling me your husband? I'm your husband. That's the nation's husband. It's a title that belongs to everyone. You belong to me. That's more like it. That's right. He will always be someone else's child and someone else's husband. Hey, what do you mean? Words that were similar to a couple's bickering were quickly drowned out by waves of cheers. The production team asked me to have a casual chat with everyone. I know that everyone has a lot of questions. Chin Zhe thought for a while. Then raise your hands. I'll just pick anything. Whoosh. Countless hands were raised. Qinzhe picked a pretty girl from the first row. Qinzhe, did you practice with the jigsaw puzzle just now? Or did you really rely on your own ability? The girl asked. Qinzhe said, I don't really play jigsaw puzzles. I've never practiced before. There was an uproar. There were still people who expressed their doubts. The girl said, I like you very much. At the same time, I'm also a jigsaw puzzle enthusiast. Play it often. Feels a little unbelievable. Qinzhe thought for a while. That's easy. I'll play it again on the spot. Let's change the puzzle. The audience was stunned at first. Then they became excited. The production team staff immediately brought up a tablet. The cameraman carried a camera over, and a tablet puzzle appeared on the big screen. It was a brand new puzzle. Qinzhe said, Host, please count to 3. The host smiled. 3, 2, 1. Everyone stared at the big screen. The godlike operation appeared again. Both hands moved, fingers sliding across the screen. Only afterimages could be seen. The puzzle pieces changed rapidly, returning to their original state at a steady and fast pace. Some people raised their phones to take pictures. Others saw this and quickly took out their phones to take pictures. It was a 6x6 puzzle. This time it was even faster. Qinzhe only took 23 seconds. He shook his numb fingers and passed the tablet to the host, who then passed it back to the staff. Clap, 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 clap. Intense applause resounded throughout the venue. If the first performance could have been fake, then this time it definitely couldn't be fake. Because Qinzhe could have chosen not to perform. Moreover, was it realistic for a superstar to practice 2 puzzles just to show off? The girl who asked the question was holding the microphone with one hand and covering her mouth with the other. She was excited, shocked, and excited. The second person who asked the question was a big sister. Her question was more in-depth, neither gossipy nor entertaining. She said, Qinzhe, my son is about the same age as you. He will be graduating from university next year. His school is also very ordinary. I would like to ask, what is your secret to success? Everyone knows that you started from scratch. This question was not easy to answer. Work hard, study hard, and failure is the mother of success. Believe firmly that you can succeed. If he answered like this, it would seem that he would be despised. After all, chicken soup was not popular these days. Following the big sister's words, the audience became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The young boys and girls were obsessed with Qinzhe's idol halo, but the young people who had entered society were actually more curious about the history of Qinzhe's success. It could almost be written into a long serial novel, but it had to be written by a well-known literary tycoon, the newspaper seller, who was recognized as a first-class writer. Therefore, Qinzhe should have a lot of secrets and experience. Qinzhe pondered, thinking about how to answer. Answer truthfully. In this era where transmigration is common, I didn't transmigrate nor was I reborn. But I got a lousy system. The system said that my luck was too low, so I couldn't transmigrate to the ancient times or transmigrate to another world. Even so, I still relied on the system to become the CEO, married Wuxia, and walked to the peak of life. Therefore, in this society where class rigidity is becoming more and more serious, if you want to be outstanding and squeeze into the upper class of society, you have to use cheats. Of course not. That would make me a schizophrenic. Qinzhe said. Many successful people have been asked this question, so what is the secret? Let me talk about my own experience first. When I was in school, my results were indeed very average. At that time, I did not focus on my studies at all. I only thought about playing all day long. Then, there was the saying that studying was useless. I thought that I should play while I can. At worst, I can work harder in the future and become a rich boss. I can then mock those straight-A students. Even if my parents and teachers warned me every day that if I did not study, I would regret it in the future and have no way out in the future. I did not take it seriously at all. Similar situations should be encountered by everyone, right? Many people nodded, feeling the same way. Actually, those who want to study will naturally study. Those who do not want to study, even if you use a knife to force them, it is useless. Not to mention the useless nonsense. Those who know that studying is useful have all suffered after entering society. Therefore, they tell their children to study hard. But think about it. Back then, didn't you think so too? Some hardships need to be experienced before you know it. Regret can never be predicted in advance. When we were students, we did not enter society. We did not know that daily necessities were expensive. We did not know that it was not easy to support a family. Therefore, no matter how much experience we have, we will not be able to understand. I only understood this after I graduated from university. Therefore, I worked hard to catch up. You all know that I only used a month to earn 100 million. But you do not know that for 2 whole months I did not sleep more than 5 hours a day. I did not go out for 2 whole months. This is something you do not know. What is the secret? This is the secret. In your respective professions, take out your passion and work hard like me. I dare not say that you will definitely earn 100 million, but I can guarantee that you will definitely earn a lot. Some people pondered, some agreed, and some exclaimed. Big Sis was indignant. She asked, "Then what exactly should I do?" Chinze said with a smile, "Try to deduct his pocket money. Chase him out to work during the winter and summer vacations. When he knows that it is not easy to earn money and that he is actually very weak, he will naturally want to improve." Big Sis nodded. "Thank you." Then she sat down thoughtfully. The next person was a young man wearing glasses. Chinze had been paying attention to him for a while because he had never put his hand down. "Chinze, I actually don't like you very much because my girlfriend likes you too much. She talks about you all the time. She has never been so obsessed with little fresh meats in the past. I am very dissatisfied with the current trend of little fresh meats in the entertainment industry. What do you think?" The man wearing glasses asked a rather sharp question. Chinze asked back, "Then do you think I'm a little fresh meat?" The man wearing glasses said, "Yes." Chinze laughed. "Why? Do you think I'm famous because of my looks?" The man wearing glasses was taken aback and was speechless. Chinze shrugged. Laughter rang out. Chinze continued, "Is your girlfriend here?" "Yes." The host said, "Who is it? Is it the one beside you? Pass the microphone to her." Beside the man wearing glasses, a slightly plump girl stood up and waved vigorously at Chinze. Chinze said, "Are you a fan of mine?" The girl nodded vigorously. "Hardcore." Chinze said, "Then do you want to come up and give me a hug and take a picture?" The girl was excited. "Can I?" So she ignored her boyfriend's twitching face and excitedly went up to Chinze to hug him. After the girl went back, Chinze raised the microphone and said seriously, "Look, all I can give you is a hug. But what your boyfriend can give you is care, love and love. He can give you the time you spent with him. As for you, don't worry too much about these things. As a man, you have to be more tolerant. It's normal to chase after celebrities. There are so many beautiful female celebrities in the entertainment industry. Don't tell me you don't like one in particular?" The man wearing glasses stopped talking. "It doesn't make sense that you're the only one chasing after celebrities but your girlfriend can't, right? She also knows that you're her boyfriend, so she's already very happy that she can hug me and take a picture with me. As long as couples understand each other, many conflicts can be easily resolved." Chinze poured chicken soup for the couple and even received a round of applause.